13th Inspire Leadership Conference, which the school hosts every year in partnership with Shinken University, Japan. We, the student community, in consultation with our professors, felt compelled to discuss the most pressing issue of the present time. Yes, and that is sustainability. Therefore, the subject of this year's ILC is Sustainable Transition in Turbulent Times, Defying Gravity. There will be some thought provoking panel talks, as well as inter B school competition and alumni awards. Let us begin our day with the morning prayer. I would like to invite Amrita Ravichandran to sing the morning prayer and seek us blessings.
Namaste Sharade Devi Kashmir Puravasini Tvamaham Prarthaye Nityam Vidyadaram Chadehime Namo Sharada Namo Sharada Namo Sharada Mata Namo Sharada Namo Sharada Namo Sharada Mata He Vidya Jnana Pradayini Mavina Pustakadharini He Vidya Jnana Pradayini Mavina Pustakadharini Bhavabanjani Manaranjani Bhavabanjani Manaranjani Amba Jagadishwari Mata Brahma Hridayeshwari Mata Namo Sharada Namo Sharada Namo Sharada Mata Namo Sharada Mata.
Thank you, Amrita, for the soulful prayer. Next, I would like to call upon our beloved founder and chairman, Mr. Anil Sachdev, for lighting of the lamp. Thank you, sir. To start off the event, we first have the inaugural address by our founder, Mr. Anil Sachdev. The stage is all yours, sir.
Good morning, Ohio gozaimasu, and welcome to this time and to this space. I am sitting in this worship corner, the northeastern portion of my house, where I sit for my prayers and also the meditation session. In the Indian culture, we are told three principles. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The entire universe is one family. Number two, we are told that Mother Earth is the mother of all beings, and it's very important for us to love and honor the mother. And the third aspect we are taught is that in serving the well-being of all, we achieve the highest within us. The world as one family, loving and respecting Mother Earth, and serving the well-being of all are the three principles of Indian ethos that we are taught. So our prayer begins by saying, Sarve bhavantu sukhina, let everybody be happy. Sarve santu niramaya, let everybody be healthy. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu na kasyit dukha bhag bhavet. Let all of us observe and see all the positives around us and contribute to the highest within us. India, for a very long time, has honored this particular way of living and being. And so some of the greatest leaders in the country are the ones who are known to have a life which honors these principles of being servant leaders, of serving the well-being of all. Unfortunately, for many, many years, India also got governed by foreign rules, and we had forgotten some of our own basic tenets. And so in a way, we have to awaken Indians to India and also therefore have India connect to the world on this wonderful universal message. There's a lot of commonality between Japanese culture and Indian culture, and many of the Japanese tenets are very aligned to what India also believes in. And so I'm particularly happy that we are co-hosting this conference with our colleagues from Shidanken University. You know, if you look at what's happening globally all over the world today, and if you look at what are the significant mega trends that are really shaping our world today, then I think one of the most important things that we need to understand are that all over the world, even though we are trying to have higher economic growth, there is this whole focus on reducing energy consumption. As Gandhi reminded us, there is enough in this world for everybody's need, but not enough for everybody's greed. So just like the recent negotiations at the global level that have been taking place, and we seem to find it difficult to agree on the goals and targets, because on one hand, emerging economies like India want to consume more energy to raise our living standards. On the other hand, the Western world, which has already consumed a large amount of energy and continues to use a large amount of energy, wants also the fast emerging markets like India to be more conscious of this. But how do we reach that balance where we produce more than what we consume and we give more than what we take? This is a very important part of the conversation. Number two, there are lots of changes taking place in the way energy is being produced. For instance, it is quite clear that even at the time of making a new building, for example, we have built a new campus, a lot of attention has to be given to the entire harmony of that building and its habitat with the natural habitat. And so we have to really be conscious of the way we produce energy, the kind of energy that we use, not only solar energy and wind energy and other renewable energy that has to be thought about, but also we have to make this renewable energy much more affordable. Just last week, we were helping an organization called Apravaha, which is a Hong Kong-based global company in energy, and we were helping them to develop their vision and purpose for the future. And it was very heartening to know that this organization, the entire focus is not just on renewables, but on affordable renewables. Because I remember when we were setting up our campus and we wanted to set up a solar plant, just the capital expenditure necessary for that was we were finding it very difficult to invest in that. So how do we make sure not only energy is produced, but it is also affordable? Number three, something which in India we have been practicing a lot, and other parts of the world have started also now doing that. how do we increase the focus on plant-based foods so that those have tremendous environmental benefits, because the kind of consumption of natural resources that are taken by meat and therefore growing meat is extraordinarily higher than those which are there for growing plants. So plant-based fruit is not just because it's nice to be a vegan or nice to be a vegetarian, but just from a very practical point of view, if we keep on consuming more and more meat, the fact is that we will be consuming a large amount of Earth's resources. So we need to pay attention to that, both as organizations who are in this industry, as well as individuals who have personal practices. The other thing that, we have clients who are in the field of fast fashion. For example, without naming those companies, some of our large conglomerates in this country also are into fashion. It's very important for us to understand that some of the clothing companies, and especially the ones in which the consumption of the West is being aped now by many of us in this part of the world, that we buy clothes and we discard them, and these clothes are not recyclable at all. Most of them are going into landfills, and thereby there is a tremendous challenge about this entire industry. It is the biggest polluter in the planet. And therefore, this fashion, just this morning, one of our campus had a Friday fashion theme in the morning circle. And I think it's quite astonishing for us to learn the figures that the most polluting industry in the world is this fashion industry. And we need to really make sure that we are sensitive to this. At the same time, a few years back, I was with Mr. Ratan Tata at the conference of all the CEOs of the Tata companies. And this was as much as 12 years back that I'm talking about, 2008-9. And Mr. Tata urged every Tata company in that conference to say that we should, in our strategic plan for the next 5 years, we should be having a strategy for how will we respond to goals for our need for climate change. How can every Tata company, he said, wanted in the strategic plan, how can it contribute to ensuring that the harmful effect of climate change is not there? That means in the way we respond to all that I just said, how is each business looking at a strategy which contributes to the well-being of all? How is it contributing to making sure that we can make bold climate commitments in businesses? Because when nations have to make commitments that, so much, this is what we will do in terms of energy consumption, this is what we will do to not damage the planet, and so on and so forth. When we make all the commitments, those commitments by governments cannot be honored if the enterprises working in the company, both in the public and private sector, do not have strategies which are well thought through, which can make sure the commitments are actually lived. Similarly, even as carbon negative is gaining popularity, for example, ITC, which was earlier called the Imperial Tobacco Company, Indian Tobacco Company, was a cigarette making company in India, but it diversified its portfolio into fast moving consumer products, hotels and other companies. ITC from India became the first company in the world, which was water neutral and carbon neutral. This is something extraordinarily important because they engaged in sustainable forestry, out of which came paper products and things like that. That means the entire emphasis on sustainability was converted by this cigarette making company, which had a stigma of causing damage to health, to transform itself into becoming a role model in terms of sustainability, which is quite astonishing. Similarly, we now see that big technology companies, whether it's our own companies like Infosys and Wipro and HCL and the other global companies like Accenture, each one of these companies, Microsoft, IBM, each one of the companies is now taking goals on sustainability. For example, when they use data centers, for example, what kind of energy is consumed by data centers, how efficient, because with our always on lifestyle, with all of us being hooked onto our devices, it means these are energy guzzlers of an extremely high kind. And so the amount of data we are producing and the amount of data we are consuming is so high, and that entire aspect of what are we doing in terms of sustainability? So unless our tech companies are inspired to take sustainability goals, which are really role model goals, I don't think we'll be able to honor this mission of serving the well-being of all. Similarly, as countries are making things like microgrids and things like that, I think they are honoring a lot more of how to make this more of green aspects, even the microgrids, how they are becoming more green. I'm very happy to share that Shizenken University, SOIL, ICE Business School in Europe, FGV in Brazil, last year started a new movement globally called the Future of Capitalism, in which we got business school graduates from all over the world to sit together and learn from very new context of understanding how we can redefine the future of capitalism so that it makes the world better, so that business becomes a vehicle for doing good. And this year, Copenhagen Business School, IMD Switzerland, Lagos Business School, and several others have joined that initiative, which means it is the young people in the country, like the ones who are in this conference, for example, we have to look at new models, new business models, new technology, and everything which can make sure that we are putting our attention so that the capitalism is honoring. It is often said that the next world war is not going to be fought over anything else but, for example, water, because water is going to become a huge problem. It's a very, very scarce resource. So the way we look at capitalism, the way we look at business models, the way we look at running organizations, which, for example, contribute to the well-being of all, we can say it's also the biggest challenge, but I would also say it's the biggest opportunity for all of us. A lot of innovation is necessary. A lot of new conversations are necessary. Before I end, I just want to make this into a more personal conversation. Many years back, I got familiar with the whole work on this author and scientist who did this work and wrote this book called The Global Brain. You see, it's very, very interesting. If you can even now Google Global Brain and you can see the work which started many years back. This person did research on which parts of the world are of what kind and how do they live now and what impact that has on the whole. So when they took pictures of Mother Earth from outer space, some of the cities resembled cancerous cells. Even a pathologist could not make out the difference between a cancer cell and the picture of these cities. It's very, very interesting. When they inquired as to what was unique about these cities, they found these are the cities with the highest crime rates, the biggest drug problems. And in other words, these were places in which people were not connected with each other, where people were not bothered about disparity in incomes, where we were not focusing on sustainability of livelihoods, when the rich were becoming richer and the poor were being left behind. And in these places, the crime rate was increasing. And so, just like in the body, if one cell becomes selfish, it becomes cancerous. Similarly, in our society, if we do not pay attention to the needs of each other, for example, in the coronavirus, if all that we want to do is to conserve our own vaccine to populate for our own population, and if the affluent nations do not, for example, make sure that the last person in Africa and the poorest nation in the world has got the vaccine, we are going to pay a very heavy price as a world because we are all interconnected. We cannot just close our borders and pretend that the virus will not hit us. This dimension, therefore, of being interconnected, of serving the well-being of all, and what we talked about, the world as one family. I think that is what that aspect of serving each other, honoring each other, living in harmony with each other is going to be the most important dimension if we have to serve the larger vision of making sure that Mother Earth blesses us and does not get upset and angry with us like the way she does anytime we do not respect Mother Earth and anytime we become more selfish in our pursuit. So I would say, therefore, lastly, the way we lead our personal lives, the way we consume personally, the way we treat different things that we buy, the way we treat commerce, the way we treat business, the way we honor those who are more sustainable. I think these are things at a personal level that all of us will have to do, whether it's taking a bucket bath rather than a shower bath, or it is making sure the tap is not on when we are shaving for the men and for the women who are, getting ready for the office. These personal things can make a huge difference to the way we imagine the future. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share this with you. And I'm so very happy that Shizenken is joining us for this co-design and collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for starting this event with such positivity and telling us the importance of oneness, sustainability, and how we can bring change to save the energy around us. Next on stage, we have Mr. Tetsuya Shukawa, who's the Vice President of the Shizenkan University and has been a former Executive Director at Xerox Corporation, Japan. Heartiest welcome to you, sir. Stage is all yours.
Thank you, Shika. And thank you very much, Ania, for kindly, taking us to your own place and cordially, and the really insightful words that you could give us. That is very stimulative. And dear students of Soil, I thank you very much first for organizing this conference, and secondly for being gracious enough to have some of our students accommodated in it as well. As I understand that there is some representation of our faculty members as well will be joining in later on. So I thank you for this opportunity, and we are so grateful. Because of COVID-19 situation, last year and this year, this conference was held online. Once COVID-19 situation is cleared up, we would like to resume Indian trip in Rio, and I'll definitely join visiting India and meeting you all at Soil. We are really fortunate enough to have two outstanding leaders, Anil and Tomonoda, each founder of Soil and Shizenkan. They have been, comrades and friends for a long time. I think Anil has been doing a wonderful job to grow and nurture the next generations of young leaders since 2008, when Soil was established. Soil and Shizenkan are like sisters, with Soil as a forerunner. Soil is always our role model for higher education in this area. So I really appreciate this partnership we have been jointly developing and enhancing. For those who don't know much about Shizenkan, I'd like to introduce our school just a little bit, taking this opportunity. Our school, Shizenkan, was established as a business school in August 2018. So 10 years after Soil was established. As I said, Tomonoda, Anil's close friend, is a founder. I said business school. However, maybe we are beyond that, as Shizenkan is quite a bit unique school. We offer MBA with particular emphasis on design and leadership for societal innovation. We are kind of a boutique type of a small school with only 80 students per year, and average age is 35, a bit older than usual business school students, and 2-year part-time program. And about 320 students are from the first batch to fourth batch. So that is combining both current students and graduated students. These student body represents actually 45 countries and areas, with 36% of students are non-Japanese. 80% of students have business background, 20% are non-business background, like government officials, diplomats, NPO or NGO leaders, and social entrepreneurs. We are aiming at business school in 22nd century, not 21st century. And our mission is to develop a next generation whole person management leader, which is Shizenkan's unique terminology, meaning leader who has holistic personality. As all of us aware, and just now Anu mentioned, that we are really facing a critical turning point right now. Dysfunction of capitalism, distortion of democracy, and world climate changes, etc., etc. So we are all facing these planet-level universal sustainability issues. And on top of that, world pandemic like COVID-19 challenges are there. Therefore, it gets more and more extremely difficult to envision the future. But that is always leader's role. So Shizenkan's mission is to develop and nurture young, talented students to be whole person management leader who can encourage and lead the self to foresee the unforeseen and to guide uncharted water or willingly travel the untraveled world. And that's why we have been trying to revolutionize conventional MBA program, making more emphasis on why rather than how, and on envision rather than analysis, giving more opportunity for students to delve into how to confront with others and reflect self, and extendedly with people, society, and the world. The kind of asking the same question as Paul Gauguin's famous picture, where are we from? Who are we? And where are we heading for? As far as I know, probably Shizenkan is the only one business school in the world where Western philosophy is a part of mandated courses for the first year students. The course is Modern Philosophy, Capitalism, and the Future of Human Existence, to be exact. I myself graduated from Harvard Business School, class of 1996. There was no such courses like this, even in Harvard Business School. But having said that, recently, Professor Rebecca Henderson of Harvard Business School launched a course called Imagining Capitalism, which may be close concept to our course. As Daniel already mentioned, in February this year, in conjunction with SOIL and ESA and the Spanish Business School, launched a course called The Future of Capitalism, which has been a great success to this date. With Brazil's FGV, 4 schools together participated into this course. This year, it will probably evolve to somewhere like 10 schools worldwide and 100 students participants. Well, this is kind of a great paradigm shift, attempting to turn the current COVID situation into an opportunity, as Anil mentioned, and leveraging on remote or virtual learning technologies together for both students and protagonists with a diverse set of backgrounds. Both SOIL and Shizenkan have been working closely to jointly develop courses and events. The activities are expanding year by year. That is great. And even my second year elective course called Global Management, 5 SOIL students actually participated for this year and last year as well. So 2 years consecutively now. Getting over 3 hours and a half time difference, the students participated very well and contributed to discussion in the class, which was really, really appreciated by Shizenkan students as well. Well, just 2 weeks ago, we had a forum at the Shizenkan campus in conjunction with Denmark Embassy in Japan. The title of the forum was the GX, actually. GX meaning a green transformation as a Danish model. We welcomed the foreign minister of Denmark to our campus, And as you know, Denmark is one of the forerunners of sustainability initiative. And actually, 4 businesses, Novo Nordisk, Novozymes, Ørsted, and Maersk Line, these companies share their new advanced and innovative GX activities currently deployed. As Anil emphasized, sustainability is a business. Yes, it is. In the end, I would like to introduce one historical conventional wisdom in Japan. There's a word called the sampoyoshi. Sampoyoshi. It's a particular word developed by almost 250 years ago by Omi merchant. Omi is currently called the Shiga prefecture in Japan. But even at 200 years back, this simply described mindset that good business should have, sampoyoshi. If I translate it into English, that is three-way satisfaction, three-way satisfaction. What that means is that business should satisfy 3 stakeholders: satisfy seller, satisfy buyer, and satisfy society. This spirit leads to sustainability concept at present. It is amazing that even 250 years ago, Japanese merchants had such insights and the clear purpose of business. Sampoyoshi definitely has common essence of sustainability. Simple word, but very insightful and impactful as well. With that, once again, I thank you so much for your invitation, and I do hope you have a great and fruitful discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and informing us more about how Shrijankan University is not just an ordinary B school, believes in holistic development of the students, and also emphasizing about sustainability. Now, we shall be starting with the first keynote address, that is Dialogue for Sustainable Future by Mr. Tarun Kapoor. Mr. Kapoor is the retired secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. He is a member of the Indian Administrative Service with over 33 years of experience at the state and national levels. Before taking over as a secretary, Mr. Kapoor was posted as Vice Chairman, DDA. He has worked as Additional Chief Secretary in Government of Himachal Pradesh, looking after various departments from time to time like Power, Environment and Forests, Food and Supply, Excise, PWD. He has also worked as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, looking after National Solar Mission for 5 years. We welcome you, sir.
It's very fascinating that from this class of 85 FMS in Delhi University, we have Tarun speaking to us today. Salman works with us, Shyam Viswanathan associated with us, Vijay Viswanathan, and also Sanjeev Nikor. So there is something fascinating about this class and the relationship with soil. So thank you, Tarun, for doing this for us, and welcome to the family.
So thank you, Salman, for inviting me, and thank you to all of you, and good morning. And also the topic is so relevant for today and very relevant for me because I've been working in this area of renewable energies for quite a long time. So while sustainable transition would have several implications and could be there for so many other areas also, but I know energy, so I'll just talk about energy. So let me start by talking about the various areas where energy is deployed, and then look at how we can change and transition, and look at the various alternatives available for the world and for the country. So energy primarily we use in transport, then we use in cooking, we use in agriculture, we use in industry and building. So these would be the broad main categories where energy is used. Transport, if you look at the primary energy consumption, then transport is between around 25%. Cooking would be less, maybe around 15%. Agriculture in India is quite substantial. Out of the total power through the grid, or whatever power is deployed, 22% goes to agriculture. And industry, at least in India, is the largest consumer. And then we have buildings. In buildings, we include heating, lighting, and cooling. So the consumption in buildings is increasing as the country progresses, as the economic prosperity comes in. The amount of energy which is needed in buildings, that keeps going up. So now, where is our energy coming from? So as of now, as far as India is concerned, coal is the largest contributor. If you look at the energy flowing through the grid, that's the electricity part, then more than 70% is still coming from coal. And if we look at the primary energy needs of the country, then still about 50% is coming from coal. And this is followed by crude, various products from crude, petrol, diesel mainly. So about 30% coming from that. Natural gas, as of now for India, it's just 7%. And for the world, natural gas is 24%. So natural gas is a large contributor in primary energy as far as the world is concerned, but we are way behind. Our dependence on coal remains and probably might continue to remain for quite some time. And then renewables, as far as the current situation goes, renewables contribute only 4% to the primary energy needs of the country. World is also not very far ahead. If we look at the total energy coming from renewables world over, then again it's less than 6%. But for the world, natural gas is a larger contributor compared to us. Now, if we are talking of sustainable transition, then what are the paths available for the world and what are the paths available for us? So renewables is the answer. There is no doubt about it, world over. And in renewables, I would place solar at number one, and then wind, and then hydro. Then we have other sources also like tidal, geothermal, etc. But then the contribution currently is almost negligible, and it would continue to be negligible. Solar and wind and hydro, these three would grow. Currently, hydro is big in certain parts of the world, say Canada or some parts of the world. For India, also it is quite substantial. But then the big potential lies in solar and wind. Very recently, we crossed 1 lakh megawatts of installed capacity in renewables. But installed capacity in renewables doesn't automatically translate into energy, because the PLF for renewables is quite low. PLF for solar is just about 20%. Wind is a little higher. And which means that if you have a coal-fired thermal plant, then whatever energy it will give you, solar will give you just 1/5 of that. So you need to put in 5 times the capacity. Installed capacity has to be higher. So when we look at renewables, then we are looking at quite a huge investment coming in upfront. After that, the operating cost is negligible. So we need to invest in transmission, because solar would happen only in certain parts of the country. Though you can do rooftops all over the country, but then the generation is not so great. For India, just Rajasthan, it is said that 50 kilometers by 50 kilometers stretch in Rajasthan can power the entire country. So that's the kind of potential we have. And say Rajasthan, Gujarat, some of these states where the number of rainy days or cloudy days is less, plus the solar insolation is high. And now you combine that with wind. So we have huge potential of wind along the coast. We also have very good potential of wind in the western part of the country. And we also have potential for offshore. Offshore wind is still a little more expensive, so we don't have any offshore wind as far as India is concerned. World over, offshore wind is doing well. Several countries, for example, England, huge capacities of offshore wind on Scotland and that area has come up. And so going forward now, if we look at the total energy, what this country would need, the energy flowing through the grid can very fast move into renewables. The only challenge is balancing the grid. If you have too much coming from renewables and the solar and wind are intermittent, you get more solar during the day, you get some wind at night, probably a little more wind at night, but then wind is seasonal, you get more wind during the rainy season. And if you put all this in the grid, but if you do it across the country, like if you put in renewables from the east and west and south and all over, then within the grid, some amount of balancing takes place. We have a national grid now, so solar would start generating in the east, and then there is a gap of say half an hour, and then you come to the middle of the country, and then probably going into the west. Similarly, wind would come up at different times, and so some amount of mixing automatically balances the grid. But it is not enough to balance the grid completely. So what do we need? We need storage. So that's what the whole world is waiting for, the price of storage to come down. So how do we get storage? It's either through batteries. So we have lithium-ion batteries, price has fallen down drastically. We have flow batteries, which can store larger capacities, and then we have pump storage. So pump storage is also very promising. Technology has advanced to such an extent that the efficiencies of turbines and generators has gone up. Otherwise, there used to be huge loss in pump storage. And then the other source which we are really looking forward to is hydrogen. Now, hydrogen is going to come in a very big way. Hydrogen is considered as the fuel of the future. Very recently, the Honorable Prime Minister on Independence Day launched the hydrogen mission for the country. In hydrogen, while the energy density is the highest, hydrogen energy density is twice the energy density of natural gas. So you can imagine 1 kg of hydrogen would carry twice the energy in natural gas. But the only problem with hydrogen is that the price is quite high. Even today, if we are talking of green hydrogen, we can generate green hydrogen at between $4 to $5 per kg. US has given a call. They've said that in 1 decade, they'll bring it down to $1 per kg. If that happens, then hydrogen really becomes the fuel of the future. The second problem with hydrogen is transportation. Because hydrogen is very light, so if you transport hydrogen through pipelines, then there is a problem of leakage. That technology, some research is going on to bring hydrogen to a level where you can transport through pipes. Transporting through cylinders is again a bit of a problem. You have to compress it to an extent, and then again storage and all. So if the price of hydrogen comes down, and if the storage, some innovation happens, then hydrogen will certainly become the fuel of the future. And green hydrogen, of course. And for green hydrogen, there are several pathways. You can produce green hydrogen through a bio pathway from all types of waste material, agricultural waste, etc., or you can produce using renewable energy through electrolysis. So renewables and hydrogen, now this would make a very great combination for the world, but we also must look at biofuels. Now, India has a huge potential of biofuels. In biofuels, here I'd like to mention ethanol and then compressed biogas, these two. Otherwise, we have biodiesel also, we have bio ATF also. These two are still a little bit expensive. Ethanol has reached a level where it's become quite affordable. And in India, we have again, there was a government announcement that we would blend 20% ethanol into petrol by 2030. Then this has been advanced to 2025 now. and currently we are at around 8%. So whatever petrol you're buying in from any petrol pump today would have about 10% ethanol in most of the places. In Northeast and all, that blending has not reached that level, but in most of India, it is 10% ethanol. And going forward, we will reach 20%. Brazil, they've already reached 47%. So they have flexi-fuel vehicles. We have to introduce flexi-fuel vehicles in India. If that happens, then ethanol would probably, we would also reach, say, 40 to 50% ethanol. And so petrol-driven vehicles with ethanol blending, that is the future. If you take the emissions from well right up to the usage, which means that where we draw oil and then we use it, or if you take it right from the manufacture of ethanol and compare it with manufacturing or generating of electricity right to the point when it is used, then ethanol has lower emissions. Ethanol run vehicles, motor vehicles, have lower emissions, even lower than EV. It's lower than EV because currently the power generated is not all renewables. So that's why. And even going forward, if we are looking at renewables coming into the grid in a big way, we would still have some emissions. So ethanol blended petrol would still be a big bet. It'll be really good for the environment. And then compressed biogas. So we have huge agriculture residue and urban waste. Now all this can be converted into biogas, and biogas, by the way, is also methane, and natural gas is also methane. So it blends perfectly in methane. So in future, we would have natural gas coming into the country in a big way. The target is to take it to 15% by 2030. And this natural gas will gradually be blended with biogas. And then hydrogen also can be blended into this. We've already done some experiments here in India where HCNG, hydrogen blended CNG, has been quite successful. Again, the emissions for NOx and SOx go down drastically. That's the most dangerous, sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides. And if we can do that, then gradually we will have more and more of hydrogen coming into natural gas, more and more of biogas coming into natural gas. In India, we are putting up this huge network of trunk pipelines and distribution systems so that natural gas reaches every household. In the next 2 to 3 years, you will find that the entire country would be connected with the trunk pipelines. Distribution network may take some time, maybe in the next 10 years, the entire country would get covered. And then gradually putting in more and more of the hydrogen and compressed biogas. So that would become the transition fuel for the country. Natural gas in any case is considered transition fuel because it's cleaner than the other fossil fuels. So going forward, we would see more of natural gas, and gradually the blends in natural gas would keep going up, and then we would reach a stage where it would be more and more of hydrogen. And then energy efficiency, that's another area one needs to look at to bring down the total energy usage by better appliances which are more energy efficient, and then better use of energy in everywhere, industry, household, all that. So that also saves us a lot of fossil fuel. And sum total would be solar, wind coming into the grid in a big way, grid usage going up. So which would mean that for cooking, etc., we would use more and more of electricity. And also in transition, using more and more of natural gas. That appears to be the future for India and also for the world. And hydrogen, as it comes in, as the price goes down, as the various issues related to transportation, as they are solved, then hydrogen would probably take over, combined with renewables, because hydrogen would have to be made, green hydrogen would have to be made largely using solar. So that's the transition, and that's the way the India's energy sector looks like. And we all have to work for it, because in the beginning, if we get into renewables in a big way, probably we have to pay a higher price. But then the price would come down. For solar, price has already come down. It's cheaper than coal-based thermal, but transmission and all this. If you want to do it throughout the day, all that put together, still some cost does get added, but all this would gradually come down. So we look forward to a sustainable future for the world, a sustainable future for the country, a cleaner environment, and a better and healthier life for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us about how the energy is being used, how sustainable transition is happening, and how the renewables are the answer about solar, wind, and hydro. Talking about the green hydrogen, natural gas, the ethanol-blended petrol vehicles will be the part of the future. It was really enlightening us. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time. Now I hand over to Tarun.
Oh. A very good morning to everyone, to all the visitors, faculty members, and my fellow batchmates. I hope you are all having a good time. I, Tarun Agarwal, and my friend Yogita Gore, students of batch 2021-22, will be your host for next few hours. So, moving on to our keynote address 2, we have our next panelist. This country has given birth to a lot of leaders who believe that the biggest purpose of all the purpose is serving others. And as Mahatma Gandhi said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Today, we have one such leader with us who served others with selfless spirit. He worked in a Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India, Tokyo, Japan, is an Indian Foreign Service officer. He joined the Indian Foreign Service in 2003 and has nearly 18 years of experience as a diplomat. He has worked in various capacities in the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. He has represented India in the Indian diplomatic mission in France, Myanmar, and the permanent mission of India to the United Nations in New York. At the Ministry of External Affairs headquarters in New Delhi, he has worked on bilateral relations with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and multilateral relations work on disarmament and international security affairs. Please welcome Mr. Mayank Joshi. Sir, it's an immense pleasure to welcome you and invite you to give us some insight on the sustainable future.
Okay, thank you, Tarun. A very good afternoon in India and konnichiwa from Japan. Shri Anil Sachdev, founder and chairman of SOIL. Shri Tarun Kapoorji, sir, former secretary of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Mr. Tetsuya, vice president of Shizenkan University. Shri Suman Sinha, chairman and MD of Renew Power. Ms. Nitika Batra, dean of SOIL. Distinguished panelists, students, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an immense pleasure to get this opportunity to speak at the 13th Leadership Conference on the topic of sustainable transition in turbulent times and allowing me to share my views. Well, Tarun mentioned about being a leader. I am still a manager, I would say, aspiring to be a leader. So I would share my views as a manager, as an administrator, and as a diplomat who has garnered information and knowledge and best practices from various corners in the world, and from my excellent work opportunities which I get. I observe that SOIL and Shizenkan University have a very strong partnership. I commend them for their successful exchanges of students and best practices. I had interacted with Ms. Nitika Batra yesterday. It was very pleasing to know about this partnership, which has evolved into a construct which is enriching the learning of both sides, students and countries in the area of management, leadership, and education. In my speech, I've got 20 minutes. I would try to touch on the observations right now of the situation in the world because of COVID and other geostrategic issues. Then I would like to go into what Sustainable Development Goals. Briefly, I'll touch them, what they exactly stand for, how they are shaping our world, what commitments are there in that regard. From Japan, as I'm working in Japan and working here, I have seen closely how Japan is implementing its sustainability imperatives. So I would like to share something about Japan and then also about India and Japan partnership to build to help India achieve its sustainable development goals. Uh, in context of how it is affecting the corporate world and how it is going to also shape the future for you, and you as leaders, students as leaders of future, as managers of future, entrepreneurs of future, uh, need to be aware of. So I hope that my intervention will be of some use to you. As you all know, that COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the socio-economic and even political fabric of the society globally. We have lost millions of lives, not only for governments, but also for businesses. There has been uncertainty. We can see that there is a lot of talk about vulnerability in the global supply chains. Businesses have been affected. Many have also closed down, shut down, and there is a lot of uncertainty. Multinationals are trying to adopt to strategies, diversifying their businesses and economy. This is despite all the human advancement and technology and preparations which we have achieved over the last 2 centuries through the waves of industrialization, technology revolution. Uh, Despite all the advancements, we were still facing a lot of issues when Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015. There was a wide income gap between individual countries, within the countries. There were human rights issues. There have been health related issues, poverty, food insecurity, conflicts all around the world. And COVID-19 just disrupted all the commitments that had been made, and people and countries and people and stakeholders were progressing towards implementing of those goals in 2020. Now, as of now, reports of United Nations indicate millions of people, nearly more than 100 million people, have fallen back into extreme poverty, stagnation in least developing countries, and a lot of vulnerability among the populations and the gender. What has happened actually is that COVID-19 has also brought in a new perspective. We can see that it triggered a more government approach. That is, the government needed to intervene strongly to halt the socio-economic slide and also tighten the markets and become a little inward looking. They provided a lot of economic stimulus despite the danger in ratcheting up their debt ratios and fiscal deficits. Governments had to take strong decisions in this regard. Not only that, the corporate world had been facing numerous challenges, such as economic recession, stricter regulation on carbon emissions, protectionism by few countries, and growing trade disputes, emerging regional trade blocs like the recent RCEP, the Trans-Pacific Partnerships, and also the issues of human rights in business. COVID-19 crisis has also put at risk healthy companies until the market stabilizes. The disruption caused by the pandemic has rendered ordinary mechanisms to deal with corporate structures not basically ineffective. There are also, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, there were many geostrategic issues such as trade wars, inequality, food security, climate change, energy crisis. Just now, Tarun Kapoor sir was talking about how energy is going to shape future renewable energy, and new technologies are going to shape the future energy revolution in the world. Natural disasters were increasing, epidemics, infectious diseases, terrorism, transnational crimes, armed conflicts in various regions of the world. All these have not only effect on politics, but on economies and the normal daily lives of the people. Then let us talk about a little bit about the new and emerging technologies. Now, we all know that technology can both be a boon as well as a bane. The rapid advancement in technologies has moved far ahead of the current normative and regulatory framework. There is a threat of misuse of these new and emerging technologies. That is the use of artificial intelligence, blockchains, robotics, biogenetics, 3D printing. There can be a danger of weaponization by using these technologies. You can see that there is a strong fight over semiconductor markets right now, ongoing. And also with regard to control on future energy technologies, such as electric batteries and the rare earth minerals like lithium. And also we are talking about who is going to win the race of hydrogen and ammonia. That has created friction among powerful nations today. Amongst all the ongoing trepidation, the unexpected onset of COVID-19 pandemic has made the world suddenly appear to be less safer and directionless. The pandemic itself has also presented numerous opportunities. We can see that use of digital technologies has precipitated. We are talking about a new digital age. We are also talking about sustainable green growth and development. We cannot deal these challenges in isolation, but we also have seen that how important is the collective action required. We all know that our planet has already benefited tremendously from fruits of globalization, industrial and technological advancement. But on the flip side, it disrupted the delicate ecosystem which we lived in. And that's why the world over the last 2 decades has been talking about development goals. First, there were Millennium Development Goals. Then we have the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, these Sustainable Development Goals, which we adopted in 2015, are though independent, but also very strikingly interrelated to each other. We cannot say that we will first achieve one goal and then go to another goal. No, we have to work collectively with people with on the basis of partnership to achieve all these goals together. The idea is to have a sustainable, peaceful, stable, and prosperous life for every person and for a sustainable planet. While the governments are expected to enact policies and regulations to facilitate the achievement of these sustainable development goals, it is the corporate sector that has to act on the ground by creating wealth, by creating prosperity, by creating employment, by bringing in innovation, research and development, and also within the ambit of maintaining commitments to the climate change commitments, climate change goals, that is sustainability, green growth, etc. An important and key understanding in the Sustainable Development Goal is the concept of, for each country, concept of common but differentiated responsibilities. Emphasizing that while the goals are common, but each country has responsibility according to its capacity. This has called for the developed world to make, like G7 countries, to make more financial commitments and support for the developing world. In all countries together have to create a sustainable world. And in the wake of this COVID-19 pandemic disruption, now we are talking about a Build Back Better initiative, BB3, for a sustainable world. India on its part has been at the forefront to fight both against the pandemic as well as for the achievement of these sustainable goals. In the last 5 years, we have made a lot of progress. Though the pandemic has created hindrances in our progress, we still, 2020 was a bad year where we saw that the world hit a recession, but now we are looking at economic growth of nearly 8.4% for 2021-2022. This recovery of India has been founded upon several government policies. Key of them was Honorable Prime Minister's initiative called as Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India. The vision of India has been to become a 5 trillion economy by 2025. We all know about Digital India, Skill India, Smart India campaigns. Now all of these initiatives have been coalesced together to achieve a self-reliant India with the objective of making global and going global. We are not going to avoid globalization, but going to integrate our local produce into the global chains in a better manner. How are we going to do this? Government has already initiated a $1.4 trillion national infrastructure pipeline project. We are already leading nations in digitization of public services, achieving financial inclusion for our remotest citizens. For climate change and our sustainable goals, we have, as you all know, Honorable Prime Minister announced the ambitious target of achieving carbon neutrality by 2070. There is a lot of focus on new and renewable energy in India, solar energy, green hydrogen, ammonia fuel, electrical batteries, electrical vehicles. In all this, we feel from the government's point of view that corporate world is the foremost important partner for implementing and realizing these commitments. The motto of the government, as you all know, is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. At the national and subnational levels, our government is also adopting sustainable development goals as the guiding framework to steer development into action. So said this, we all know that India cannot achieve all this alone. We need important and like-minded key partners, and Japan is one such country. So I will now speak a little bit about Japan. India and Japan have very strong relations. We call these relations to be spatial, strategic, and a global partnership. Japan, as you know, is a G7 country and one of the strongest economies in the world. It is a very unique objective. It has called for itself to become a society 5. Earlier than this, we talk about agriculture, industrial technology. So Japan is looking at becoming a society 5. What is society 5? It is a human-centered society that will balance economic advancement with the resolution of social problems. So social issues are major in Japan. With the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. Well, this is a very interesting development and very interesting objective by the government, by the previous government. Now, the new government is taking this to a higher level, next level. The Japanese society, as we all know, believes in strongly in sustainability in every aspect of their life. They are very, we all know, commitment to work. They are very hygienic. They are very rule bound. They are very strict in implementation of their goals. So the new government is aiming that they will need to balance economic development with social issues. They will need to balance economic development with demand for energy, food security. They will also need to balance their economic development with international competition. And this all they will achieve through utilization of new technologies, very clearly being putting it as Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, and big datanomics. They are following approaches which they are termed as sustainable capitalism. They're talking about green growth transition, energy transition, digital transformation. They have a concept which they have initiated called as digital garden cities, which will be completely green in their objective. They're talking about putting carbon tax, putting global warming tax, and all kind of things which are going to help them build sustainable industries, also keeping in mind the need for having a balanced environment. Another area where Japan has now suddenly being very active is economic security. This is given the regional geostrategic issues, considering some countries' intention and their hegemonistic character. They are looking at a concept of economic security, which is focusing on innovation, safeguarding strategic technologies like semiconductors, building resilient infrastructure for their industries, and strengthening supply chain. And the most interesting thing is that Japan is looking at India as a natural partner. We are the highest in their priority for partnership. Next year, in 2022, we will mark our 70th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations. In this run-up, we have already achieved a lot. We are in India and Japan, both we have established innovation partnerships. We have established science and technology partnerships. We have established digital partnerships. We are talking about 5G and beyond, 6G. We are talking about laying down submarine cables. We are talking about space cooperation, nuclear cooperation in nuclear energy, and several other things. We also recently have signed the industrial competitive partnership where Japan is going to share its best practices to develop the Indian industry, particularly the small scale sector, and also conduct studies for us, and also how we can integrate digital technology in our industries. So a lot of activities are happening between India and Japan. Japan has also become a key partner of our International Solar Alliance, the Indian Initiative, the Indian Initiative of Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the Indian Ocean, Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. All these initiatives have underlying dimension of sustainability, which is the topic of today. So considering all this, we are also all aware that top Japanese companies are an integral part of Indian business system. Toshiba, Hitachi, Sony, Suzuki, so many of them. NEC and Rakuten are active in telecommunication area, and they are also working in blockchains in India. Fujifilm is coming with artificial intelligence in diagnostics in India. The idea which we have come from the embassy side, which we are trying to promote with Japan, is the mantra of co-innovation, co-creation, and co-production for both domestic and global markets. And sustainability is an integral part of these initiatives. India, Japan, and Australia have also established a supply chain resilience initiative in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic situation. The aim is to deliver a free, fair, inclusive, non-discriminatory, and a predictable, stable trade and investment environment. This will be achieved through use of digital technologies again. Japan's obvious interest in India is its large market, its IT skills, its natural resources, and the opportunity for its industries to grow. We are also working on capacity building. Japan's concepts like Kaizen and Kanban, that is lean thinking, our shop floor workers in India are being trained in this. 30,000 workers of India are being trained in these techniques in India in nearly 17 manufacturing institutes, through 7 endowment courses, and also through 12 industrial townships. So it is in the end, I would like to say that it is important to recognize that though that businesses around the world are focusing efforts on incorporating SDGs into their management. Working to achieve SDGs as the end goal of business strengthens a corporation's foundation for sustainability and offers opportunity to win massive untapped markets offered by the current ecosystem. Without sustainability as one of the criteria of the product, an enterprise is sure to be left behind. And the partnerships have to build, and best practices need to be adopted across the world with sustainability as the underlying objective and criteria. Also, we need to keep cultural sensitivities in mind. It is important, though countries may have common goals, but they are living in different geographies and environment. The beauty lies in the diversity of the people and people-to-people relationship. There is no need to replicate each other's culture, but develop mutual appreciation and respect for them. This is the key to maintaining sustainability. From the missions, a message for you, for the young students. As the future managers and leaders, you are going to play a pivotal role in these efforts and need to choose a course for sustainability based on collective and a whole of society approach, which is built on partnership with all stakeholders. So let that be your vision as you travel on the path of sustainable development. I wish the conference all success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayank.
Thank you, Mayank, sir. It was very insightful discussion on how India and Japan is shaping its sustainable goals in post-COVID context by adapting Build Back initiative. Now, we would like to call on stage a leading first-generation entrepreneur, chairman and CEO of Renew Power, India's largest green energy company. Before getting into green business, he was part of fashion business. He was founder and CEO of Aditya Birla Retail Limited and also led Aditya Birla Group of Companies as Chief Financial Officer. He was also a managing director for ING Group in Capital Market Division. He is not only an IITian from IIT Delhi, but also holds management degree from IIM Kolkata and Columbia University. Please welcome Mr. Sumant Sinha. Sir, we are thrilled to welcome you and seek your precious insights in today's discussion.
Yeah, I think from my knowledge, Sumant is trying to log in just now. I'm not sure if he is. There he is. So Sumant has logged in. Good morning, Sumant.
Hi, good morning.
Welcome, Mr. Sinha. Welcome,
Hi.
Mr. Sinha.
You have just been introduced, and so over to you, Sumant. We all are so grateful that you have joined. We have listened to the former Secretary Petroleum of the Government of India. We've just listened to our colleague in the Indian Foreign Service and the Indian Embassy in Japan. And now it's over to you, Sumant.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Anil. I'm glad I dialed in exactly at the right time, and apologies for that. As I had mentioned to all of you, we're having an offsite right now where all of our leadership team is together. So that was just going on. There's a session going on, and I just excused myself and came out to do this. So, I'm going to talk about essentially the changes that are happening in the area of climate change, and also in the area of what we see happening in terms of the energy transition, because the two are actually fairly interlinked. Now, I was at COP26 in Glasgow recently, last month, and the interesting thing was that, of course, it's a forum where governments get together and they talk about how they can deal with climate change issues and so on. But the heartening thing to see this time at COP26 was that there were a number of corporates as well who were present there, a number of civil society people, etc. And I think it was much more than we'd seen in earlier conferences like this. And there's a lot more discussion among corporates on the sidelines, of course, of the conference, and among financial investors about how to deal with the whole area of climate change by themselves directly, rather than waiting for any action from the government and so on. And this was very heartening to see, because it just shows that the whole issue of climate change is something that is now getting much more deeply embedded in people's thought processes and mindsets. Now, of course, a lot of the people who were there were people who were converted to the cause already, and so therefore were very keen to, in fact, move towards the issue of addressing climate change. But nevertheless, I think the scale of the activity that we saw was, in fact, very positive. Of course, COP26 itself resulted in two other big things. Number one, of course, was that the Indian government made very significant commitments in terms of our own move towards dealing with climate change issues. And I think that itself is a very substantial change from the Indian government's earlier positions. Our earlier position used to be that, look, this is not a problem of our making, so don't look to us to find solutions. You, Western world, have created this problem, so you guys find the solutions. But now the Indian government is actually taking a different view, and they're saying two fundamental things which are different. Number one, there's a recognition that a country like India, even though we may not be responsible for the problem, we are in fact one of the most vulnerable countries. And so if we don't step forward and deal with this issue and get other people to deal with this issue, then we in fact will be impacted more, and our population, which is vulnerable, will be impacted much more. So then that's one big realization that has happened. The second big realization is, and this is actually fairly new, and it's actually very heartening to see this, is that dealing with coming up with new solutions for climate change, in fact, presents an opportunity for faster economic growth in a sector that is going to become a much, much larger sector globally. And so therefore has very strong economic opportunities as well for a country like India. And therefore, the effort on the part of the government to actually use this opportunity to move the Indian economy a little bit in the direction of green and creating large domestic market, which can then also be used to impact or export to the international market. So I think that's the second realization, and which is why India has taken now a very proactive approach towards dealing with climate change. And that's why the targets that have been announced, around 50% non-fossil fuel energy by 2030, and for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy, and net zero by 2070 are among the more important ones. Now, so that is, I think, as far as the Indian position is concerned. But coming back again, I think corporates have also realized, let me just, in fact, just take a step back. So of climate change, carbon emissions, 75% of the carbon emissions come from the energy sector, and 25% of the energy sector is electricity. That has been the case so far. But what is happening is that whole sectors of not just the Indian, but global economies are getting electrified through electric mobility, for example, through the evolution now of green hydrogen, which requires electricity to make. And therefore, the expectation is that over the next 30 years, electricity as a percentage of total energy will go from 25% to about 70 to 75%. So electricity is growing dramatically within the overall energy space. And therefore, obviously, the carbon emissions will shift from overall energy towards electricity. Now, the second thing is that within the electricity sector, there is this rapid greening that is beginning to happen. Because in the electricity sector, we now know that renewable energy solutions are now available that allow us to address the issue of cleaning up the electricity sector, which was earlier not possible. Because earlier we used to generate most of our electricity from coal, now or even diesel. Now, in fact, we're able to generate it from renewable energy, which is cheaper, which is cleaner, and which does not emit carbon. So within the electricity sector, renewable energy has become a solutioning that is now available. And this can now drive growth of the entire electricity sector. So within electricity itself, there is the revolution happening towards renewables. So in fact, there is this massive energy transition happening right now of two types. One, that electricity itself is getting greener, and two, that energy is transforming more and more towards electricity. So deepening electrification and decarbonizing electricity. These are two massive fundamental energy transitions that are underway right now. Now, when you look back at the history of humanity, you find that there have really only been two such previous energy transitions in our history. One was when we moved from burning wood to burning coal, and through that steam engines and all of that. And then in the early 20th century, when we discovered oil, and a lot of the mobility moved towards oil. Now, a lot of people won't know that in the beginning when cars were made, they were actually electric cars. And then oil showed up as a possible solution to provide energy to move cars. And that's when cars actually moved towards oil, which was actually a fundamental mistake now, as we now realize. But nevertheless, we are now moving back to a situation where mobility is likely to move towards electricity. So that was the second energy transition that happened, where oil became and natural gas became an add-on to the coal that is already there. Now, 100 years later, we are seeing now a third transition happening, where we are likely to move from both coal and oil and gas towards clean energy or clean electricity. And electricity itself will become a much bigger part of energy. So I think there are these massive, massive transitions that are underway. And as I said, this is like once in 100-year transition. Now, if I give you some of the numbers, they're actually staggering. Now, if you look at the fact that the oil and gas sector, which we all know has been, such a massive sector, some of the biggest companies in the world earlier used to be companies like Exxon and Chevron and Saudi Aramco and all of these kinds of companies. These are the biggest companies in the world by turnover, by value creation, etc. And they used to invest at the heyday of the oil and gas industry. They used to invest about $700 to $800 billion a year globally. And we all know that so many wars have been fought in the name of geopolitics and in the name of rivalry based around oil and so on, right? In the power sector, in the electricity sector, which is primarily driven by coal, we used to have investments of about $300 to $400 billion every year. So altogether, let's say in the entire energy sector, the world used to invest about $1 trillion a year. And it is one of the biggest sectors among all sectors globally. Now, the opportunity that we have just in renewable energy is to invest essentially about, today, we're investing about $400 to $500 billion in renewables. But that number, if electricity is going to become a much bigger part of energy, and within electricity, things move towards renewable energy, the amount of investments that we need in renewable energy have to be in the order of at least $2 to $3 trillion every year, just in renewable energy. And so what you see is that this sector eventually, over the next few years, has to become 2 or 3 times the size and scale of whatever we've seen in the energy sector, including oil, gas, coal, nuclear, hydro, etc., over the last many years. And that gives you a sense of the scale of how big this investment opportunity is, and this transformation that needs to happen is. Now, to give you some other numbers, today we have in India 400,000 megawatts of total power generating capacity, out of which 100,000 megawatts is renewables, which is wind and solar. 300,000 megawatts is coal, nuclear, hydro, etc. The government has set a target that by 2030, in a scant 9 years from now, that India should get to a total target of 500,000 megawatts of total non-fossil fuel based capacities, within which renewables has to be 450,000 megawatts. Which means that in renewables only, we have to add 350,000 megawatts more of capacity in the next 9 years, which is almost equal to the total capacity India has installed in our power sector from all sources of electricity generation ever since the dawn of India's independence and history. So can you imagine how significant that task is? It's a massive challenge for the country. But the reality is, if we don't hit that, and by the way, these are targets now that India has committed to under the COP26 national development, nationally intended targets. So we have to achieve these numbers. Now, the imperative for all of this really is coming from the fact that from a climate change standpoint, we just don't have enough time left. The reality is that today, if you look at the carbon budget, the various studies have shown that essentially, if we want to stay within the 2 degrees centigrade temperature change number, we can emit a total of 800 gigatons of carbon into the atmosphere. Today, we already have emitted 550 gigatons. So we have only 250 gigatons left. And we're going at about 15 gigatons of new emissions every year. So literally within 15 years, we would have exhausted the entire carbon budget. And Bhavati, the carbon emissions are going up every year. They're still not going down, they're still going up. Because countries like India, which are at the beginning of our economic development, and not just India, but other emerging market countries, which are at the beginning of our development cycle, we will keep emitting more and more carbon as we go forward. And so therefore, as the world dials down, the rest of the world tries to dial down on carbon, there are some countries which are going to be increasing their carbon footprint. And so net will carry on globally with the same numbers that we have right now. And within 15 years at most, we would have exceeded the 2 degrees centigrade number that is kind of a red line for us. And we're already seeing the effects of climate change happening right now. And so therefore, the reality is we don't have time. And in the next 10 years, if we don't bend the curve downwards globally, then we would have missed the bus, unfortunately. And so that is why there is this massive imperative. And there is a huge amount of work that has to be done in these years for us to be able to bend the trajectory downwards and make sure that we get to a point where we don't cross those red lines on carbon emissions. And for that, given the fact that energy is the primary emitter of carbon, that is the sector that has to be looked at massively. And within that, electricity and within that, renewable energy is a big part of the solution. And that is why this area has to be moved forward so rapidly. And that is why the Indian government recognition of that has set these targets. Now, let me talk about two other sectors, because otherwise I'll get accused of talking only about the sector that I represent, which is renewable energy. Now, let's take mobility. Mobility is another big emitter of carbon. Now, of the total energy that we use today, almost 25-30% comes from mobility. But within mobility, you don't just have surface mobility, you also have aviation, and you also have shipping, and those are also big consumers of energy. Now the question is, how do we find solutions to those areas? Now in surface mobility, passenger cars, electric vehicles, solutions of moving to electricity are becoming available now. So the technology is coming into alignment, costs are getting into alignment. It's now just a question of how rapidly we can roll out, right? But in the case of shipping and in the case of aviation, we don't yet have solutions. So technology needs to evolve very rapidly in these areas for us to be able to find solutions. And by the way, green hydrogen is potentially one of those solutions. But still more work needs to be done on the technology side to be able to bring the cost down and the density up of the energy storage within systems, such that ships and planes can actually carry high density materials. In addition to that, there's a third sector, which is the industrial sector. Now, in the industrial sector, you have 4 or 5 sectors: steel, refining, cement, and aluminum, that emit almost 75% of the carbon dioxide that comes from the industrial sector, which itself is almost a third of the total energy sector. Now, again, how do we make sure that these sectors get decarbonized? And again, there's a lot of work that needs to happen in that area as well. Now, green hydrogen is becoming a very, very viable solution to address these parts of the market as well. And keep in mind, as I said earlier, that green hydrogen is made by using renewable electricity to electrolyze water, from which H2O is split and the hydrogen comes out, which is then called green hydrogen, and you emit oxygen into the atmosphere rather than carbon dioxide. Now, the question is, how do you deliver that hydrogen to all these refineries? How do you deliver this hydrogen to all sorts of steel companies, cement companies, and so on? And that's where, again, solutions have to be developed, because do you move the hydrogen through pipelines, or do you make the hydrogen through installing electrolyzers at each of these plant locations and move the electricity to all of these locations? How do you store the hydrogen? Can you make hydrogen in big, massive plants in places where you have really good renewable energy capacity? Or do you make hydrogen at site? So those are the kinds of things that have to be discussed and debated and thought about. And companies are working on finding solutions right now. And there's a lot of technology development happening in the clean tech space globally. A lot of it needs to happen in India as well. Indians are very good appliers of technology. We are not so good at developing technology. And that's something that we need to do. Now, let's for a second also, and I know I'm covering a lot of ground here, but I know that time is limited and I want to get a lot of things out there. Now, if I made one point earlier where I said that the Indian government has realized that this is a massive opportunity for the Indian economy. And it's an opportunity for us in 2 ways. Number one, if we are able to move a lot of our energy consumption either into electricity, which we can make at home through renewable energy, or to green hydrogen to replace a lot of the oil and gas that we import, then we can actually decrease our dependence on fossil fuel imports, which today is about $160 billion every year. And that number is just going to go up. By 9-10 years later, that number could be $300 billion. It's a third of our total imports is of fossil fuel imports. It's one of the biggest weaknesses and Achilles heels of the Indian economy. Now, if we can move this whole thing to green hydrogen, for example, or electric vehicles, and decrease that imports, that can be a massive, massive advantage for India. And that is why the Prime Minister in the August 15th address essentially stated that, or put the target forward, saying that India should become a energy independent country by 2047, 100 years after our independence. Today, technologies are available to allow us to do that. And I'm really, really glad that the Prime Minister is thinking in those terms. And the government is now coming out of the National Hydrogen Mission. They are looking at really figuring out how to move all of this forward, how to develop the ecosystem. So that's one way in which this is a massive opportunity for India. The second is that today, all the equipment in the world for clean energy is made in China. China is an exporter of 90% of the world's equipment in this sector. India has a massive domestic market. If we can set up manufacturing capacities in India, then we can actually become an alternative supplier of equipment to the rest of the world and really give the world an opportunity to buy equipment from a country which is not called China, and actually develop a whole economy or a whole economic sector around that opportunity. And this can be, by the way, a massive part of the Indian economy going forward, because as I said earlier, this sector is going to require $2 to $3 trillion of investment globally. If we can capture even a small fraction of that, that can be a massive opportunity for the Indian economy. And that is why the government is now thinking of trying to make, through these PLI schemes, trying to essentially, make indigenous manufacturing in solar panels, in batteries, in hydrogen electrolyzers, and so on. So it's trying to move in that direction. That again is a very, very positive thing. So for all people who are looking at carving out and making careers in this sector, I think this is a good time to do that, because this is a time when the sector is going to start evolving. It is going to develop from this point on, and people who get into the sector now will have the opportunity of having expertise in an area which is going to grow very massively. And as there is massive growth, obviously there'll be massive career opportunities as well. So this is actually a very, very interesting area for a lot of people to be moving into. As far as the corporate sector is concerned, you can be sure that there will be very large Indian multinationals that will develop out of India, targeting first the Indian market like our company does, but then eventually also targeting the global market and becoming global scale. So our company, for example, is the largest company in terms of wind and solar assets on the ground in India. We have 7,000 megawatts of operating capacity, but we're also the 10th largest in the world today. And just given the growth of the Indian market, there is no reason for us not to aspire to be one of the top 5 or 6 companies in the world eventually. And so I think those kinds of opportunities are there for both individuals as well as for corporates, as well as for the government from an economic management standpoint. So I think, it is an area that requires a tremendous amount of new capital and a lot of effort, and a lot of companies have to come into the sector for it to really address the whole issue of climate change as rapidly as we need to. Thank you so much. Let me wrap up here. I don't know whether you have Q&A or not. If you do, that's fine. If you don't, then that's fine too. But thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
That was absolutely brilliant, Sumant. It was, right from a global perspective to right at the grassroots level, what we need to do. So fantastic for all the wealth of information, insights, and enthusiasm for this whole thing. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And may I also add my word of thanks to you, Mr. Sumant Sinha. I know you were very busy and still you took this time out for all of us, for our students. That really means a lot. I think hearing from you, from your latest trip with Modi ji to the COP26, that really excited all of us to understand directly from you as to how we stand here and which direction we are going. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumant sir.
Yeah.
It was very visionary talk on renewable energy and its significant need for sustainable future. How entire world is exploring many innovations for replacing traditional energy resources into clean energy resources. Thank you so much, sir.
Great. Thanks. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm sure you cup of tea or coffee, warm yourself and re-energize for the next panel discussion. So let's take a small halt here and meet after 15 minutes tea break.
After 10 minutes or 15 minutes?
It's 10, sir, actually. We just overshot the time. So,
no, so it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 6 seconds. Yeah, that's right.
you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are all feeling refreshed after a break and learning a lot from our industry experts. Now, it's time for a panel discussion on embracing sustainability and the corporate environment. And for that, we have renowned experts from the sustainability industry. So without much ado, let's call them up.
I also want to welcome Mr. Venkat, Mrs. Diksha Vats, Hitesh, and Namrita. Pleasure having all of you here. Thank you so much for joining us. We really look forward to all the wonderful discussions from you. Thank you.
Today's summit is on sustainability, and we are pleased to have a leader who is working in this space since last 25 years. She has worked across diverse industry sectors such as heavy and general manufacturing, utilities, retail, telecom, financial institutions, and also government bodies and multilateral funding agencies. Her focus areas for these engagements was climate change, energy mix transition, water risk mitigation, resource conservation, biodiversity, and forestry. Currently, she is leading sustainability agenda for Aditya Birla Group across all its locations on strategic, operational, communication, and advocacy aspect as Chief Sustainability Officer. Before joining Aditya Birla Group, she served as a director in PwC, and she also an IITian holding MTech in Environmental Science and Engineering from IIT Bombay. Welcome, Mrs. Deepshika Watts. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you as our guest today and seek your valuable insights on sustainability. Welcome, ma'am.
And it's so wonderful to have all of you. So thank you for coming, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for that introduction, Yogita and Dr. Batra. Thank you, and Mr. Sachdeva. So it's such a pleasure to be here, and I understand that we have students here to whom I'm going to be talking. It is also very nice that Sumant has set that kind of, the context, talked about climate change. So I'm going to share a few thoughts around what been my learnings and also on what we are doing as Aditya Birla Group. Sumant spoke about power sector, and then he also mentioned a few industrial sectors, and we happen to be operating in some of those industrial sectors. With this whole, I don't know how many of, or maybe I hope all of you have been following up on what's been happening around climate change, on the conversations that happened in Glasgow through COP26, but also been noticing what's playing out on ground, with the kind of weather patterns, while on the East Coast, maybe it's a few weeks later than when we would see a cyclone happening. But then having cyclones in the western part of the country, which happened in last 18 months, we had 3 cyclones, having floods in Kerala and Chennai in November. So impacts of climate change are visible. A lot of conversations on that it is visible and we need to make a changes happening at global level. And these are also the changes that I can see, having worked in this field for last so many years and now working in Aditya Birla Group, that this recognition is there at the corporate level. And one of the things I can talk about is as Aditya Birla Group at the group level and also at different businesses, we've taken target to be net zero by 2050, which is, if you would compare it, say, with what Prime Minister Modi's talked about in Glasgow, India is talking about is 2070. And not just about long term like 2050. In many of our businesses, we're talking about to get to 2050, what are we going to do, say, by 2025? What are we going to do by 2030. So longer term and shorter term targets, whether it's in terms of doing it by the use of renewable energy, by the way of recovering the waste heat, by the way of taking products to a chip position, that, we are going to develop products, sell products which are sustainable, not only in their making stage, but they bring down the ecological or environmental footprint in their use stage as well. And let me talk about a couple of examples here. I would like to talk about the example of what our downstream aluminium company Novelis has been doing over a period of time. Novelis, as a downstream aluminium company, now uses more than 60% of aluminium, which is recycled. So it's coming from either customer or consumer use. So it's recycled. That is one. Novelis is also working with companies like Ford and JLR in automotive on how can we lightweight the vehicles and therefore contributing through the use stage. Similarly, when I talk about Birla Carbon, which is our carbon black company, it is developing now, it's launched a brand called Continua, where the carbon black is being made from the carbon black recovered from old tires. Or I can talk about our fiber. We are also into the business of making viscose staple fiber. So we've started to make fiber which is made from old garments. So, and we have a brand called Liva Reviva. So the ecological footprint, by the way of when it's in energy, using renewable energy, using, recovering waste heat, getting contributing to products to a chip, use of circularity. So recognizing that we have a ecological footprint in terms of GHG emissions, in terms of the waste that we generate, in terms of so multiple E, S, and G issues. That recognition, use of water, use of energy, by the way of use of these naturally available raw materials, certain pollution is getting generated. So taking longer and shorter term targets, using circularity, products to a chip as levers to stay there, are some thoughts that I thought I wanted to initiate my conversation with. And I think I would leave it at that and hand it back to Yogita or Hitesh, whoever is taking it forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. It was really insightful to hear your initial views on the topic. So before we move ahead, and we look more forward to hear you in the panel discussion as well. So please give me a chance to introduce our next panelist. He's a prolific business leader with 25 years of experience in running and managing businesses across domains and customer segment. Currently leading corporate strategy and sustainability for Schneider India, and has been associated with the company for more than 17 years. He has been awarded with various prestigious awards like Golden Peacock Award for Energy Efficiency and Sustainability, Frost & Sullivan, National CSR Award by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. He was awarded as India's most influential sustainability leader in India by 2018 by a leading CSR sustainability organization of India. He is passionate about social impact initiatives like skill development, rural electrification, education, etc. Having a great likeness about the potential of tech startup in India. He spends his free time supporting and mentoring them. Please welcome Mr. Venkat Kerimalla. Sir, we're delightful to have you as our guest today and seek your valuable insights on how to embrace sustainability in business environment.
Sure. Thanks, Tarun, for the introduction. And I also thank Mr. Sachdev and Ms. Batra for inviting me for this forum. I feel privileged to be in the company of my learned panelists. Well, I'll not take much of time because we need to start our panel discussion. Just a few lines about Schneider Electric. Schneider Electric, we believe that the whole story of development and sustainability can coexist, right? There is no required arbitrage of sustainability or growth or development, right? So this is what is the thought process that we have in the company, and we are very convinced about it. We as an organization produce digital products and solutions which can help our customers, stakeholders, and everyone to solve the problems of efficiency and sustainability. So that's where I come from, a kind of a technology provider to solve the issues of sustainability, to move the needle on climate change. So looking forward for this discussion, and back to you, Tarun. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next on panel, we have a leader who has been an inspiration through her work on sustainability, and her ideas has been igniting the much required change in the organizations. She is a director of strategy and brand at Futurescape. She helps companies and institutions build sustainable experiences. She is alum of IIM Ahmedabad and University of Cambridge, Institute for Sustainability Leadership. She writes extensively in various publications. For the last 8 years, she has co-authored Responsible Business Ranking of Indian Companies and written over 250 articles based on conversations with prominent businesses and sustainability leaders. Her latest book is Shift: Decisions for Net Zero World. This book focuses on the transition that companies need to make towards the net zero and circular economy without leaving anyone behind. It also focuses on the importance of environmental, social, and governance norms and how they can be integrated into corporate strategies. Please welcome Mrs. Namrata Rana. Ma'am, we are thrilled to have you and seek your precious insight in today's sustainability discussions. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Yogita. It's wonderful to be here, and especially with Diksha, with Venkat, and with Hitesh, leading the conversations around this really important topic. And most importantly, I'm thankful to Soil for leading the conversation about sustainability, and for Anil for being such a pioneering leader and thinking about this concept so many years back. So over to you guys to begin the panel discussion.
So before we start our panel discussion, let me introduce our last panelist and moderator for the event. We have Mr. Hitesh Kataria with us. He has a decade-long experience in business sustainability. Before joining KPMG, he worked with the Mahindra Group in sustainability and strategy function for the most part of his career. Here he supported group's efforts in partnership, ESG, disclosure, decarbonization space, etc. He has been awarded diploma from Swedish Institute Management Program Asia in 2020. At various national and international platforms, he has been voicing the role of the private sector to solve issues emerging from climate change. Mr. Hitesh is graduated in economics and postgraduated from Soil. He is very our own Soil alumni. He will also be our moderator for this panel discussion today. So may I request Mr. Hitesh to please take over.
Thank you, Tarun. I hope all of you can hear me correctly and loudly. Great. Okay. Welcome everyone to the panel discussion on embracing sustainability, business and environment. That's the topic of our discussion today. Very good afternoon to the esteemed panelists. Of course, we had amazing round of energetic conversation since morning, and very insightful remarks have been made, especially the learnings from COP, the role of technologies, India's effort on climate change, and what India should be doing along with its business sectors, right, to really decarbonize the economy. And also need for global collaboration, what we understood from a conversation on Japan, and other large economies where we need global corporations to really solve large problems of our 21st century. And as we know, there were questions about climate justice, role of developed countries versus developing countries, and what share of emission reduction each one has to play as we proceed in the 21st century, and the targets of 2050 and 2070, which also India has set now. Now, the truth is, I think we all are living beyond natural boundaries, and climate change is an accepted reality now. And eventually, it's affecting, the effects are accentuated by the frequent climate incidences, the changing weather patterns, as well as the loss of livelihoods. The planet is already seeing warming, and is already warmer by 1.1 to 1.3 degrees Celsius as compared to the pre-industrial levels. And with 2020 being one of the hottest years of 21st century, additionally, we have seen enormous disruption at a global scale because of COVID and socio-economic impacts it has brought to the lives of all of us. But I think importantly, it has raised the need for businesses, and that's why we are having this panel discussion. I'm so glad that we have the panelists from the industry as well as Namrata, who is monitoring the role of corporations and what we are doing. So let me start with Diksha. Diksha, you made very important remarks about what Aditya Birla has been doing for so many years. My question is, as it is growing and it has already become $44.3 billion in company with 120,000 employees worldwide, and your presence in metals, carbon, cement, chemicals, and many other sectors, some of them are hard to abate sectors, and some new age businesses also like telecom, financial services, and fashion. Now, how do you see this transition happening in the low carbon economy? Do you see the portfolio changing in the coming years as India transitions, and what factors will continue to motivate you to take these bolder steps? Over to you, Diksha.
Thank you, Hitesh. I would kind of take this as a continuation of what I said in the beginning. How we are looking at it is that what can we do directly? What can we do with our customers, consumers? And then, of course, comes, Hitesh, what you spoke about, that how are we looking at it at the portfolio level? That, at portfolio level could be at Hindalco portfolio level, because that's our metals and mining company, Ultratech portfolio level, Grasim portfolio. So any of these, this thing, that what do we do within those businesses? So, for example, in Hindalco, and we work quite closely in all our business sectors. We work very closely with a peer group or in the peer bodies. We are a very active member in International Aluminium Institute. We are founding members of Global Cement and Concrete Association. We are very actively involved in Sustainable Apparel Coalition, in Textile Exchange. So working through peer bodies, and therefore recognizing that what are the trends, changes we see happening, and how do we kind of work both ways on making those changes in-house, but also communicating with larger stakeholders on what impact each of these trends could have in terms of availability of the products that we make. And if I was to talk about, say, Hindalco, one of the things that the decisions that's been made is that we'll grow more in downstream as compared to just upstream. So, which is a low carbon way of growing. Working very closely with the aluminium using sectors, whether it's building and construction, whether it's automobile, packaging. So how do we aluminize where the aluminiums nature of being infinitely recyclable can be put to best use. It's being very lightweight can be put to best use. So, for example, we've been making now in transportation sector these bulkers. A bulker made of aluminium is much lighter, and therefore with same amount of fuel will go a much longer distance. So product stewardship, growing in downstream, and of course working on reducing the carbon footprint directly, whether it's by the way of trying renewable hybrid. Another important point, and I will shortly share examples from a couple of other sectors as well, is that how to kind of stay grounded and make these changes stick and be sustainable. Because, we are talking about, for example, hydrogen seems to be a very hot topic and we all want to talk about it. As much as it is important that is what is the color of hydrogen and what is the cost of hydrogen, what is also important is, can it be directly used in many of these sectors that we're talking about? So we're saying, steel should use hydrogen and cement should use hydrogen. What changes would we need to make to cement making process itself that hydrogen can be easily used? If we want to use renewable energy to electrolyze and then create hydrogen, is solar power available, or are we making the grid infrastructure robust enough and working on policy to say that it's not very expensive to transfer solar power to areas where limestone is, because cement plants are usually pithead. You make a cement plant where limestone is. So looking at overall, so one side we want to grow, we want to have buildings, we want to have roads, highways, whatever, bridges. So for that you need cement, and we want to cut down on the carbon footprint. So thinking and bringing it all together to say what is the best way, most economical and eco-friendly, environment-friendly way to do this. So bringing it all together, collaborating and getting all stakeholders to look at it together is another thing that we've been doing, and a lot of it has been through these peer bodies. And I hope that answers your question, Hitesh, that, I used the example of Hindalco. I can give similar example from our cement business, where we are saying, how can we move more and more to application-based solutions, have conversations which are on, is this the best concrete for this particular use? And therefore, how do we optimize a kind of cement? And therefore, how do we optimize what kind of carbon footprint this cement has or concrete has in its use stage? And then circularity, again, I'll come back to. That's another very important lever that we've been using, that how can we bring back, whether it's to say that we will use red mud and not laterite when we are making cement, so not use virgin materials like that. How can we get more and more of the alternative materials than virgin materials as we grow forward? And this is something which has organically happened has happened and is happening in all the sectors that we are operating in, the manufacturing sectors that we are operating in. So I think I'll leave my remarks on this here, Hitesh. Thank you.
Sure. I'm glad you talked about circularity, because we have been, of course, looking at Ultratech and the kind of work which has been done in the recent past. Some examples, of course, are issuing a sustainable bond, or even trying to, let's say, work on a green cement or a decarbonized cement. I think some of the circularity points which you mentioned, going forward, I think these will be very helpful for other cement manufacturers. And as we know that Indian cement industry is one of the most efficient in the world. So of course,
still there is, I think, a lot of room for the manufacturers. But thank you for sharing your insights on that. Great. I think so. It's important. So since in the morning we heard about, I think Sumant mentioned it, that we must bend the curve downwards, right? And I think it's important. And today sustainability makes a business sense, and hence businesses are taking bolder actions and commitments. Let me come to Venkat. Mr. Venkat, Schneider Electric aims to become end-to-end carbon neutral by 2040. How do you plan to achieve this, and what resources you may need to achieve your target? And what is your message for other organizations who are aiming for this ambitious goal?
Yeah, thanks, Hitesh, for your question. And just excuse me, I have switched off my video because I have some bandwidth issues. I hope that's all right. And apologies for that. It was nice hearing Diksha about what they are doing. And just to take the whole discussion forward, Hitesh, you're right. We have made the carbon pledge. We call this as the carbon pledge, and we made it public. Now, what is this carbon pledge all about? Number one, to be net zero CO2 operations by 2030. And when I say operations, I include scope 1 and scope 2. And of course, there is no offsets that we are talking about here. The second pledge that we made is to be net zero CO2 supply chain, Hitesh, that you talked about. This is by 2050, which includes scope 3, right? So this is the carbon pledge that we announced, and the whole of the organization is kind of aligned to see that bit by bit we move in that direction. Now, to give a sense of Schneider Electric, we are present in more than 100 plus countries. We have more than 130,000 employees worldwide, and we have almost about 250 manufacturing sites spread across the globe. So kind of a massive global supply chain that exists in the company. Now, to this scale and this size, when you're talking about our carbon pledge, it indeed needs a lot of action from everyone. And I'm very happy to share with you that today we have 5-year targets, 2021 to 2025, right? And there are close to about 20 initiatives around that, so that we monitor very tightly as to how we are on our track toward carbon pledge. And the interesting part is more than 60,000 employees, almost half of our employee base, are also remunerated on the basis of the achievements of these carbon pledge targets, right? It's part of my variable bonus. If I don't achieve that, I don't get paid, right? It's that level of tight integration that we have brought into our carbon pledge commitments. Now, the point is, I'll just extend the discussion a little bit. In my introduction, I made it very clear that we as a company believe that sustainability and development can coexist. Development of nations, economies, and mankind. Frankly, they are not opposite on the opposite end. And we are very convinced about it. In fact, you can't build a sustainable world if it is not on back of human development, right? If we have all the students here on the call, if I ask them, say, you have to bring down your, let's say, carbon footprint from tomorrow. So just relook at your lifestyle and just look at this situation. If they would have to kind of see that, oh, they travel so much, and that is one of the big contributor of CO2. Now that if I have to reduce my CO2 footprint, I should not be traveling. I use a lot of electricity. That is part of my CO2 footprint. So I can't now use electricity. It doesn't go that way, right? No one would want to build a sustainable lifestyle or an economy if it means sacrificing all that we have today, right? So that's the whole belief that Schneider has, that both can coexist. And sounds simple, but what does it take to achieve this is what maybe I'll share in just few minutes. You see, we have a Schneider Sustainability Research Institute, and we have a lot of our own modeling assessments. As per that, what we have understood is that to meet the target of 1.5 degree by the end of this century, we have to do two things. Number one, bring down the energy related CO2 emissions by 30% or maybe 50% by 2030. Just to give you some numbers, the energy related CO2 emissions on a base of 2019 in the world are around 30 gigatons of CO2. When I say energy related CO2 emissions, I mean CO2 on account of energy generation, CO2 emissions on account of energy usage in building, industries, in auto sector. All this put together, we have 30 gigaton per annum, right? Now, step number one, this has to come down by 10 to 15 gigatons by 2030. Step two, it has to become absolute zero by 2050. When we have this, perhaps we get back to the trajectory of 1.5 degree abatement towards the end of this century. Okay, this is math. This is nice to hear, but the point is, how do we get there? Now, I'll propose three things. First, reduce your energy usage, right? There's a big scope of reducing your energy usage, and this is where energy efficiency comes into play. Just to give you some examples, you know, the ultra efficient office buildings can be 75% more energy efficient than a normal office building. Best in class hotels, hospitals can be 50% more energy efficient than the average hotels or hospital. Best in class steel industries can be 30% more energy efficient. So there's a huge scope of energy efficiency. The second one is accelerate electrification, right? Electrification is the only vector of energy today known to us which can be decarbonized on the supply side. So please accelerate electrification. And the last point is, of course, decarbonize your electricity, right? When you all put this together in the perspective, we see a possibility of getting to absolute net zero emissions in the energy scope by 2050. So I will stop here. We'll be happy to build on this as we go forward. Hitesh, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venkat. I think you rightly talked about your company's contribution as well as how you're looking at the future ahead and the maths, which is really going to take you to help you achieve your target.
And Hitesh, I just want to say that, you know, I serve on the advisory board of Schneider India for a very long time, and it's been particularly joyful to see Schneider do this on a global basis. In fact, I was coaching the global head of sustainability at one time, and it was very fascinating for me to see that. It's unfortunate, Venkat, that we can't see you in person because of, I think you are having some network issue, but it would be nice to actually have people interact with you with your video on. Yes.
Yeah, I'll try my best. Anil, I'll try my best.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks a lot, Venkat, for doing this. Yeah, go back to you, Hitesh. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Venkat. Okay, so I think as we have heard from the two large corporations, it's I think it's also important to understand the role of inspired leadership now. And that takes me to my next panelist, Namrata Rana. And of course, the two books which she has written, we have a lot of insights for our audience from that. So Namrata, my question to you is, how do we see the role of corporations redefined in the post-COVID world, and especially the one which is heading towards a 2-degree warmer world, which is going to be probably a new normal for all of us? And how do you see the role of corporations changing, and your thoughts on inspired leadership as well?
And Hitesh, you are from the first batch of soil, and Namrata was your professor.
Yeah. Absolutely. We go back a long way, and Hitesh and I have chatted over the last few years on how the sustainability momentum has picked up in a fundamentally different way as compared to earlier. And Anil, you were instrumental in thinking through the fact that sustainability was important when it was something not so relevant in the Indian context at that point in time. But over to Hitesh's question now. See, COVID basically has meant that people have understood that if a small virus can actually impact the world around us in such a fundamentally different way, what would possibly happen if we saw accelerated climate change? We would not be able to travel. We would not be able to have all the products that we actually have now. We would not be able to live in the kind of homes that we have now. So some of the climate models actually say that it will snow in many cities in northern India that have never seen snow earlier. I don't know whether it'll come true or not, but just imagine that in the kind of homes and the kind of environments that we have, our plumbing systems, our buildings, our the kind of materials that we use, the glass that we use, it will all not be sustainable for us to survive in those kind of environments, right? So accelerated climate change is going to be devastating for everybody. So there is no question about it that we actually need to prevent that. But what does it really mean? It fundamentally means that we have two big problems to solve. One is, of course, the problem of energy, and the problem of energy means that it has cross-cutting impacts on every single business, how we live our lives, how we consume products, how we get them, that entire thing. But the other most important thing that we need to change is how we design our products and services. The fundamental problem of sustainability, social responsibility is overconsumption, overproduction, and the fact that we produce in one part of the world and we consume in another part of the world. And the minute you start shipping things around, nothing is sustainable. So the fact that you can get, and Hitesh has worked for very long in the automotive sector, so I'm going to take that example. So a car actually has products and components from at least 70 different countries. The global supply chain for a pencil, forget a car, just a pencil, is equivalent to that of a car. So it means that the way we've designed our products, the way we've distributed our products all across the world is a design problem. It's not necessarily a problem of also innovation. And that means that the design of the modern corporation needs to change, which is why department after department in organizations are really looking at things in a very different way. We don't seem to talk about the carbon impact of marketing, right? At one level, we start talking about the fact that, we will produce things more sustainably. But what if your marketing department actually starts sponsoring a sport which is a huge carbon emitter, like F1? So Castrol has actually sponsored a team in F1 and signed a contract with them to actually reduce their carbon emissions. So there are many, many interesting, fascinating things that are happening all across the world that are fundamentally changing the design of business and the design of process. So fabrics that we see now will have traceability embedded in them. And where has that come from? That's come from the Human Genome Project. So the Human Genome Project mapped the entire human genome, but as a part and parcel of what they were able to do was that they were able to take DNA and actually create DNA at scale in a lab. Now that DNA could be embedded into fabric and fibers when they were getting made. So when you buy a t-shirt now, you can actually use your telephone, scan the barcode on it and figure out the fact that whether that t-shirt that you purchased is made of recycled fiber, it is made of an organic cotton, or what is it made of? Where did it come from? Which farm produced it? So those are the fundamental changes that are happening in business. And those are deep changes that we're likely to see as we accelerate towards a low carbon future. Back to you, Hitesh.
Thank you, Namrata. Anu, would you like to say something on this?
No, I just wanted to say it was Namrata's birthday yesterday, and I'm so happy to see that Namrata is continuing with the very passionate involvement in this cause. And, so thank you, Namrata, for who you are and the wonderful work that you do. Thank you.
Thanks so much. My birthday present awaits, Anil.
Yes, absolutely. That we have to, I hope in the post-COVID world, I think we have started in a limited way hosting classes in soil. So it will be very nice to welcome you again there.
Fabulous.
If Nitika is listening, please do coordinate Nitika. Yes. And I also hope that Diksha will do the honor of visiting us, and along with maybe Venkat, so we can have the real thing in person in our campus, but preferably a new campus in Manesar. Yes. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Sure. And looking forward for that. And belated happy birthday, Namrata.
Yes.
Sorry, Hitesh, go ahead.
Thank you. So whoever's saying happy birthday has to give me a birthday present as well. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा.
Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
Great. You didn't give me that before.
Great. So I think, Anil mentioned about, of course, the campus at Manesar, and design thinking is something which is taught there. And probably, I think, Namrata, what you said, the problem of design, right? And design thinking, the new age, we need new age leaders to solve these challenges. And so that takes me to Diksha for my next question. So Diksha, now, of course, in the audience today, we have students who are going to enter into the corporate world in various functions. And these can be marketing, finance, HR, or even, let's say, sustainability. What's your key message for them, especially if someone is interested to make a career in sustainability?
So that's a very interesting thought, Hitesh, and that's also the way when I've been talking about sustainability here at Aditya Birla Group, it aligns in some way to this, that the size, both the depth, width, in whatever dimension that you look at it, the size of the problems, the spread of the issues, global issues which we are facing at this point in time, cannot be solved by the way of using one skill or uniform set of experiences. It requires you to think and look at it from multiple dimensions. And in that, maybe two key things here. When at Aditya Birla Group, when we're talking about what is sustainability, we're saying it's your ability to sustain in times to come. Just go with that simple dictionary meaning. As a corporate, are you going to be around? So as a corporate, are you going to be around cannot be done by somebody with the title which says sustainability in it. It has to be done by everybody. So am I manufacturing in the way which will allow me to be around in times to come? Am I designing in the way? And designing of whether it's the factories, designing of the processes, designing of the products, designing of the sales system, designing of end of the life, etc., so all of these. So I think you can contribute or play a very big role in sustainability of the systems around you in whichever specialization that you are in. So if you are working, the procurement team plays a very important role, because you are working with the suppliers, and therefore to make the supply chain more sustainable. The head of marketing plays a very important role, because you are hearing from your customers, consumers, what are they expecting, and you're also telling them what you could offer beyond what they are thinking. So therefore, procurement, sales and marketing, whether you are legal, so you tell internally as a head of legal that what are the expectations of regulators, but also go back and educate the regulators that how, maybe educate is a very strong word, but go interact with them on how regulations should be shaping, how enforcement of regulations should be shaping going forward. So looking at it from any stakeholder lens perspective, whoever is interacting with that stakeholder becomes a sustainability champion in that area. So I think everybody can play that role and build in, if we keep our eyes and ears open to are we looking at things from a longer term lens or not. So that would be my message, that you could be doing any role and be the sustainability champion. Because this is another thing that I keep saying within the company. Ultimately, the sustainability of a company and one person who has a view of everything is the CEO or the managing director. Therefore, while from the top it is that, but when we are starting, we could take take that role up in whichever function that we are working in. Yeah, thank you.
Great. No, thank you so much. I think, as you rightly said, all these functions have a critical role to play for an organization to become a sustainable one. Let me ask Venkat a little bit of a technical question here. So Venkat, we know that Schneider Electric has a large portfolio of solutions and services in energy efficiency space. How big is the market already in India, and what will make some of these solutions more adoptable and affordable for the large consumer base in India?
Yeah, so thanks, Hitesh, for this question. Yes, as I said, energy efficiency is a key enabler for our decarbonization actions in the world. And again, as per our estimates, 55% of decarbonization will come with energy efficiency deployment on the demand side. So there's a huge market. Just to give a number, as per some sources, the energy efficiency market on demand side in India itself is close to about $25 billion. And if I had to quote Bureau of Energy Efficiency, close to 178 billion units of electrical energy can be saved every year using energy efficiency solutions, right? Which is roughly about 80 to 20% of total energy consumption today. So that's the massive potential of energy efficiency in India. The other question you asked was, how are these solutions affordable, and how this is hence getting adopted? And this is a very common question. Energy efficiency, oh, those solutions are so expensive, how can we afford, or what will be the ROI? Honestly, the way we look at it is in a different way. See, what is energy efficiency? Or any efficiency for that matter. Efficiency is nothing but output for a given input, right? If I desire higher output for a given input or a limited input, so much better in terms of my productivity. When the costs are down, when the productivity is better, definitely it's going to be good for my business. It's going to be good for my P&L, right? So in any way, if you see, energy efficiency is definitely a very, very P&L friendly action. To our experience, we work in different segments, whether it is industries, building, infrastructure setups like metros, railways, or the new data centers, which are becoming bigger and bigger. In all these sectors, when we deploy energy efficiency solutions, the payback is just around 3 to 5 years, right? In fact, there are instances where the payback has been even less than 1 year. All in all, energy efficiency is all about plugging the leakages in the energy systems. Whenever you are becoming efficient, definitely you will be better in your business in terms of profitability. So that's the way we look at energy efficiency and the whole topic of affordability. My last point, see, when we talk about energy, first of all, energy is not visible, right? Then we are talking of reduction of that which is not visible. That is what is energy efficiency. So this becomes very complicated, and that's where digitization of this whole energy space becomes super critical, right? You make it everything visible. When you make it visible, it is up there in front of you, and then you have your roadmap, you have your reduction going forward. So digitization enabled energy efficiency is, I think, no big deal. So far the investments are concerned, it has a very, very robust payback. The CFOs would really love to hear that. Most of our conversations when we have with large corporates, definitely the CFO is on board on these kind of discussions. Chief digital officers, they are on board on these discussions. So this is overall the way we approach energy efficiency, Hitesh. So I'll stop here. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So as we have understood that sustainability pays back, and sometimes the returns are even greater than the normal ROI for the projects. So Namrata, is it fair to say that the corporations in India are now maturing in terms of their practices on sustainability? Or is it still that Aditya Birla, Schneider, Tatas and Mahindras, they will continue to define what is leadership, and rest of the organizations in India are only going to file for the basic compliance?
Hitesh, that's an interesting question. So, just 3 years back, had you asked me this question, I would have said, given you a different answer, which is saying that just the top companies are doing something, and the minute you go beyond the top 150 companies, you don't see the same level of focus on sustainability and social responsibility, and everything is just an ESG, just a compliance focus. But remember one thing, that the scope 3 targets of a large company are the scope 1 targets of their downstream suppliers, right? So if a large brand like IKEA or H&M is outsourcing and is sourcing products from an organization like an Aditya Birla, right? So there Aditya Birla becomes their supplier, and they need to comply to the targets that those organizations have set. Now Aditya Birla in turn is also going to be purchasing certain products and services from their downstream suppliers. So they again become part of the chain. So what's actually started happening, and what is leading to this acceleration, is the large number of companies that have actually given stated targets. So compliance is very important, but what do you do to actually deliver that compliance? And the Indian government has actually now also said that the top 1,000 companies now need to report on sustainability. So in itself, it's nothing. People can put in any kind of numbers, but the minute you start disclosing numbers, next year you will need to disclose again, and the next year, and the year after that. And when something comes into the public domain, you can get called out by various stakeholders. It could be your investors, it could be consumers, it could be your employees, and it could be just the public at large that is interested in what you're doing. So my personal belief is that we are in a moment of acceleration, and this is perhaps the biggest change in industry ever since the Industrial Revolution. Because we are in the confluence of two things. One is sustainability-led change, and the second is technology-led change. And when these two intersect, that's when acceleration happens.
Thank you so much. So yes, sustainability is 21st century's largest business opportunity. Since you said that post-industrialization, this is one of the biggest change we are going through. Thank you for sharing your insights on that. Anil sir, would you like to say something on this?
No, I personally believe that a lot of people, especially in small towns and rural areas in India, are beginning to see the possibilities of becoming entrepreneurs in this area. And we have on the panel Arun Nagpal, who's a dear colleague from Aisha Days and IM Product, whose case study in sustainability and the work that he does is a INSEAD MBA case study. It's quite remarkable and he's created a small venture of his own where he's working in rural areas. So I think there are many such role models now. There's another colleague from Aisha, Raghuraman, who does similar work in Uttarakhand in the villages. So actually it's a huge opportunity, as you said. And I hope that some of our students would take this seriously and would become social entrepreneurs. it will be good for their business as well, but also good for their souls. So we would particularly like to encourage such entrepreneurship to come up from our campus. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that message. Tarun, do you have any audience question which you would like to ask before we wrap up the discussion?
We have quite a few. So there's one question from Mr. Sumit Puri for Mr. Venkat. He says, amazing work is being done. Net zero decarbonization mission. You mentioned that among others, hotels and hospitals can become more energy efficient by 50%. Could you elaborate more on that and also share any specific guidance for companies at large on how they can embark on a more energy efficient path?
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for that question. Maybe I'll take the first one. You know, how hotels or hospitals, or for that matter, any building can become more efficient than what they are today, right? There are many steps to in this, and we see many of our customers doing that. Let's make it very simple. Let's say first step number one, you retrofit your appliances with energy efficient appliances, right? LED is one example. Or if there are air conditioning chillers, replace them with super efficient chillers, right? So that's number one. You retrofit your existing appliances with more efficient appliances. Step number two, how do we kind of automate the working of all these appliances? And that's where different types of sensors come in. You have proximity sensors, you have occupancy sensors, so on and so forth. You know, if you see in hotels, there are many of these sensors being connected. If you're not there in the room, the sensor senses that there is no occupancy and will shut off the lights or air conditioning, right? So the step number two is to sensorize your entire demand side, right? If you achieve that, the next step then you can go is to have a much more all-inclusive lighting control management system, including daylight harvesting. You know, there's a big discussion on how to use the natural light, right? So you can have daylight harvesting into the larger scheme of lighting control management that you will deploy. You have done this. Now what? Go to the next level. Create a digital twin for your entire setup. And this really helps you to see and simulate different energy and resource efficiency activities, right? That's a digital twin. You've done that. What next? You can go to renewables, right? You've done renewables. Then what next? You can go to, let's say, storage, and then there are microgrid applications. So you can just go on and on. So these are different steps that perhaps we can deploy to make our sites more energy efficient. There is so much of technology available. These are all very, very doable, and frankly, they also pay you back absolutely well in time. So, so that's what I would want to say, Hitesh.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Venkat. Okay, I think we are very close to ending our discussion. Any burning thoughts from you, Namrata? Any last message from you, Diksha?
I just want to say that this is a big opportunity for everybody who's looking at pursuing sustainability-based careers. And that is going to accelerate as well as this energy transition picks up pace.
Great.
I just want to thank for the opportunity. It's been great hearing from everyone and wishing you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Diksha. Aditya Birla Group is very special to us. We've been working with the group for a very long time, and it's one of the co-founders of our school. So thank you. It's a great honor a privilege to host you here today. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Great. I think that's it. Thank you, everyone, for your insights, for your time today. And thank you to the audience for asking the questions and making this a very engaging panel discussion. Over to you,
Hitesh, and you have been present here despite your sister getting married tomorrow. So you have to participate in all the festivities. So thank you for doing this also for us, Hitesh. You are the true son of soil. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you can see, I'm in that attire, so I have to go and
Yes.
attend a couple of functions.
Okay, all the best. Thank you.
All the best, Hitesh. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Anil.
Thank you.
Lovely connecting with you, Diksha, Venkat. Bye. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good day. Stay
Have a
safe.
great day ahead. And
Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was very interesting discussion on sustainability. And I'm sure our student learned a lot about future business scenarios and their sustainability challenges. Given the social and environmental challenges which all organizations are facing, there is a need for new leadership models, methods, and tools for implementing organizational change for sustainable development. As Mr. Anand Mahendra rightly said, sustainability is a political choice, not a technical one. It's not a question of whether we can be sustainable, but whether we choose to be. And with these thoughts, we are proceeding with Soil Alumni Awards, for which Pallavi will take over from this.
Thank you, Yogita. Good afternoon to all the panelists, participants, and faculty. I will be the host for the ISC Alumni Awards. And before we begin, I would like to request Sonakshi to keep up the slide deck. Okay. I would like to start with a few words from our Dean, Dr. Nitika Batra. And she says, the most precious wealth of soil is its vast pool of alumni who are working in diverse roles across various sectors and countries. They continue to live the value system of soil and make us proud through their rich contribution to society, industry, country, and planet. It is always such a pleasure to know of them and to speak of them. While only a few have made it to the present voting list due to logistics constraint, I am sure that each one deserves an award for their amazing performance. Indeed, ma'am. So moving on to our first award, we have the General Influencer Award. So the General Influencer Award is awarded to an alumni who has achievements of giving seminars or TED Talks where they can influence an audience, or he or she has created an impact online with high number of social media followers. The first nomination for this award is Mr. Jaswant Sharanarthi from the 2011 batch of SOIL. Getting placed in Mahindra from SOIL, he got to work a strategic project to establish Corp University, Mahindra Learning University, and the first arm of university named Mahindra Technical Academy. He set a big footprint which will last for decades. Jaswant is presently working for Karen Care, a leading FMCG group in the capacity of leading learning, talent, and OD function. Before this, he had brief stint in MRF, IPL, Mahindra, and Esser. He is an astute professional with high self-motivation, which helps him assume leadership and initiate proactively. He leverages his strength of high idea orientation and risk-taking abilities to derive new solutions in uncertain situations. He performs to his utmost potential in unique work situations with diverse team members. One thing that is quite reinforcing in him, in the way he lives, is his balance and sustainability. Minimalism is something which he cherishes and influences people on. Thank you for such a positive and valuable influence, Mr. Jaswant. Moving on to our second nomination, we have Mr. Rakesh Kamath from 2014 batch of SOIL. Rakesh Kamath is the Senior Product Manager at Publicis Sapient. He is responsible for setting completely new digital banks for Middle East clients and working closely with COE of Product Management. With a large part of work in the capital market space, igniting the need for the digital business transformation, identifying value in existing needs or creating new opportunities, coming up with diverse ideas with the help of agile IT teams, along with building and scaling the solutions based on the needs of business. He has also worked with his sister, who is an ENT specialist, in supporting her work during COVID-19, which is quite applaudable. SOIL taught him the ability to be honest with integrity and sustainability in his beliefs, and I hope he continues to inspire us. Thank you for being such an important member of the SOIL family, Mr. Kamath. Moving on to the third nomination, we have Mr. Manu Malhotra from the 2012 batch of SOIL. In his current role as manager, advertising cloud for North America with Adobe, he led a talent team of experts across MarTech and AdTech solutions, which includes Adobe Analytics, Adobe Audience Manager, and Adobe Advertising Cloud. A gold medalist from AMU and a certified Adobe analyst and a business practitioner, he has extensive experience in marketing, and he continues in consulting brands from travel, retail, finance, e-commerce industry, amongst others. As a speaker, he has presented at global digital conferences such as Digital Marketing Summit in Las Vegas. According to Mr. Manu, the pillars of compassion and sustainability have helped him immensely throughout his life. Thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Coming to the award, and the winner of this particular award is Mr. Manu Malhotra. Heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Manu Malhotra. I would now like to call our founder and chairman, Mr. Anil Sachdev, to give away the award.
So Manu, we are very, very proud of you. And, I hope your wife and your mother, your children, they're all, your little one, they're all listening to this because you are an absolute role model. You are adjunct faculty at SOIL. You've been mentoring SOIL students, and the way, you also use every opportunity to help those in need. You recently were part of this, the Giving Pledge, where you also raised funds on behalf of Adobe for a social cause. So we are absolutely very proud of you. You are a person with both heart, mind, and soul. Thank you for who you are, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Mr. Manu Malhotra to say a few words.
Pranam to all my teachers. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Fantastic. So hello to all the industry colleagues, and warm high five to my dear students. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think many of you, I don't know if you'll be able to relate, but many of you would have been to, let's say, a temple or a gurudwara or a church or a mosque, right? SOIL has been a temple, and I carry that same feeling whenever I connect with SOIL family. The feeling of gratitude. So you go to a temple with a feeling of gratitude. You go with a feeling of getting that wisdom to make right choices in life. You go with a feeling of getting that guidance, right, to take right decisions that impact your life positively in many ways, and career happens to be one of them. And the guidance that I have got at SOIL has been shaping my life, right? The way I lead my life. And like Anil sir, you mentioned some of the aspects. I continue to challenge myself how I can be more aware about myself and all the phenomena that keeps happening around me. How can I take better decisions to have a sustainable, positive impact across all stakeholders, right? And community happens to be one most important aspect of that, right? So I continue to be a volunteer engagement champion at Adobe Noida, where throughout the year, I amplify how can we have more participation across all the community impact programs. And I'm building a team right now, sir, around that. For 1 year, I've been leading that solely to create that function. And now I'm leading that team. I just recruited a couple of people who will be doing phenomenal work next year as well. And we've been able to raise around $7K to $10K already in last 4 or 5 months for community impact programs. So I think that's all that I'll say, but the learnings at SOIL have been powerful pivots in my life, and I can't thank my gurus, my teachers here for creating that opportunity for me. And even this award is just a start for me. It gives me a positive feeling that I'm in the right direction. And if I can keep carrying that SOIL flag higher and higher from here, I'll just be feeling very, very happy about this opportunity. So thank you so much, and pranam to all my gurus once again.
Congratulations, Manu. Thank you so much for all your contribution to SOIL. It's truly, truly a delight to have you in the class as a faculty and along with us, mentoring the students, guiding them, and holding the SOIL flag high. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Manu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well deserved.
And congratulations to all the fellow colleagues who got nominated. I felt a little less deserved when I heard their kind of call outs as well. So congratulations to them also as they get nominated.
And I think everybody knows that the jury consisted of Mr. Muthuraman, the former global leader of Tata Steel, Mr. Noria, the former head of Crompton Greaves, Yogesh Andle, co-founder of Soil and founder of Nuclear Software, and of course I and Atindra were there to provide the perspective and context when the jury asked us those questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Manu, sir, for those inspiring words. Moving on to our next nomination. Sonakshi, can we please have the slide deck up? Okay. So the second award is an achievement in the non-profit or social sector award. And this is awarded to a person who has done a new initiative in social sector or has created a large positive impact. The first nomination for this award is Mr. Mayank Solanki from the 2010 batch of Soil. Mayank Solanki has an overall experience of about 13 years, and he is the founder and CEO at Valor Initiatives. Valor Initiatives design and delivers transformational, long-term curriculum integrated, value and character education programs for children, youth, parents, and teachers in schools through innovative and impactful programs. Mayank Solanki has also been recognized for various achievements. In 2020, he won the Gratitude Fellowship Award, and in 2019, he was a Singapore Social Entrepreneur for the Leadership Development Program that includes coaching and advice. In 2014, Times Life India Eli Award was won by him. According to Mayank, mindfulness and ethics are the pillars of Soil that has helped him throughout his career. But according to us, he has done justice to all 5 of them. Thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Moving on to the second nomination, we have Mr. Vineet Mehra from the 2015 batch of Soil. Vineet Mehra has an industry agnostic experience of 17 years. His expertise includes sales, partner management, program management, customer support operations, and technology consulting. In various capacities throughout his career, he has successfully developed and implemented strategic business plans, significantly expanded business opportunities, and managed all bottom line factors. His sales experience is across the territories of Australia, India, and Middle East. In his current organization, he leads a multi-million-dollar global school program and an e-learning program. His focus is on identifying new sales channels and ensuring current channels are having a progressive run rate. Throughout his career, in senior executive positions with the leader in diverse industries, he has earned a track record of achieving complex business initiatives and exceptional results. Vineet Mehra wants to thank Anil sir for being such an example and a great influencer in making to adhere him to the 5 pillars of Soil, which made him a true empathetic leader. Thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family, Mr. Mehra. Moving on to the third nomination, we have Ms. Amol Langar from the batch of 2015. Amol Langar is the co-founder and creative director and Inkia Collaborative. Inkia Collaborative is an ecosystem to create inspired, enriched, and empowered lives through design and innovation. They bring to the forefront innovation stories from the grassroots levels. Prior to Inkia, Amol was the founder of Principal Architect, an architectural study with a vision to create spaces that nurture and heal. They believe that spaces have a huge impact on people who are using it. Thus, they hustle to create a holistic balance between inhabitants, environment, and the material used. Amol believes that empathy and imagination together can create experiences which inspire, enrich, and empower. And we hope that you keep inspiring and empowering us by being such an esteemed member of the Soil family, Ms. Amol. Thank you. And the award goes to Mr. Mayank Solanki. Very heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Solanki. I would like to invite Anil sir to do the honors, please.
Yes, and Mayank, I still remember the day when you composed and sang the song with your guitar for Soil, you know, when you were graduating from Soil. And the way you sort of did that was so special. And you know how you not only learned what we were trying to transfer to you in soil, but also how you got inspired to create an institution to take that learning to the children. So that's amazing, the work that you've done, and we are very proud of you, especially the way you help those in need. So thank you, Mayank, and thank you. I think your whole family is with you. Your father is a wonderful giver. Your whole family, your wife, everybody is so much involved. So God bless you, Mayank.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say right now. I was actually honestly hoping when I got the call from one of the student council members. I think the first thing I mentioned, Anil sir, was I really hope that Vineet or Amol get this, because I think Soil has appreciated and recognized me so many times now. I have to kind of apply for a resignation now of please don't. I think everyone and the others have done such amazing work. Especially I just heard about Amol's work now. So very nice. I again, I accept this in front of my idol Anil sir, whom I've really kind of looked up to from the day I've met him. The kind of poise and grace which he has is phenomenal. I owe a lot of what I am to these mentors in our life, and Anil sir especially. And for every student out over there who's listening to me right now, I just like to share that talent and intelligence are great to have, but I cannot highlight the importance of perseverance in life. That's what kind of helps us achieve what we want to. So I would always suggest that to everyone. And be bold, be audacious, be unreasonable in what you want to solve, even if it's the world's biggest problems. Because I think the world has all the kind of tech today. We have all the kind of capital. We have people who care about nature, and people also apart from themselves. So the world isn't as bad as a lot of us think it is. It's the best time to be a social entrepreneur, and the need for your consciousness and your creations to arise is now. So, one thing which I learned at Soil was I decided what I wanted to be in life first. Then I decided what I wanted to do in life. And then I decided the business plan or the model to kind of go around it, right? So first decide who is it that you want to be. That's a very deep question. I think that 1 year at Soil really helped me reflect on that. And then things become so much more easier. So, I hope that all of you, in whatever you do, think about what are you doing for someone else apart from you. Think, how can I make that? And all the money and everything else, it only honestly, falls into place. And I'm of the firm belief that the next, in the coming decade or so, I truly believe that the most valuable company in the world will be for sure a social enterprise, right? The wealthiest person in the world will surely be a person who thought not about that, how do I become rich, but how do I make people in the world wealthy? And दौलतमंद और धनी में फर्क होता है, right? दौलतमंद सिर्फ पैसे से होते हैं, but धनी धन से, ज्ञान से, प्यार से, प्रेम से, इतनी सारी चीजों से होता है. So I'll give myself a stop now. I acknowledge and I thank the entire faculty and for all the people who firstly nominated me and also acknowledged the ones who voted for me. But shout out to Mehraji and to Amol for the amazing work they're doing, and I really hope that all of us support them in whatever way that we can as we move ahead as well. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mayank. Certainly actions speak louder than words, and you have put into practice everything that we talk about here in Soil, and your words are so truly inspiring. First decide what you want to be, and then what you have to do, and everything else falls into place. Thank you. Congrats again.
Thank you, Nitika ma'am.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mayank. This particular trait of yours is in your DNA. And the way you have been helping our students also, I think, you will help our students go a long way with your mentoring. Thanks a lot and congratulations.
Thank you, NV sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, NV sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Anil sir. Moving on to the next award. Sonakshi, can we please have the slide deck up? Great. So the next award is for the unique achievement. Unique achievement is an individual's passion area. So the first nomination for this award is Mr. Joby Matthew. Joby Matthew is from the 2011 batch of Soil. He is the CEO of Joby Matthew Consulting and has an overall experience of over 10 years. Known as a heart-centered leader with over years of experience in business development and sales management roles for key industries. He has established his expertise in managing client relationship portfolios and achieving sales and revenue targets via a strong customer focus and unparalleled drive. Motivated and ambitious, the foundation to his success has been strong personal vision and goals, and confidence in his knowledge and expertise in innovative ideas. A well-balanced vision and inspiring role has ensured a solid history of achievement for Mr. Matthew. He has also been awarded with internal awards for leadership, innovation, partnership management, and collaboration. According to Jobby Matthew, he aims to be the role model of all the 5 pillars of inspired leadership, namely mindfulness, compassion, ethics, diversity, and sustainability. According to us, you are closest to being the role model in all 5 of them. And we thank you for being such an important and esteemed member of the Soil family. Moving on to the second nomination, we have Mr. Shiv Gangmani from 2018 batch of Soil. He is currently working as the MD and CFO at Cosmetics Lane Private Limited and has an overall work experience of about 5 years. He did an internship in Oman for about 2 months, where he learned how to deal with the business and started an eco business named Cosmetics Lane. He dealt with manufacturing of eco-friendly cosmetics, where most products are made in India that includes toothpaste tablet, bamboo toothbrush, etc. He also believes in focusing on producing products that would be a good replacement of plastic, which is a great initiative according to us. Given the inevitable situation of the pandemic, he made sure that most of his employees got at least a minimum of 50% salary at Cosmetics. This clearly reflects on your values and beliefs, Mr. Shiv, and hence I would like to thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Moving on to the third nomination, we have Ms. Surbhi Bajaj from the 2013 batch of Soil. She is a human capital consultant with over 8 years of advisory and consulting experience across HR services, talent and performance management, culture, change management, and leadership development. Post-Soil, she worked at Grow Talent Company in HR consulting and then moved to Eon Hewitt. She also worked across diverse platforms in HR with client-enriching key projects. She also went to work with Government of Egypt in implementing the National Competency Framework, and Surbhi has also mentored HR programs on a large scale. Post that, she moved to EY as a senior consultant, where she associated in setting up a shared service center at Mohali, India. She is currently employed with HSBC, where she has implemented digital product for approximately 25K people. She also worked as a COVID warrior in HSBC. According to Surbhi, the pillars of Soil that helped her throughout were that of compassion and diversity, as we can clearly gauge through her achievements. I would like to thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Coming to the winner of the award, and the award goes to Mr. Jobby Matthew. A heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Jobby Matthew. I would like to invite Anil sir to do the honors, please.
Jobby, I still remember when you were a student, I suddenly got a call from the concierge in my building that there are a bunch of young people who have come to see you. And then you were with your guitar and music and all of you singing happy birthday. Many of you came to my home and I was absolutely floored by the love, by the affection and by the thoughtfulness. And, you know, I remember hosting you and your wonderful, lovely wife, Cheryl, when we hosted a get-together for the married students in our campus. And it was so nice to see the way you all are one community and the kind of love and affection you had for each other and the way you supported each other as a cohort. Your batch will remain to me the highest benchmark for the sense of community it had, the sense of love and affection. And I think you were the Students' Council president and you had a lot to do with creating that kind of culture. And then, you know, I met you in 2015 when I came to see World Cup cricket in Australia and we met. And wonderful to see you with your family there again. And, you know, I've been following you and all the wonderful work you did with the radio, how you are an active member of the church, how you lovingly give back to others. So great to see you, Jobby. You've been a very unique person. But I think if I can say that you have made compassion and creativity your hallmark in whatever you have done. So amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anil sir. It really, really means a lot to me because we all heard Manu say that soil has been a temple. For me, soil has been my home. And for me, it's like I'm home coming back to my mentors, to my gurus. And it's so amazing to be standing with you all. I'm just looking at this group that's here right now. I'm so blessed. I know Shiv and Surabhi, you all, you did a wonderful job, and I'm sure the people who voted. But for me, compassion and creativity. But I think one of the most important for me is being community. And rightly, like you said, Anil sir, my DNA profile is community builder. And now looking back 10 years, actually, our batch passed out 10 years ago in 2011, is how we came together as a community. And for me, this is I think the cherry on the top for my batch to actually get that feedback from you, Anil sir. So, because for me, I look up to you. I keep you at the pedestal of community, of compassion, of the 5 pillars. But the pillars that I love to be right now, that I work with my students, that I work with my family, my community, is health, wealth, relationships, and spirituality. And all these 4 pillars I've received at Soil. And that has been the core especially during COVID, how we could go out and help international students here in Australia who were really struggling to get a job, to actually place 20 of them in a year, to actually go out and help. So I've started a non-for-profit, again, because of Soil, because I found my purpose. And that purpose is to be a unique person, be authentic to yourself, and to live with passion. And that was to then, how could you bring profitability back to not only to yourself, but to the community? And for me, that's how I went ahead and started the Common People, because God uses a common man for greater purposes in life. And to actually go out and educate 1,000 children in Chennai. Because for me, even though I'm in Australia, my heart is at home. I'm so badly, God willingly, I'll be coming end of this month for my younger brother's wedding. And I'm just longing to have that connection so that I could take my family, take my people from here to actually overseas and see, hey, see, this is where your investment is making a difference. And I'll definitely take my children to Soil to actually see where it all began. And that is home for me. So thank you so much. Thank you for all your wonderful blessings, which is blessing others in the process. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jobby. We really value the way you are experimenting with different things and taking the Soil message even beyond India to other places. So thank you, and lovely to have you here. And we'll wait to meet you in person when you are in India.
Sure, definitely. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Jobby. You know, I teach my students the core of marketing is compassion. And I think you have epitomized this particular value so well. I think, you know, we can have a sustainable business only if we have compassion around whatever business we have. Thanks a lot, and continue the good job and keep inspiring the younger students. Thank you, Jobby.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Let's do it together.
Yep.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you, AND sir. Thank you, Nitika ma'am. Thank you, Anil sir. Moving on to the next award. Okay, so the next award is the Entrepreneur Award. So an Entrepreneur Award is given to a person who has started their own venture with an innovative idea, received funding or high consumer acceptability, or solved a human or societal issue. The first nomination in this particular award is Mr. Saurabh Dayal from the 2011 batch of Soil. He is the co-founder of ClearDeco.com. ClearDeco.com is a 5-year-old brand started with an aim to standardize the unorganized optical market in India. It is India's first online optical marketplace and leading affordable optical retail chain. Saurabh Dayal opened about 100 plus retail outlets in pan-India in 3+ years with about 50% female employee in leadership positions. He received recognition as the best employer by Jeff Bezos. He has not removed a single employee during the pandemic, thereby supporting staff and team throughout. According to Saurabh, sustainability and diversity are the pillars of Soil that has helped him throughout his career. But according to us, he has done justice to many more. And I would like to thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Moving on to the second nomination, we have Mr. Sandeep Singh from the 2013 batch of Soil. Sandeep Singh is the co-founder of Upscale with an overall experience of about 9 years. Upscale is a sales engagement platform for sales rep to book more qualified meetings at scale. Upscale helps sales team create the perfect playbook by automating sales activity, spotting data-driven insights, and equipping sales team with the knowledge they need to be proactive. Prior to Upscale, he had led growth in marketing at Near and co-founded a bot mitigation platform, InfiSecure, which was acquired by Barracuda Networks in 2019. We hope you achieve a lot more in the coming years, Mr. Sandeep, and thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Moving on to the third nomination, we have Mr. Abhishek Kumar from the 2010 batch of Soil. Abhishek Kumar has an overall experience of about 9 years and is the founder of ToneTag. ToneTag is available as a software library and could integrate with an existing mobile application or current banking channel to support wallet-based direct bank card, card on file or card present UPI and BQR mobile payments. This allows any customer on any phone having any mobile wallet or banking application to use his or her mobile phone to make easy, quick, and secure payments. ToneTag as a product helps us to leap towards a cashless economy. The pillars of mindfulness and compassion are something Abhishek lives by, and we hope that you continue inspiring us. Thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Coming to the award, the winner of the Entrepreneur Award is Mr. Saurabh Dayal. Heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Saurabh Dayal. I would like to ask Anil sir to do the honors, please.
So Saurabh, I distinctly remembered your story, how you began your entrepreneurship journey. You know, you told us that you actually went to the street market where people are hawkers are putting their products. And then on one of the stalls, which also you got with great difficulty, you put your product there. And how, you know, you said to yourself, if I don't succeed in this, I will still find a way to make my two ends meet. That humility and that confidence to serve, and how then you created this organization and how you've expanded to more than 100 outlets. And during the pandemic, you really led the organization with that deep sense of purpose, commitment to your people. I'm sure because of your values, you are going to create a lot of value for your customers. And I want to thank you that during the time of COVID and soon after I was recovering from my difficult COVID, you were very kind enough. I needed a new pair of glasses, and your Sadarji optometrist came to my home and he actually took the measurements and got my new glasses. So amazing to see that personalized service, that personal touch, and not just because, you know, you have respect for me as an elder, but the fact that you were doing it for your customers in that manner would have won the heart of so many people that during COVID period as well, you were taking the service right to their homes. So amazing, Saurabh. God bless you. Keep serving and keep shining. I'm sure you are going to do increasingly well. And to Abhishek, who is on this call, you know, you are quite an entrepreneur, Abhishek. You are we are so proud of you. And the jury had a difficult time deciding between Saurabh and you. And then the jury said, okay, because of this grassroots level connect of Saurabh with the community during the COVID, etc., they gave him the award, but they wanted me to tell you also, Abhishek, that you were right up there, and we wish we had more than one award, in which case you would have also got it, but God bless you. Not to mention Sandeep, our budding entrepreneur who is becoming a serial entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the kind words. Pardon me for the background noise, I'm actually traveling. Anil sir, thanks a lot for all the kind words and always inspiring us. I think the power of appreciation is a lot of us appreciate actually, but it does not look authentic, including me. But whenever you appreciate it, actually, I remember one of our sessions when I was in Soil. I actually told that it gives a lot of confidence to somebody who who rarely gets appreciated, and India being a country so volatile, so competitive, it is very tough to find happiness. And your words actually inspire so much, and it actually matlab, it makes us feel that we are so worthy of whatever little we have achieved. And yeah, so my journey with soil was uh, it was a second batch. We were a little skeptical, but I think the time I had spent with soil and with Anil sir actually transformed me as a person. uh, Clear देखो के बाद we keep using मतलब sustainability is something which is a must for any startup, be it clear देखो or any startup. And all of us well, I personally been using this thing. It is very important to sustain in these competitive environments. There are such big players, huge competition, customer loyalty is missing, customer acquisition cost is very high. It is very tough to actually sustain. So my only advice to all the fellow students are to have perseverance in your vision, and ensure you find out new innovative ways to sustain. uh,
I think we lost him. AMB sir, Nitika ma'am, you can say a few words for him if you want.
Sure. Congratulations, Saurabh. And I also want to thank you for inspiring everybody in Soil to take up the entrepreneurship journey. I think directly or indirectly you do that when you come and hire people from here or give them live projects, internships, come for the entrepreneurship forums and share your journey. So I think that's wonderful to give back. And yes, I think your platform is wonderful. I make sure I order from there because I feel a sense of pride that I'm ordering my glasses from my alumni's venture. So thank you. Keep up the good work. Congratulations again.
Congratulations, Saurav. You have 100 plus outlets, and I'm just waiting when you will have your outlets in all the 660 districts of India. And I'm waiting for the one outlet to open up in my neighborhood so that I can also start buying from your store. Thank you and congratulations once again.
Again, congratulations, Saurabh sir. I know he's not here. Thank you, ANB sir, Nitika ma'am, Anil sir. Moving on to the next award. Sonakshi, can we please have the slide deck? Thank you. Okay, so the last award for this session is the Chairman's Award. So the Chairman's Award is basically given to an inspired leader who's living with values of soil, motivating and influencing others, and has a big achievement in his own career, his or her own career. So the first nominee for this award is Mr. Sapan Gandhi from the batch of anchors. He is currently working in Zentiva Pharma and has an overall experience of about 12 years. Sapan Gandhi was awarded the prestigious Global Emerging Pharma Leaders 2020 by Pharmaceutical Executive. In his personal life, Sapan Gandhi has mentored 3 students from Soil and provided them with the necessary guidance, as well as assisted them in connecting with the industry contracts and ensured that they met their goals. Sapan Gandhi is also an executive with big pharma and generics pharma experience of driving programs, products, and key corporate initiatives dedicated to continuous learning and improvement. He has a broad background in strategic planning, product portfolio planning, business development, and supply chain operations. He conceptualized and implemented the supply chain structure in Europe and led the portfolio and commercial strategy of key therapies and business. According to him, the values of Soil, which made him reach his goals, were awareness, balance, compassion, diversity, and ethics. I would like to thank you, Mr. Gandhi, for being such an important member of the Soil family. Coming to the second nomination, we have Ms. Shiza Shakil from 2013 batch of Soil. She is currently working as a sales director in Accenture Cloud First and has an overall work experience of around 10 years. She was recognized as a global equality champion in Accenture and champion of change in Infosys Australia for diversity and inclusion initiatives. She has an extensive experience of working on several first of its kind utility-based deals, digital analytics, and cloud solutions. She has also sold many cloud first deals in Australia itself. She has also won several new logos in New South Wales for cloud-based digital and SaaS solutions, replaced paper-based processes to digital process automation solution, hosted on public cloud, sold first of its kind SaaS solution to deliver worker safety and virtual reality-based interactive training solution hosted on public cloud, and a cloud-based ITSM solution. According to her, Soil is an initiative to live the dream of a business mind with a social heart. It focuses on building inspired leaders with character. And you are definitely one of those inspired leaders for us, Ms. Shiva. I would like to thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Coming to the third nomination for the Chairman's Award, we have Ms. Karen D'Souza from the 2015 batch of Soil. She had won the Role Model of the Year in Human Resource Leadership Program, and she is a certified rewards professional by Ian Hewitt. She is currently a part of an employee relations team at Goldman Sachs and has an overall work experience of about 7 to 8 years. She is a people's person, and the awareness of people being the key drivers of any successful business attracts her to the field of HR, where she gets the opportunity to enable the main resource of a firm, human resource, to continually perform and outperform. You are certainly outperforming and inspiring all of us, Ms. Karen. I would like to thank you for being such an important member of the Soil family. Coming to the winner of the award, and the Chairman Award goes to Mr. Sapan Gandhi. Heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. Sapan Gandhi. I would like to invite Anil sir to do the honors, please.
Actually, all three of you were considered in a very strong way. And I just want to say that, you know, to Shiza, particularly to you, I want to say that, you know, you are an exceptional leader. You've done an amazing job in the different companies that you have worked with. And if time zone was more kind to you, perhaps you would have been more able to spend time in the soil activities. But even then, you always send us messages at the right time. You wish us on every important occasion. You've done a tremendous job, Shiza. And, you know, Sapan, we chose you because you also mentored 8 soil students, and also you got a global award by your industry in Europe. So you were recognized also not just by your company, but also by an external association of repute. So that's something that the jury felt was very important. And therefore, you know, the award we chose at Sapan, we are so happy. And I remember fondly meeting you in London when I came to watch the World Cup cricket, India versus Australia. And it was so nice to be with you and to see your positive energy. So God bless you, Sapan, and God bless you to the others as well. And, you know, keep shining.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much.
Where are you, Sapan? We can't see you. Yeah, we should be able to see you. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see me now, sir? I've switched on my camera.
Yeah, let's put the spotlight on you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks a lot to everyone who nominated me and who voted for me. It's a very important award for me because I think Soil has created so many good professionals over the last couple of years, and a lot of us have been successful in our careers. And I am pretty sure success is not rated only by the salaries that we are drawing or the positions we are in, right? But by what we have contributed to the society and what we've achieved in our personal lives as well. So I'm very honored to be chosen for this award. And I really want to congratulate both Shiza and Karen also for being nominated. As you mentioned, sir, there are so many students who might not have been in this small list of 3 people, but I'm pretty sure that there are more deserving people than me as well. But for now, I'll take the honors. I would want to actually really thank Nitika ma'am and ANB sir specifically, because they have been my say mentors since I have left Soil. I've had so many candid conversations with both Nitika ma'am and ANB sir, and they've really helped me a lot and say whenever I'm confused. Also, I mean, I'm always thankful to you, sir, first of all, for creating Soil, for giving us a platform where we could really learn, where we could learn, not, I mean, just not being good in the theoretical knowledge of subjects, but also in becoming holistic individuals. And I know, and I could feel it that in my first job out of soil, when I joined CIPLA, and when I was with people from all the top B schools of the country, I could feel what difference soil has created in me, because I could be more empathetic towards my colleagues, right? I could be more compassionate towards them, and that helped me in actually building a strong rapport and reputation in the company. And that also helped me in gaining the trust and confidence of a lot of leaders in the organization. So I thank everyone, and also a lot to my batch, to the anchors batch. I know that they actually voted a lot for me, and this award goes to all the faculty members and my batch, specifically my batch in soil. Thank you so much.
And Yogesh Andleji, our co-founder, thank you for your wonderful contribution in the jury. You have been more than a mentor to all these award winners and to many of them. So Yogesh, thank you for who you are.
Thank you, Yogesh sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sapan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, really nice to see you get that award and that recognition. I keep citing your case as a role model to all the batches who come in later, to say that how passionate you were even during your time in soil. You were very, very passionate about how you wanted your journey to be, and you were very clear and very strategic about it. So one of the few cases I have seen with so much clarity and with so much determination and planning to make it happen, and then, flawless execution also. So great inspiration. And despite all this, you're very humble and you keep coming back to soil and giving us suggestions on how we can make our things better here, what we can do to improve, and how you will contribute to make that happen. So lovely to have you here, and your batch. I very fondly remember the entire batch of yours. I think that was one of the most precious batches, with Siddharth and Sahil and Robin and Hitesh and many others. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sapan, so wonderful to see you. I'm especially, I'm proud of the fact that when I hear you are leading a team of people in your various capacities, which include members drawn from the best of the B schools, not only of India, but of the globe. It actually reinforces our faith and trust in the soil model. You have been an exceptional leader and you have been a great role model. Continue the good job and make us all feel proud. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Again, a big congratulations to you, Mr. Sapan. Thank you, ANB sir. Thank you, Neetika ma'am. Thank you, Anil sir. And heartiest congratulations to all the winners. I would like to invite ANB sir to say a few words to close the ceremony.
Okay, so my dear guests and my dear students, Pallavi was supposed to call me in the beginning, but I think there was a bit of a mix-up. So it doesn't matter. I just wanted to remind that 13 years back, the movement called Soil was initiated by our beloved Mr. Anil Sachdev. And he, along with some 32 top global companies, came together in supporting and creating this path-breaking higher education institution. The idea was to develop responsible industry leaders who can take responsibility of whatever is happening around them in the society. Till now, we have over 1,200 students who have graduated from Soil, and all have been creating impact in their respective fields. 2 years back, we started the Distinguished Alumni Awards to recognize few of our alumni who have made significant impact in their respective areas. We have come up with 5 different categories, which you just now saw. And the core of each award is adherence to the soil values that are so close to us. Last year, we could not give these awards because of the very fluid COVID situation. But this year, we insisted that we should actually give these awards in a virtual mode. And I think our decision was correct, because we got a very good set of people who could be, put up for these awards. I'll just briefly tell you the process just for the sake of all of you. The process that we followed was very simple and transparent. Nominations were taken from all the SOIL alumni and faculty. The top 3 nominees from each category were taken up and they were put for voting online. And we constituted a jury which consisted of our ex-chairman, Mr. Keval Noria, Mr. N. Muthuraman, and Mr. Yogesh Andle. We deliberated on 2 aspects. One was the voting, which had a certain weightage, and then we also looked into the actual work that each candidate has done. Based on that, we identified, the 5 winners. I hope these awards will go a long way in inspiring many other alumni to actually come forward in the coming years and share their wonderful stories with us, which can actually inspire their juniors to take on their footsteps. With these words, I would like to thank the organizers for creating this particular wonderful platform and doing a great job for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, Yogita or Tarun will take it over from here.
Thank you, Pallavi, and congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, Invi, sir, for organizing this. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a pause and break out for lunch. We will resume at 3 o'clock. So, please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
you. you. you
See Patrick here. Just want to say a quick hello. If Patrick, you're there. Hi, good evening. Welcome back. So we have Garima and Tanmay now to
Yes, ma'am.
host the next session.
Yes, ma'am.
Please
Should we
go.
start?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. For the next session, Tanmay and I, Garima, will be your host. Finally, it is time for the most awaited event of the evening, the business case study competition. In the history of our esteemed institution, it is for the first time that SOIL is hosting a D2C competition.
We have 5 teams participating in the competition. Each team will have 7 minutes to present and speak, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A from the jury. After 5 minutes, a soft signal will be given on a chart, and as soon as 7 minutes are done, it will be a hard stop for the team with a buzzer. Also, I would like to tell our viewers and guests present here about the process of selecting the top 5 teams. In totality, there were 3 screening rounds, in which the round 1 was the quiz. Whoever got qualified had to submit a 1-page synopsis followed by a 3-slider PPT explaining their idea or a strategy. With the help of the consulting clubs, we have finalized the final teams. So congratulations to all the participants who have made this far. Over to you, Garima.
Right. Agritech, as the word suggests, is a combination of agriculture and technology. It refers to the use of technological innovations in agriculture to increase yield, quality, efficiency, and profitability. Agritech uses modern methods to enhance farming and is rapidly shaping the agricultural economy for a more progressive future. It also uses robots, big data, AI, and other methods in order to solve the never-ending challenges of agriculture sector. With its help, crops are modified to grow in any environment. There's faster planting and also better harvesting. Estimates show that India's agritech industry has the potential to reach about $24 billion in revenue by the year 2025, with the current penetration being only about 1%. This initiative directs towards the increased deployment of AI and machine learning models and networks in India, while e-commerce firms like Amazon will have a crack at the grocery segment. But why did the government think of this now? Well, better late than never. The Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that about 40% of the food produced in India is wasted annually. It further suggests that this wastage is due to inefficient supply chains and fragmented food systems. This initiative is aimed at rectifying all this. Soon enough, agri-tech startups will also want to grab a piece of this. Over to you, Tanmay.
Thank you so much, Garima, for this enlightenment. Next up, I would like to introduce our jury to everyone. Our first jury member is Mr. Vikas Jha. He's an alum of IIT Bombay. Currently, he is founder, CEO of RuCard. He founded RuCard along with 2 other IIT Bombay alums in 2019. Mr. Jha did his MTech in Technology and Development from CTRARA at IIT Bombay. During his master's program, he has shown interest in developing scalable green technologies for small plot holders. This led to a grant support from IIT Bombay after completing his MTech. He and his team developed technologies like Sabji Cooler and P-Rakshak in a participatory approach where the end users were an integral part of the design team. Today, RuCard is working with small plot holders across states like Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Meghalaya, Odisha, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, Tanmay. Thank you very much, Garima.
Our second jury member is Mrs. Surekha Rautre. Surekha Rautre is a businesswoman with a love for science and a panache for words. She currently holds the folio of Head Social Incubation and CSR at KIIT TBI and is an ardent promoter of impact entrepreneurs, and she's also a strong advocate for women entrepreneurs. She has done her master's in business administration and her MS in risk and insurance. With 9 years of corporate exposure in banking and insurance sector and 4 years in the academic sector, she brings with her a diverse range of experience and exposure to the startup ecosystem. She is currently an integral part of all the social programs run by KIIT TBI, ranging from capacity building to seed funding across a diverse cross-section of society, ranging from college students to mature entrepreneurs. Welcome, ma'am.
All right. Our final jury member is Mr. Yogesh Andle. He's an entrepreneur and MD of Nucleus Software Engineers. He was part of the founding team of several leading well-known companies in IT, consultancy, and educational field. He graduated from IIT Delhi in 1979. He has also been an active participant in Pan IT alumni activities. Presently, Yogesh sir mentors several IT startups and actively participates in several community activities. We are really glad to have him here. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
I would request all our participants.
Thank you.
I would request all our participants to please switch on their cameras.
Welcome all the jury members. Thank you so much for creating your time to be with us. And welcome all the teams who are here to present. Good luck to everybody.
All right. I would now like our honorable jury members to enlighten us on the subject agrotech. Vikas sir, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity, Tanmay and Garima. Thank you very much, Anil Sachdev sir, to be here. I'm very much glad to meet you, sir. Thank you very much, all the participants. Now we are in this journey of this agritech since July 2019. Very interesting journey it is, not only just on the passion of entrepreneurship, but the impact we are making. This is definitely a very wonderful world. I would like to hear your cases. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next up, can we request Surekha ma'am to take the stage? Ma'am, are you there?
You'll have to unmute yourselves, Surekha ji.
Yeah, am I audible now? Okay. So I think agriculture is a very diverse sector, and we need to start looking and thinking beyond the traditional thought of agriculture and start addressing agriculture as a food systems culture, which is not limiting just to the growing of produces, but value adding where we are including food, and maybe thinking also laterally where we are looking at food solving health problems also. When we are looking at nutraceuticals and we are looking at superfoods, smart foods. So there's a lot that can be done, there's a lot that should be done, and there's a lot that needs to be done to build a cohesive ecosystem, to build a sustainable and resilient ecosystem. Looking forward to how these students present. Thank you.
Great. Yogesh sir, we would now request you to shed your pearls of wisdom on the same topic.
Thank you, Garima. Pleasure to be with everyone. We are not meeting in person in physical space, but that would have been great to be together with all of you. It's always such a pleasure to visit soil. So with agri-tech, what we find is there's a lot happening around. Huge amount of activities are taking place. I'm personally witness to so many startups in agri-tech space, and so many of them have grown big. They've grown, in fact, they have grown multinational. And when I was last time with Surekha ji at Bhubaneswar, I learned about them setting up a rural women technology park in rural areas where they are working with women farmers, women local self-help groups to process food and make it into a very high margin or high price product, which can be sold even to urban customers. And we have seen in our own journey, in our own experience, many startups starting. What I would like to highlight one thing here is we have seen a lot of startups starting in technology. Agri-tech means providing consulting on agri, providing IoT space and things of that kind. And we have seen very interesting transitions taking place, the pivoting taking place. I'm sure I'm looking forward to a very interesting, very innovative presentations today, and wish you all the best, all the teams that are presenting today. Look forward to hear from you. Thank you. Bye.
Very well said, sir. Now, without much further ado, let's call our team number 1 from IIT Visakhapatnam. The team name is Teen Wolves, comprising of Saransh, Karan, and Shivam. You may start, please.
Yeah, just before we start, I just want to honor all the men in uniform and Mrs. Madhulika Rawat, who laid down her life. As we talk, the Chief of the Staff, General Rawat's body is being taken to the cremation ground. And it's very important for us to just take a moment to pause and offer our homage to these brave men in uniform, and also Mr. Madhulika Rawat, who was the First Lady of the Armed Forces. I think what has happened is a tragedy, and I just feel that to see the amount of love and affection that the people in uniform get should inspire all of us to say, when we come out with new ideas to serve the country, this is the highest in the tradition. And to see the love and affection, just for a moment, I want to say thank you to all the people in uniform who serve this country so courageously and bravely. And this is the exact moment when when the body of General Rawat and the other people is being taken to the cremation ground. So I just thought that it is important for us to take a moment to thank all of them for their service to the country. With these words, yes, please proceed.
One, please let me know once you're ready. I'll start with the timer.
Yes, we are ready, sir.
You may start.
Yeah. Oh, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, so I am Saran Sarani, and I, along with my teammates Karan Verma and Shivam Saginia, are here to justify our synopsis with frameworks, strategies, and present our ideas. So let me first tell you that what is this hydroponics technology means and how it is useful. So hydroponics is a high-tech method of growing plants in water-rich in minerals, nutrients instead of soil. It was initiated by Bonsex, and also hydroponics is an ideal concept for today's agricultural sector, which struggles to find new fertile lands for crop production and will enable crops to be grown in greenhouses or in multi-level buildings. Can you please change this? With hydroponics, nutrients are more easily available for the plants to absorb. The grower can control light, heat, nutrients, hydration, pest, and all other aspects of the growing process. This means that the whole cycle can be streamlined for larger, faster growing plants with a higher yield. And also, in future, when pressure on land increases due to population growth, hydroponics will emerge as one of the most useful techniques. Also, for the sustainability purpose, we must meet the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. And if I talk about the expansion plan, so in the phase 1, we are first targeting Gujarat because Gujarat government is helping its farmer with mobile phones and other assistance. In the second phase, we are targeting Mumbai, Punjab, UP, Haryana, and Madhya Pradesh as these cities are in need of agriculture technological advancement.
So now we can talk about the marketing strategy and implementation framework that we use in Synopsis. So there's a strategy that we discussed, direct and indirect communication. That is why first one is from the taking data from the research institute, and second one is advertisement from the digital and the newspaper. So there's a marketing segmentation on the three bases: by crop type, by system, and by equipment. And there's a framework of AFO system that we used in the primary research to support the India. And we also see the results of this implementation from the US market, hydroponics, that increasing drastically from 2016 to 2021. And now we can talk about the mediums of communication. Just a second. Yes. So there are some effective medium and their expense of communication. The first one is show on DD Kishan, ad in local newspapers, printing pamphlets, hoardings, and advertising using catchy social media campaign and PR campaigns. So there are estimates for nearly 9,4600 in the effective communication network that we use to marketing our hydroponic system. So now we can talk about the framework of the system. Over to Karan.
Thank you, Sean. So for supporting our marketing activities and supporting our farmers, we have also proposed one business model that we are going to provide an application which can integrate the farmers with the stakeholder available in the market. So we will gonna integrate different stakeholders like manufacturer, government institute, research institute, manufacturers and supplier, so that these app will directly or indirectly help farmer to grow and help in the agri-tech industry. So what we're gonna do, we will first look at the business model. So if we look at the mechanism, after seeking the proposal of the promotional activities from our different marketing promotional schemes that we have discussed earlier, the app will then provide the best and cheapest way to farmer solution and connect with the different institute, so they can be more tilted towards those new technology. Now, what is the benefit of the institute that are connected with our app? So for government, they will get a potential farmers data from our app, and they will gonna use it for the benefit of those farmers by giving them direct subsidies and all. For different research institute and agricultural institute, they also want to have some data, and after getting data, they will gonna process it and will help directly indirectly to the farmers. Now coming back to manufacturers and suppliers, now suppliers and manufacturers are also getting their benefit, that they will get some potential data from the farmers, and they will provide important raw material information, what they want to be for them. So this is that you can process further. Shivam, next slide. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the way our app will going to look be, and how we will gonna market this app is the process here, and that identify customers that we have already discussed, what are the criteria of the segmentation, the present of composition, value proposition, why the farmer want to enroll on our app, and different ways we can point out. So consumer pain points on a upper left corner, we can see that why these farmers will want to join our app, because they have some lack of awareness about the different new technology, especially in India. So they will get some updates from our app, especially for hydroponic technology. Even there is a lack of intelligence, like our research institute and government institute do not able to provide timely basis a real-time solution to the farmers. So a creative solution that we have made is going to help our farmer. Thank you from all, and we are happy to give this solution to us. This is our presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Team 1. Now we are open for Q&A.
Vikash, would you like to go first?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this presentation, Shivam and team. I have one question: is what is your revenue model? You mentioned that the government will use your app. So one is definitely the government side, but how will farmers pay you? What will be its cost, and how do you think that will it be affordable for farmer? If it is not affordable, then how they will able to buy it? That is my question. The second thing is question I have is there is a number of hydroponic urban startups have come up. One is in very famous is 2-3 is in Hyderabad and all. How you are different from them?
So for revenue model, government will provide direct revenue to us for getting the data. As they will get some data from our app, they have to pay us some fee, so that they can access to that data and utilize it for giving the direct benefit and all. So this is the way we will gonna provide different institute. If they want to get some data from us, they have to pay us. And what about the farmers? We will gonna provide them freemium revenue model, in which they have to pay for premium offers, sir. For trial purpose, they will get free benefits, sir. This is the way we have designed that.
Okay, great. The second question about the competitiveness.
Yeah. So, sir, in India, it is new that this is technology is new, and it no other apps is not providing this solution, especially to the hydroponic technology. So, the specialty of this app will be that they will gonna integrate different institutes and stakeholders in between those hydroponic market. Then this will be helpful for the farmers as well as the institutions that were included in the indulge in this sector. So this will gonna flourish too fastly in Gujarat, especially in a Gujarat area, because we are going to target first in a Gujarat, then we will gonna focus on other segment in an initial phase. Sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
What is Surekha?
Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations, Saransh, Karan and Shivam. Very well thought of solution. Just a couple of points that I would like a little more insights. You very correctly mentioned that hydroponics is one of the upcoming and growing sectors, and you would be providing the much needed knowledge to the farmers. But another key pain point with the farmers is connecting to the urban markets. And when I say connecting, you already said that you have a platform where they can showcase. But what about the supply chain? Even if they are showcasing, how do they get the produce from the farm to the concerned person? Let's say you are saying first you will target Gujarat, and the products that you showcased was lettuce and tomatoes were the examples that you had given, which may or may not have a market in Gujarat. Let's say the market is in Delhi or a more urban crowd. How do you help the farmers get connected or establish the supply chain to connect with the beneficiary or the procurer in this case?
Ma'am, as different stakeholder will gonna connect with us, then for getting direct communication from different stakeholders, they will gonna negotiate with each other. We are providing a platform to those stakeholders, ma'am, so that they can gonna negotiate with each other and will find the solution by their own. If in a future we can thought of all these things, but right now we have thought of all this giving a platform only, not providing a supply chain problem or not. Because in one app you can't provide in the initial phase, you can't provide everything in the initial phase. It will be gonna provide so much costly for that.
Got it.
Ma'am,
And
yeah.
Yes, Saransh, please go on.
Ma'am, and then too, like if you are talking about like the latest and what are the, like, what can I say, the much needed for that place. So we can monitor the tracks also, like we can say which city wants what. So the app will also help in like the basic monitoring. So that will help in supply chain as well. But right now we didn't make the whole plot of supply chain that what it should be, but at least we have done basic monitoring, like which city wants what and what is the current need of that city. So in that purpose.
Okay, and when you are setting up the information, would you also be helping the farmers in set up the hydroponic units? Or
Yes,
only the information are you providing?
no, ma'am. Our apps also provide the help for the farmers to providing the solutions of hydroponic farming, and as well as set up their hydroponics farming techniques. And our app is directly connect to the suppliers and the manufacturer, or suppliers and the other farmers also that used to do hydroponics farming from the very early time. So our app is trying to connect all those people to build a network that will increase the awareness of hydroponic farming, as well as the increasing the supply chain network of this farming techniques.
Got it. Thank you so much, Shivam.
Yes.
That's all from my side.
Thank you. Garima, how much time do we?
Tanmay, how much more time do we have?
We can take a question or two.
All right. So you can go ahead with your question.
Last question is about. All right. Shivam,
Sorry, your voice is lacking.
So my question is about finances. How much money do you require, and what is your source of finance going to be?
So at an initial age, we have estimated that if we are going to target at a bigger Gujarat state in a short period of time, then we will gonna market it in a in a budget constraint of around 9 lakh for 1 month, so that we can reach to around 10 lakh farmers of Gujarat region. This will create a huge awareness in especially in a locality of farmers. And for that financials, we are estimated with the with the data solution from a secondary data. After getting those data, we will estimate the 9 lakh rupees for marketing promotions.
And sir, we'll try.
And 9 lakhs will last you at, okay. And the last is how much, what is the revenue model? How much, what kind of money would you like to make from different sources, from customers, from what have you thought of the revenue model?
Yeah, sir, in the beginning, we haven't thought of any profit or getting any profit. We are expecting that we are creating an awareness in the beginning. Then after 6 months of getting some awareness and all, we will gonna launch those app, and this will boom the revenue of us and get below BP.
Okay, thank you.
Break even point.
And sir, adding to some points to Karan's thought, that we'll targeting the Gujarat region because the government is appreciating the farmers to adopt the hydroponics techniques on the initial very early stage. So it is very easier for us to increase the awareness among the farmers, and because the help of the networks that we used to adopt from the help of this app, it is very easier to adopt the awareness among the farmers about the hydroponics techniques. So at the initial stage, we are not thinking about the profits and the loss. We'll try to increase the awareness as much as we can on the initial stage, and after 3 to 4 months, we'll work on the revenue model.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Any more questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Team Wolves. Now we have team number 2 from KJ Sumaya, Gayatri Darla.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, Gayatri, you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gayatri Darla, and the topic I had chosen is Case A. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Gayatri.
Oh, awesome. So before jumping directly to the marketing strategies, let's have an understanding what is the demand we have for hydroponics in India, and why should the Indians choose hydroponics over the normal traditional agriculture. So if you have a clear understanding, India is always known as an agriculture country, and agriculture is a primary source of livelihood for about 58% of the Indian population, and India's economic stability completely depends upon the agriculture. And if you see, India also have a potential to grow as a leader in the world. And if you also see, there were predictions that the world is overgrowing, and the population can go up to as high as 9 billion. So what would this represent? So this represents there would be high need for food produce in this country, not just this country, the whole world, by 2050. And this increased population would also need increased land space to live in. And where does that land come from? Definitely from the farmers, because of the expansion of the cities. And after having all this, and they also need water. So where does that water come from? Because the amount of water the farmers are currently using for agriculture is definitely going to ink all the water from the underground. And also, if you see the amount of fertilizers we are using on the land, so that would not make the soil fertile for a long period of time. And if you also see, as per the researchers say that we can grow any kind of harvest in using hydroponics, but majorly they suggest fruits and vegetables. And if you see the fruits and vegetable market in the graph, it has around 100 billion Indian rupees of market. And if you also see, India in many states of India are also flood driven. Like they were more prone to floods in these areas. They had 18.5 million hectares of land, which has been impacted because of flood in 2017 to 2019. And recently also we had seen what floods had brought to Kerala, and also in a couple of places in Andhra Pradesh as well. And why? Okay, if you ask me a question like, is India ready or Indian farmers ready for the agri-tech? So it is definitely a yes, because now it's high time that we have to we have to choose both productivity and profitability, not just one. And why Indians should choose hydroponics? If you see developed countries like Japan, United States of America, United Kingdom, and also emerging nations like Australia are also adopting this and reducing their imports. And if you see the comparison chart that gives between the soil agriculture and hydroponics agriculture, we can see into 10. We can see for strawberries it is into 2, for cucumber it is into 10, and for tomato it's even into 10. So this shows what is the profitability for the farmer by adopting hydroponics. And coming to the target, so what are the target areas? So the space is very new, but we already have 20 players in this space or even more, and a clear market research to be done to understand how would the farmers react to the readiness for the adoption of this technology. And if you see what is the target, so our first target is going to be flood prone areas, and a second target is going to be farmers in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities, and a third target is going to be farmers in Tier 3 and rural areas, and a fourth target is going to be new entrepreneurs who are looking out for opportunities. And here the graph shows that India is actually importing 168 billion Indian rupees of fruits and vegetables every year. Is this not the market that actually belongs to the farmers instead of some other country? Yes, the answer is definitely yes. So what are the strategies that I'm suggesting is that, so if you bring in any technology into the country, so the major thing Indian population look at is it trustable product or is it a trust technology? And the second point they look is it price? Are they following the price cost leadership? And so that is the reason we have to collaborate with the government officials to promote our hydroponics during the social events with farmers. You can see one of the event UP Kisan Mahapanchayat, which was attended by over 1 lakh farmers. And we can also partner with farmer produce organizations. So they actually act as a bridge between the new technology and the farmers. And we can also conduct workshops for farmers and the new entrepreneurs to explain them about the hydroponics. And also we can also follow guerrilla marketing, like creating an impression video, radio marketing, because these farmers would be listening to radio most of the time. And we can also collaborate with national and farmer syndicate banks for helping the farmers get easy loans for setting up the hydroponics plants. And we can also appoint one of our representatives to create awareness during the village weekly Sarpanch meets. And also these are minor strategies, but these would work like miracle in the rural areas. Like we can actually create awareness with the help of puppet shows and trade fairs. We can create banners. And also if you see mid-range farmers mostly spend at least one day in a week at mandis to sell their fruits and vegetables. And these people also have small farming lands. So we can actually target these rural farmers, because 85% or 58% is actually small and marginal farmers. And we can also collaborate with solar energy providers in villages and keep our representatives available there. Yeah, so if you, as per Aarti Janaki Raman, she has said that, who is one of the renowned researcher, she has said that hydroponics market is expected to grow at a CAGR of about 26% by 2023. And the demand is also picking up, because COVID-19 has brought us awareness among us that we have to move on to a healthy lifestyle. And this healthy lifestyle should come from the food products we are eating, just like fruits and vegetables. And also we have a higher demand for exotic vegetables and medicinal herbs. And if you see, as discussed, like we know the product, we know the place to target, which are flood-prone areas. And we also spoke about the marketing strategies. And coming to the price, we need to choose a break-even price where everyone can afford it. And coming to the SWOT analysis, our strength is it's advanced technology for sure. And we have higher productivity, and it is also profitable. And weakness, one of the weakness in Indian society for the hydroponics is lack of awareness. And people are long-term oriented in the culture, and farmers are still following the traditional approach. And opportunities is the market segment is still untapped, and there were new approach and researches for advancements which can actually reduce the cost in the future. And also growing younger generation are actually looking for new entrepreneurship opportunities in this sector so that they can help the society and the country as a whole. And coming to the threats, a new opportunity segment attracts new players, and it's a highly competitive market. So on this note, like if all the awareness, if we are able to create the awareness, we can see India as a leader in the agriculture space as well. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And now I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Gayatri.
Thank you, Gayatri. Over to Vikash.
Yeah, thank you, Gayatri. Thank you very much. You are very much clear in marketing strategy and the way you brought this Gram Panchayat, Sarpanch roles and all. Yes. That is clearly shows that you have your mind how you are going to deliver that. So we will be waiting agri-tech ecosystem. You are joining this agri-tech startup cohort. Yes, so Gayatri, I have just you mentioned the loan and all. Have you calculated that what will be if there is a loan? So what will be the payback period for this farmer? Number one. And as the first cohort mentioned about the government sites and all, you did not mention government sites. So are you looking for 100% revenue from the farmers directly, or you are also going to partner with the government? And if you are to, what percentage of your revenue will come through the government?
Okay. So, sir, for the first question, if we are trying to reach out to the syndicate banks, I mean, we are just trying to make an agreement with them so that they suggest the farmers to reach out, so that you can set up a hydroponics. Because if you see the amount of change we can see from a soil agriculture to hydroponics, it is in a multiplying factor, like into 3, into 4. So definitely the loan can be resolved before the expected time. That is for sure, because the technology is there along with innovation, right? And I feel that they can do, though the calculation was not done, sir. And also the second one, on the first one, we want to collaborate with the government officials. So if you see, one way to gain the trust of Indian society or Indian farmers basically is that they always keep on attending the meets that happen in the near space. So we can actually collaborate with them so that they can promote hydroponics.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Over to you, Surekha.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. Wonderful presentation. Like the detailing that you have done, and again, a little details on the financials would definitely have added more dynamism to the entire presentation. I just would like to understand a little bit more, because you are going down to the Gram Panchayat level and having representatives at that level. When you are going so human resource heavy, how do you plan to scale your idea?
Okay, ma'am. So, one thing is that these Gram Panchayat meetings would happen, at least in my village, it happens bi-monthly. So not sure about the other villages, but as per the research what I have done, it usually happens once in 15 days or 20 days. So we need this human resources once in a while, like once or twice in a month. So we can actually recruit the students, like who, because it can act as an internship or some kind of live project for the students in those areas, and they can also learn about the new technology. And I at least anticipate that they are going to turn out to be the agripreneurs in future, because they would know about this technology at a very early stage.
Absolutely. There are just two pain points there. One, when we are talking about villages of farmers, if there is no consistent interaction with them, the trust does not build up. So just if a face shows up once in 15 days during a particular Gram Panchayat meeting, to have the necessary traction for conversion might be a challenge. Second, again, you have to, even if they are interns, you have to look at, so if somebody is interning for 3 months, and after 3 months, there is a new face coming into the village. That is another pain point that you would need to look into. And thirdly, irrespective of being an intern, where the payout might be low, but still there is a payout factor which needs to be integrated into the financial model that you're working on. So those 3 points you need to work on. Otherwise, good presentation.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Thank you, Suresh. Now, so I just have a few observations. First of all, I like that you come from a rural background. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from? Which place?
Okay, if you're aware of Aruku in Andhra Pradesh, yeah.
So what kind of all right. So what kind of experiments are going on there in the field of agriculture? In
Okay,
your
so,
village, around
yes.
your village that you are aware of?
Yes, sir. So here the awareness is very low. I mean, unless people, so they were still going on with the traditional farming and the agriculture, if you see. And if you also see there, people are more into artisans. Like they keep on working on the, what do we say, the art, making, what do we say that, like, because it's more of a tourist kind of place. So that is the reason they work on those articles, making those, we say Kondapalli dolls. Yes, handicrafts, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So now in that region where handicrafts and rural artisans are much more, they are that's a key livelihood. How would you encourage them to shift to hydroponics?
Yes, sir. So definitely making them agree or accept to do this would be a little challenging. But with consistent efforts, we can see that, because if we see the comparison chart, it clearly shows what is in for us. Because end of the day, okay, so if you see my childhood, most of the, I used to see at least one house in some 10 meters or 20 meters of space. But now around we have all houses. So this, with increased population, so people are trying to expand their regions. And with that point, so hydroponics is definitely going to help, because they need less amount of land to work on. Yeah, so definitely, sir, like making them creation of the awareness would be a difficult point. But we will try to explain them like what are the benefits in long run as well.
Excellent, excellent. As the land holding is reducing,
yes, sir.
If they get an alternative way of earning livelihood, that will be so much welcome. So
yes,
thank you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For questions? All right. Thank you so much, Gayatri. You did well. Next up, we have Team Ravens from IRMA, representing Nikhar, Sahil, and Mohammed. And I request this team to be mindful of the time. All the best, guys. Please let me know once we are ready. I'll start with the timer.
Is my screen visible?
It is.
And am I audible?
Completely.
Okay, give me a minute. So before we start, I have a request. One of my teammates, we are in a village fieldwork segment in rural areas in different parts of India. So one of my teammates has poor connectivity, so he won't be able to switch on the video. Is that okay?
Sure, that's not a problem.
Good.
Yeah, we can start. Good afternoon, respected juries and everyone. So our team is Revens from Institute of Rural Management, Anand. So on behalf of my team, I will be presenting. I'm Malik. So our company name is Hydronova, Redefining Farming and Well-being of People. So our hydroponic business will be established in South Indian states such as Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh because of ease of operations and different horticulture zones available. Horticulture crops are the predominant one that are cultivated in hydroponics. So we are concentrating on two segments. One is semi-urban segment, and the target audience are the semi-urban cities in these states that are more populated, that has high land cost and more terrace area. And these are the 8 cities that we have come up with, semi-urban cities. And the further segment will be the health conscious people who are considered about where their produce comes from, and we'll collect these people from these data extraction techniques, organic websites, gardening websites, and we'll be providing a creative social media content that ultimately leads them to our app, where we provide distinct services. One such service is Pick Your Harvest, where the semi-urban people, they can book a slot in the app, come to our hydroponic plant, visit it, pick their harvest and go. That increases consumer awareness about hydroponics. Another feature is selling your hydroponic produce at their doorsteps, and we'll be providing initial discounts and pamphlets on how hydroponics is used for cultivating produce. And another feature is that we'll be also preparing nutritious food out of hydroponic produce, and we'll be selling it through third-party platforms, Zomato, Swiggy. A pamphlet will be provided as well. And all these three things are the results of hydroponics. That is, you get to have nutritious food that are free from heavy metal accumulation, that are organic. So ultimately, people want to adopt the system. That is where we'll sell the hydroponic system. And hydroponics, the high initial investment is one of the deterrents for hydroponic system adoption. So we'll be concentrating on the low cost one, that is DWC, deep water culture. And we'll also be giving a refund policy within 15 days so that it incentivizes them to try it out. And another segment is that schools and colleges in semi-urban cities that are already into sustainable initiatives like seed pencil, rainwater harvesting, will be explaining the positive impacts in the demonstration, with the demonstration of hydroponics to them. This ultimately results in word of mouth to parents about hydroponics. And getting into another crucial segment, which is rural segment, and initial will be horticulture zones, as I already told. Horticulture zones, horticulture crops are the major ones cultivated, and these are the horticulture zones that we'll be targeting in the 4 states. And the further target will be polyhouse farmers, because polyhouse is a prerequisite for installation of hydroponics. And these farmers stay in associations and organizations, FPO, will be reaching out to them. And these farmers cultivate crops that are, prone to soil-borne diseases. And many farmers in India seek solution from the agriculture input dealers. So we'll be partnering with agriculture input dealers on a commission model where for adoption of hydroponics, they'll get a percentage of commission. And as I already told you, high cost is one that deters people away from hydroponics, but we'll be giving away with the model market assurance, where we'll be buying the hydroponic produce from the farmers for a limited amount of years. So they are assured about the market, which is very important for the farmers. And we'll be conducting visits on Farmers Day, participating in agri exhibitions where a lot of farmers come about. And after establishing in the horticulture zones, we will try to expand further into other villages of the state. So we'll be doing that by a method called result demonstration extension, where a progressive farmer or the chieftain of the village is selected, a hydroponic system is adopted there, and the neighboring farmers get to learn from the results of that farmer. Another important segment is hydroponic fodder for dairy farmers. Its benefits are enormous. Low water usage, less growth time, marginal land usage. And we'll illustrate these benefits to the mentioned extension services to the dairy cooperatives. Similar to FPO's, dairy cooperatives work on technology dissemination to increase the milk yield, and we'll be providing discounts on bulk purchases that ultimately results in adoption for them. And third-party procurers. These restaurant chains and pharma companies, they outsource their procurement of exotic vegetables and medicinal herbs to third-party suppliers, and they work with farmers in contract model. And Nilagiri is one of the regions where this practice is predominant, and we'll be telling the higher yield and superior quality that hydroponics provide, so that these third-party procurers are more likely to chip in. And so these are the 2 broad segments that we are concentrating. I have put all these into a business model in front of you, where you can see the customer segmentation that we have done and the customer relationship, for instance, automated services. So semi-urban people will be providing app for them. And the channels that I mentioned previously is also mentioned here. The value proposition they get about soil-borne diseases, the key activities that we do is also mentioned. And the cost and revenue model is mentioned. Revenue model, as I already told, nutrition food we'll be selling, we'll get money out of that. The hydroponic farm produce that we are selling, and the hydroponic system sales and consultancy as well. The cost structures are the cooking system that we said, the culinary system, the delivery system, and the workforce that we are looking for. So now let us get into the financials of our business model. So we estimated that for an acre, the average cost would come around 15 lakhs to 1 crore based on the automation and the technology that you establish. So as we are concentrating on horticulture zones that grow exotic vegetables and highly remunerative crop like strawberries and lettuce, we'll go with a semi-automation one that is for 63 lakhs. And these are the marketing expenses that we that we incur in semi-urban areas and rural areas. For instance, initially we'll be setting up the kitchen system for nutritious food in 4 cities that comes around 16 lakhs. And we have the cost of DWC hydroponic system in semi-urban areas, the app development cost 5 lakh, in the various promotional events that we do in semi-urban is also mentioned here. For rural, we'll be also recruiting people like agro scientists, agri graduates, and rural managers for marketing and consultancy service. That cost is mentioned, and the extension services like farm visits and training that we do for the fodder, that is also mentioned. Newspaper ads and warehouse costing, because we are getting the produce from the rural farmers and selling to semi-urban areas, we'll be having a warehouse cost that is also explicitly mentioned. And the total initial investment that we think about is about 1 crore 10 lakhs initially. And as the different, as we have different hydroponic systems that cost between 15 to 1 lakh, we can't, the number of hydroponic systems that will be required to sell, to achieve break-even point, we can forecast it up to 2 years, along with the different revenue streams like the nutrition food sale and the farm produce sale. And this is what is all about our business plan. And thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to present. We would like to hear from you.
All right. We are open to now taking questions. Vikas sir, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you very much, Muhammad, for this presentation. Very detailed. You just need to start operation. I think your business pitch and all these things are completely prepared. So when you are launching this one,
when you give a go ahead symbol, I will start.
Thank you very much, and very happy to help you if you want to purchase some machinery and all. One of our dealer also deals with hydroponic, so you can get in touch with the Rukat mail ID and write to me, and I will get in touch with you if I can help you in any manner. I have just one question, that how you are planning to bring the first finance for this startup?
Pitching into investors. We see that in recent trends. Am I audible?
Yeah. Completely.
Yeah. So in recent trends that we witnessed is that for agri-tech startups, especially hydroponics and that are related to the blockchain in agriculture, there is a lot of buzz around investors about it. So we'll be trying to pitch in them. And we see that the trend is that most of the hydroponic startups, they concentrate on urban cities. But the point is semi-urban cities are also more into this health conscious thing. So having a different plan, we are more likely to get an investor, and you have already showed your consent that when are you starting operations. So that would be our pitch.
Thank you.
All right. Surekha ma'am, would you like to go next?
Thank you so much, Garima. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the team. It is indeed a very big plan, and glad to see that youngsters like you are able to dream this big. Congratulations. Just 2 points that if you can just readdress for me. First question, what are your top 2 USPs? Second, I see that you are trying to do all of them, a lot of activities at one go. If you were to itemize it in terms of priority, because I see you're setting up a hydroponic system, you're setting up cloud kitchens, you're trying to do awareness in schools. So if you were to number them, how would you go in terms of activity 1, 2, and 3? Just the top 3. Okay. So top 2 USPs and top 3 activities that you will take on one after the other.
So the number 1 USP that we see is that hydroponic systems are they require a lot of high initial investment, and that deters farmers. And so they want to adopt this technology, but they're not sure about the market, who will buy the produce from us. And the cost that they inquire initially would be high after incurring that fixed cost. So as we are coming up with a model where we'll buy the produce from them, a market assurance for limited number of years, they're more likely to give in for this idea. This is our unique selling point, number one. And for the semi-urban target that I already said is that we see that people are more into health conscious thing. And once we provide services which are about, we give this pamphlets where it is told these are health initiatives. I mean, they are free from pesticides and heavy metal accumulation, and also targeting on schools and colleges. A lot of bus goes around in the semi-urban areas. That is another USP that we are looking for in the semi-urban
So
segment.
I understand all that, whatever the content about you. When I said about USP, what I wanted to understand is what is so unique that somebody else cannot replicate very easily.
In terms of anything,
Any of the activities that you were mentioning, let's say somebody with deeper pockets comes in. What do you think is your strength, which somebody else cannot replicate very easily? So let's say tomorrow Reliance wants to come in and do whatever you plan to do. Can they do it?
No,
Sorry,
yes,
ma'am,
Nika, go ahead.
I would
Nika.
like to take this up. So, ma'am, anybody with deeper pockets can do it, but they won't be able to do it as successfully as we are going to do it because we already have a basic knowledge in how to go about while we are targeting these rural markets and rural areas. Also, when we set about our set business plan, so how we are venturing into this is in a logical flow, right? And these areas are particular areas of our interest because we do have contacts over there as well. So that is why we are looking forward to this.
To add on to what, yes, Nika, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so for the second question, ma'am, which you asked about setting, we are doing a lot of things. Yes, we know. But so our first priority would be setting up a hydroponic farm system. Like prioritizing that, the other things follow that, right? When we say that we are doing some school visits, we are basically trying to inform them about hydroponics, which would boost our sales of our first priority. The another thing is about cloud kitchen, where we are trying to set up the new, trying to sell nutritious food, right? So if you would have seen in our first slide, there is come pick your own hours. We have an application which has basic 4 things there. So anyone would come and pick their own harvest would also be interested to basically see how this other things work. So that would also boost the sale of the first part. And this hydroponic system which we are selling does not only cater to the farmers of the rural area. You can put it anywhere where there is shelter. Basically, the system is so scalable. So that is the other point which we wanted to answer. Malik, you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, exactly what Nika told. So when we are inviting people to see our hydroponic plant to come and pick your harvest, they need to know, we need to have hydroponic units. So setting up hydroponic units will be the primary target. And as we set up, we'll get to know the demand projection, how we can better streamline our ideas. So that will be our first priority, followed by implementing these strategies.
Great, got it. Thank you so much. What you could also look at the model of better farms that's being set up by Bayer to give you some guidance.
Okay, sure. We'll look into that. Better farms by Bayer.
Yes, Bayer Crop Science.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
So once again, very presentation. You have covered very wide on the elements that one would look for in a business plan presentation. So my curiosity is about you're solving many problems simultaneously. You're solving the problem of villagers, the farmer. You're solving the problem of the consumer to whom you want to provide nutritious food. Then so Now, amongst these problems, what will be your priority? Which problem would you like to take first and second and then third? So have you thought of prioritizing them, or you want to do all of them simultaneously?
May I go ahead, Snikar?
Sure.
Yeah. So we have priorities. So as I mentioned earlier, the awareness is one of the things that is lacking about hydroponics. So the initial operations that we do will be on the rural segment. As we see the demand is coming up, and we can project, we'll be trying to make that hydroponic produce available to the semi-urban segment. Before we get into semi-urban segment completely, we'll start with schools and colleges. The awareness thing will work on, then we'll come to our app features, pick your harvest or farm produce, sell at doorstep. So that the awareness is done, the demand comes, and then the produce is sold.
So just to sum it up, so we would be, solving the farmers' problems. We would be creating awareness about the hydroponic system and setting up a consultancy, because if the system is so delicate, if there's some mishap, nobody currently in India knows how to, like a farmer does not know how to solve that problem. So solve these first and then move on to the rest. So the rest will follow. This is our flow.
Okay, I'll just share with you in few lines quickly an experience. We had recognized an entrepreneur many years ago in one of our programs, and that entrepreneur was making dehydrators, the solar dehydrator, crop dehydrator. You understand that concept. For many years, he tried selling these dehydrating equipment to farmers, of course, very innovative, very cost effective, excellent. Today, that entrepreneur is, what he's doing actually is buying dehydrated vegetables from the farmers and selling it to the end users. So he's pivoted. He's still giving the same technology. He's still saying that, okay, fine, I'll give you this, I'll give you this, I'll give you this. But he was able to do it when he was able to create an outlet or a market channel for them. So I just thought I'll share this experience, this pivoting with you. You want to look at this entrepreneur called S4S Technologies, Vaibhav Tigde, and his this solar drying, the dehydrating or the drying solar dryer that he had made. And today he's selling off, he's got many farmers, thousands of farmers connected and things of that kind. So you may have to think of this a little bit more deeply, but definitely very comprehensive presentation and very well done. And as Vikash said, that you are ready to start. So just connect with Vikash, go to Rukart and see what he's got to share with you. Vikash has been a very successful entrepreneur in terms of producing some real low-cost technologies for farmers.
Yogesh, if I may ask a question to the team.
Sure.
Why would 2611 be a source of knowledge and inspiration for all of you? 2611, why is that so special to all of you?
Korean Milk Day?
Yes, so it's the birthday of Dr. Kurian, a very dear friend, and we worked with him extensively for many, many years. We helped him in his cooperative movement, and also I have made personally many visits to Irma and conducted programs there. The question I have for you is, what can you learn from the legacy of Dr. Kurian which you can apply to your idea?
So I'll go ahead. Nika, may I? Yeah, sure. So, sir, I've read the autobiography of Kurian, and that was one of the reasons I joined Irma. So, Kurian always believes in teamwork, Dr. Kurian. In fact, it is mentioned in his autobiography that if Dalaya, Mr. Dalaya and Tiruvandas Patel were not with him as a team, if they were not together, Amul would not be Amul would not exist today. It is the team spirit that Kurian made. Though he was the face of the Amul or the movement, but still he believed in teamwork. Dalaya was the one who initially developed this technology to make curd out of buffalo milk back in 1940s. and they all worked as a team. That is one that I always look up to from Dr. Kurian, and I try to inculcate.
Very good. Lots of blessings to all of you. I hope you will actually take this idea beyond this competition to do something significant and
Sure,
to
sir.
serve the well-being of farmers. God bless all of you.
Thank you so much.
In fact, I would also like to bring to everybody's attention an observation made by Mr. Deen Dayalan. And he says, any one of you are interested, I can organize a visit to Integrated Agriculture Farming Experiment by Dr. Arunachalam in Bangalore through hydroponic, the most innovative approach of daily, weekly, monthly, half-yearly, and annual income and greens in tray, so that you can harvest green without storing in fridge and replace the tray with new tray. Also, Water Literacy Foundation run by Water Gandhi, Ayappa Masagi, and one of the most innovative farming. Thank you, Mr. Deen Dayalan. You have shared your observation with all the teams, and we encourage the teams to connect with him. We can share his contact details separately.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, we'll be willing. All of us will be willing to help you in whichever way we can.
Yeah,
Thank
sure,
you.
sir. Thank you so much. That's a lot of acknowledgement from many sides.
All right. This certainly was a heart-winning performance by Team Ravens. Now we have Team 4, Team Soil from Soil School of Management. Welcome Sahana Mukwit, Shantanu Sharma and Yogita Gore.
Yeah, I need to share my screen.
Let me know once you're ready, and please be very mindful of the time again.
Hello everyone. In 2020, when entire world was facing pandemic, our beloved Prime Minister Mr. Modi had tweeted, AI can have big role in empowering agriculture, healthcare and education for creating next generation urban infrastructure. As per Bain and Company report, Indian agri-tech market have a potential to reach 30 billion US dollar by 2025. To grab this unexplored market, we have built up our venture around use of AI in agricultural sector.
Well, talking about our product, we intend not just to sell a product in the market, but to be a part of this innovation, right from the time the seed is sown till the time the product reaches safely to our distributors. So our first part of the product is to provide a smart plowing system where the farmers can plow the land using a bot system. So you can imagine, just on the click of a button in the mobile phone, the farmer can give the direction to the system to plow the land as and when required in which direction. The bot will have a pocket which will contain the seeds in it, which can actually be used for sowing after the plowing is done. Next part is the smart crop management system, where we have used the IoT-based smart sensors. So as you can see in the last diagram over here, we have sensors for determining the optimal temperature, the moisture, the pH required for the growth of the crops. So when the conditions like in India, we often face drought. So when drought arises and the threshold level is crossed, the sensors can trigger and the sprinkler will automatically water the land. That will actually save the crops from being destroyed. Coming to hydroponic plantation, as all teams spoke in detail, so we can say that yes, last slide please. Hydroponic plantation can be integrated with the help of electrochemical sensors so as to check the pH level and other essential nutrients which is required for the growth of the plant. So if the sensors cross the threshold level, we can immediately take the plan of action to maintain the health of the crops. Now that we have done a smart plowing, we have used the sensors to get the data. Now next what? It's the game of AI and ML, where we will use the algorithms, because without data, AI and ML cannot play any significant role. And that will actually help us in forecasting and make better decisions for our farmers. Since we have done plowing, we have done the data gathering. Now, what next? It's the image processing. And with the help of drones, we can actually identify which are the pest infested area. Next slide, please. Moving ahead, as you can see in the image, the entire process of smart farming, the data collection, the IoT, the processing, the transportation, and the distribution to the centers can all be securely stored with the help of blockchain technology, so as to reduce the frauds that often happen in the supply chain system. Talking about the future sustainability practices, we want to introduce the concept called as the farm to table, where all the farm products will be availed from a distance just 100 kilometers. The main intention behind this is to reduce the carbon footprint, which in turn will help us do a bit of cost saving and at the same time minimize the pollution level. The idea of using all these smart technologies like hydroponics, aeroponics, vertical farming, and rooftop gardening is to optimally use the urban areas for our plantation. Just imagine we are having a rooftop garden in our soil campus. Isn't that interesting? Over to you, Shantanu.
Yeah. Next, we'll talk about our analysis and the aspiration decisions. Talking about a company will be directly dealing in technological farming. Talking about a customer, we are going to target the villagers and the villages around the cities named Delhi, Chandigarh, and Bangalore. A competitor could be eChopal, who is also in the same sector, and we can easily collaborate with eco hotels for developing our urban and vertical farming. For context, in our context, government subsidies would be the big help for us. Now we'll talk about our potential customer. So we can easily target the landowner around Punjab, Haryana, and UP and Karnataka, because they are one of the innovators in the agriculture farming. Influencers, there may be some areas where farmer would not understand what we are going to do. So influencers like Sarpanch and other who can help us and make them understand what we are going to do exactly for them. Tech-savvy farmer and their family members would always be our first priority. Talking about targeting, there are 6,64,000 villages in India. Among them, 3,961 villages has the population over 10,000 and the internet penetration. We can target them. Also, the market size of the agriculture farming is approximately 56 billion, and that is according to a survey in 2020. To position ourselves, we can provide a need that we are 100% organic in fruit and vegetables, and we are developing our Indian technologies. We can utilize the waste and help, and we can take the help of urban and vertical technologies. Over to you, Yogita.
Thank you, Shantanu. As we all know, since this is very futuristic and new product for Indian farming community, a lot of efforts and budget will be spent on creating awareness and educating the farmers on how smart farming will fetch them additional revenue with reduced risk. We will be seeking support from government as well for various government subsidies and tie up with various agriculture loan providing banks for easy financing and government subsidies. Jai Kishan Helpline Campaign. Talking about brand resonance, we all know when we help customer and solve their problems, they bond with the brand emotionally. To create that bond, we would be launching Jai Kisan Helpline Campaign, where farmers can call for any farm-related issues, be it fertilizers, weather forecasting, insurance, pesticides, easy financing, and we will be guiding them with the best possible knowledge. Here, we want farmer community to recognize us as their well-wisher. The data gathered from these calls will be very helpful to reach future potential customers and product designing. Talking about communication, we will be communicating in local language for creating greater impact, as we want to keep our message simple and relevant for farming community, associated with the great cause of upliftment of farmers. Since this is rural India, we can't ignore the traditional modes of marketing. We will be using cable TV advertisement, banner advertisement, affiliate tie-up with the banks for creating awareness and uses of the product. In semi-urban areas, we will be using YouTube advertisement to influence the farmers on how our products are beneficial for them. In a country like India, where agriculture has 16% share in the GDP and still unexplored for technology, this opportunity gives immense market potential for our venture to grow. And now we are open for Q&A.
All right. Vikasa, would you like to go first?
Yeah, thank you. Very good, very brave vision and presentation. I would like to ask two questions. First, who will adopt it? Who you think is your first 100 buyer? That is the first. And the second, have you calculated the payback period?
Yes, sir. First question, I would like to go ahead. Our first 100 buyers, we think, are the farmer cooperative societies, because they have deep pockets and they are cooperative societies where our product will be actually shared by few other farmers.
So they are our first target, farmer cooperative societies, and then the large farmers. These are the first potential customer we would be reaching to. Second question.
Adding to what Yogita said in the question, we can also target. We can also target the farmers from Punjab and Haryana, because they are the one who are actually the innovator in the market, and there are innovators in every market. That does, I mean to say that. So we can target the highly potentially farmers in Punjab and Haryana. So this is the specifically I mentioned it specifically. This is the reason, Punjab and Haryana.
Okay, thank you. I'll share you what is happening with us. We have developed a IoT system, which we coupled with this subji cooler, and through that you can have the remote monitoring and access to your subji cooler and temperature and RH. And we give this option whether a farmer can buy or FPO can buy the subji cooler with IoT, without IoT. So far, none of the FPO, none of the farmer has bought this send IoT system coupled with the subji cooler. It is only going through some of the experimental projects and all. All of them, we just the cost is just 5,000 extra cost. So all of them told us, we don't want your sensor, give us the 5,000 rupees discount.
I think so. I would like to add one point over here. It's like, because India is a country, we are an agricultural land, but then when it comes to the awareness or the knowledge, people are still lacking in that area. That is why our idea of putting this business, because we want this to be uplifted. Like when we compare our country with other countries, we're still lagging in terms of technology. So we are providing a one-step solution where we are giving multiple options, like what they want. Of course, it will be a very challenging business, because the main challenge here is the awareness, because people are still reluctant. They don't want to go for technology-based farming.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Next, Surekha ma'am, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thank you, Garima. First of all, congratulations to the team for thinking of this. And like previously mentioned, the adoption of any new technology is not that easy. One, because you have to move them from their area of comfort into an area of uncertainty. So when you are proposing the solutions that you showcased, are you proposing it as an additional source of income to the existing, or are you proposing it as a replacement to the existing source of income? That is my first question. Second, when we look at the capex investment that you are proposing, because there's a lot of investment in the different ideas that you said, by when do you think the farmer would be able to recover the cost incurred? Because that plays a key role in any decision-making process.
Ma'am, so the first question, it's like we do not want to replace their methodology, but then we want to provide them an alternative or an additional support that can actually help them increase their or improve their business growth. And talking about like the cost and the revenue model, I would say is like, I would say that like when we talk about these bots and the drones that we have suggested, it's like drones, the solutions that we are providing, they are not very high tech that they won't be able to implement. It's like a drone within an amount of 50,000, it can be used, because these drones are used for image processing, where we are using these bots. Bots will actually help them in plowing. So that actually cost is around 2 to 2.5 lakhs. So if let's say, because we are starting it in urban areas, and in those areas where technologically people are a little bit advanced. So I would say that the cost is something around 3 lakhs per system. So say, for example, if we can just go with first 100 customers, then I don't think so. Like for the beginning, it's good enough that we can start with this amount.
Yeah, I'm adding.
Yeah, Shantanu, please continue.
Yeah, I'm adding to what Sana said. Technology is already taking over in any case. So in this field as well, we can also say that technology will take over in any time. So we may be the innovators, we may be the one who can initiate it, and if the farmers are not ready to take it, we can target a few sarpanch and the influencers whom they can understand, who the farmers can understand their language. This is what we can do in promote our product. And
I am really hopeful that your product goes into the market, but when you're doing the pricing, it is essential that you look at the fact that most subsidies that is given by the government schemes are for products that are below a lakh. Any product that is coming into the market more than a lakh is not covered under the subsidy scheme, and we have seen several agripreneurs not being able to mobilize the products because of that. So you need to look at the pricing aspect. Secondly, also look at the earning capacity of the farmers that you are targeting, because when you're looking at a 3 lakh capex, the farmer has to have a relevantly high per annum income. So those are two aspects that you can look at when you're doing your financial business model. But all the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Very well presented and very, I would say, futuristic idea, as Vikash also has mentioned, that we wish you the very best because it's only when you are able to dream big that you can think of doing something big. So I'm just curious, what kind of do you and how would you like to raise them? What will be your process or method, or where will you get the money from? What kind of money do you need, and where will you get that money from?
Yes, we have thought about our finances. So to start with the SaaS business, we will be bootstrapping with 50 lakh rupees. Then for manufacturing of robots and drones, we need to go for a bank loan, which is up to 3 crore because machinery is involved over here. So with the help of that, we'll be financing with the help of government bank loans. Another 2 lakh will be going for the venture capitalist. 2 crore. So it will be total 5 crore, which we need for this venture.
Okay, fine. Now, second, I'm just curious. You have been to Sidbali, all of you, have you?
Yes, sir.
Right, the team. Now, where in Sidbali, or how can you apply these concepts to the villagers or the rural community or the farming community or agriculture community in Sidbali and around Sidbali?
To be honest, sir, we were not able to explore that much. So we were in the ashram only. So we were never able to go to the village and explore that. So I didn't get the idea. How can we do this?
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you went to the villages and you saw the villages like it usually happens, but probably because of the COVID,
yeah, exactly, sir,
could not have been done. Am I correct? So that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Anil, would you like to add something?
I was saying that we unfortunately could not take them to villages because of COVID this year.
Yes, I understand that. I was not aware of that. That's why I thought they've been to the village. They've seen the few farms or something like that. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shantanu, Yogita, and Sahana.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Soil.
Right. So moving ahead, can we have our last team for today, which is end of the line, representing Akash, Jitika, and Prateek. Are you guys ready?
Is the slide visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
Please let me know once you're ready so that I can start with the timer.
Okay, yeah, we are ready.
All the best.
Very good evening, everyone. The given case study about hydroponic farming showed that how the lack of understanding about hydroponics among agricultural communities proves to be the major barrier for agriculture advancement. To leverage the anomalies, shortcomings, we as management students will be evaluating the facts and formulate the imperative marketing strategies to advance the new technology and create awareness in the target audience we have segmented. Now let's come to what is hydroponics. Hydroponics is a type of horticulture and a subset of hydroculture, which involves growing plants, usually crops, without soil by using mineral nutrient solutions in a controlled environment. The nutrients used in hydroponic systems can come from many different sources, including fish excrement, duck manure, purchased chemical fertilizers, or artificial nutrient solutions. Now let's come to why we should choose hydroponic farming over traditional farming. The very first point, the major investment in farming is soil, which is no longer needed. You just need the universal solvent, that is water. Not only that, we can use the barren land, unagricultural land to produce food.
The second point, exotic fruit and vegetables, which always remains in the demand throughout the year. The produce cycle for these crops reduces to 60 days from 90 days. Example, lettuce cultivated through traditional farming produces 20 tons per acre per year, whereas through hydroponics, it grows maximizes to 300 to 400 tons per acre per year. There is no dependency on weather like monsoon season, which is a major advantage for countries like India. The last point, that is the predominant point, it retrenches the water wastage by 90%, which is predominant aspect for hydroponic farming.
Thank you so much. Moving ahead, the STP framework. Indian agriculture industry is INR 20,336 billion and has a CAGR of 10.4%. Hydroponics currently has less than 0.1% market share. But did you know that in India, about 85% of the exotic fruits, vegetables, and flowers are imported? With hydroponic farming, we can empower Indian farmers to get a big piece of the pie and keep hundreds of crores of rupees from draining outside. In the urban setting, we have identified 4 different segments. First is the upper middle class who prefer organic produce. Second are the urban farmers with high capital. Third are the early adopters or the innovators and the entrepreneurs. And fourth are the environmentalists and the gardening enthusiasts. A product for them is the gardening hydroponics and small area hydroponics farm, which is helped to grow the herbs and flowers. In the semi-urban and rural setting, we have identified 3 different segments. First are the rich farmers who are active agri-tech users, farmers with low capital and farmers with more than 1 acre of land. A product for them is the medium or the large scale hydroponic setup, mainly for exotic fruits and vegetables.
Now, coming to the setup cost for 1 acre hydroponic farm in India will cost you anywhere around from 1.1 crores to 1.5 crores, excluding the cost of land that you can already own, maybe rent or lease. The breakup is in front of your screen. Due to large number of equipment that a hydroponic farm needs, the usable area is about 3,600 meters square out of the total available 4,550 meters square. Despite that, on an average, a hydroponic farm gives you a 5 times the normal yield from the same area of agricultural land. Enter model farms, a unique concept where the hydroponic companies in the district headquarters and agriculture center of Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu will build farms of up to 300 square foot, showcasing different methods used in hydroponic farming and assist the farmers throughout the whole cycle, right from setting up to go to market, including awareness campaigns, buyer-seller meetups, self-help groups, gram panchayats, loan assistance, and customer support. Next, I'd like to share an example of cost-benefit analysis of a 1 acre farm with these 6 producers, namely cucumber, lettuce, blueberry, bell pepper, and flowers. These were grown in equal proportion. With the annual revenue of 1.25 crores, this farm is going to break even in 30 months. These model farms will assist the urban population who do not take the hydroponic as a method of farming, but more of a gardening interest to fetch the search for organic food. The cost for setting up a 10 square foot non-automated hydroponic farm in your back garden or balcony is merely 10,000 rupees. How good is that? We rely on our model farms to teach, advocate, and market its benefits on our next strategy, which is the next Kranti.
Jal Harit Kranti. Our second model for mass communication is Jal Harit Kranti, and it is our team's conscious effort to normalize hydroponic farming for rural farmers and urban enthusiasts to adopt more sustainable, high-yielding, and profitable way of farming. Jal Harit Kranti can be executed by agriculture expos and conventions, creating video blogs for farmers, government-aided campaigns, inclusivity of CSR and corporate partnerships, and co-brand affinity with cause marketing. Mr. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the UN, said, "Our biggest challenge in the new century is to take an idea that seems abstract and turn it into a reality for all the world's people." Aligning both of our models with government's conscious efforts towards a sustainable future, the marketing campaign can be transformed to the Harit Kranti of modern India. Looking at the future prospects, a CSR inclusion and an entry from corporates can strengthen the weaker sections of the farming community to be a part of the movement, considering the high project cost. Looking at the high profit margins and strong yields with a sustainable growth, the increase in the interest from millennials cannot be denied. The bigger picture looks clear. This can transform India to be the great agriculture it once was. We are team end of the line. For CSR and corporate partnerships, you can contact me, Pratik.
Me, Akash.
And me, Juthika. Thank you.
Wow, that was an amazing performance. I would now request Vikas sir to go ahead with his set of questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. You have also mentioned about this IRR, and so that make it the icing on the cake. Just I have one question. What do you think is your competitive advantage over the other ongoing startups or the new startups just presented today?
Sir, it is, if I may say it, so the model farm. Now, when we are making that farm, competitors will have a concept that they can, show digitally, but we'll already have a plant set up in the main district headquarters of the 4 initial states that we have planned, even in the agricultures and the conventions. So now the farmers who are the consumers now can come look at the different producers. We did a calculation based on 5 or 6 producers. You can even include herbs, other kind of exotic fruit and vegetables.
And what will be the what do you think is the have you estimated the total cost you need for setting up these model farms?
Yes, sir. For one farm, it would cost you around 15 to 20 lakhs, excluding the cost of land. Now we can also enter into partnership with the, the municipalities or the gram panchayats to lease up these lands so that the cost might go down, since in the bigger picture, it will help all the Gramins there to, increase their income. So we might be able to lease that land and 15-20 lakhs expenditure for 100 square foot area for one model farm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Right.
All right. Next, so Rekha ma'am, would you like to ask them some questions?
Yeah, sure. First of all, congratulations. Excellent presentation, excellent teamwork. The question that I think has been on my mind across all presentations, but I will pitch that to you. For all the presentations, I saw the states that all of you have been picking has been mostly cash-rich states. When all your business models have been pitched on the platform that you would ask the farmers to take bank loans, don't you think it would be much more acceptable in states that are in the low income zones, because the government would be more open to supporting and creating an incremental income?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the question, ma'am. We've considered this overall when creating the presentation and planning for this particular presentation. So the major consideration that we had taken while we are approaching the cash-rich states in the first phase is because these are the states where the farmers are more inclined towards agri-tech. They've been using the modern technologies and modern techniques for farming more predominantly. So we believe that is the way entering into the market. And then overall, in terms of expansion, the lower income states can be and will be an eventual target. For that, we will also throughout the progress plan, we have purposely included the CSR corporate inclusions and also the funding segment in our presentation, where we will be continuously making partnerships with all of these bigger firms, where we will get assistance for these farmers from the small income states or the smaller produce farmers. And again, the mention in one of our part, we mentioned that we will be having small groups of farmers. So in the smaller states where the farm produce is comparatively lower, in that case, we will be attempting to create a group of farmers who will come together, shell in a certain amount of money, and then try and kind of create a farm which is basically co-owned by 10 different farmers. So on a longer run, that will kind of be prosperous for the farmers as well as make our project successful.
Thank you so much. I would really have, so all of you are going for the red ocean strategy where there are already existing players in competition. A blue ocean strategy would definitely be welcome, but all the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Very well presented, and phenomenal teamwork once again, the way you presented the whole idea. I'm just curious, how will you, what is your plan? How will you make money?
Sir, we are making the model farms now. These will not only be model farms to educate or to make aware. These will also be the selling point of the companies that we will market ourselves, the agency, as. Now, if you want to set up a model farm of 200 square feet, let's say, you are going to need equipment, seeds, the running water facilities, the electricity guidelines, and all the kind of technicalities, and we'll provide every single thing right from scratch. So even in go-to-market marketing strategies and to help you, gain buyers for certain things. Let me give you an example, sir. Let's say in the urban setting, there are chives, there are thymes, which is not available in India, and 85% is imported. Now, in the urban setting, if these kind of farms are made, these things are sold for 100 grams. It will cost you about 300 to 400 rupees to sell these things. Now, they are going to make a huge profit out of this. So this is why we were going to this kind of setting.
Also adding to this discussion, sir, I would like to mention that the expansion in terms of this project will be the data that we will be accessing throughout this project. So it is said and it is accepted worldwide that data is the new currency. The more data and more the content you have, the better is your prospect of getting into the bigger markets. So eventually, on a longer run, in a shorter period, I would consider this to be a lesser profit business, I would say. But then when the bigger picture is considered, this appears really lucrative, not only with respect to monetary gains, but also with a social cause in our mind.
The last point which I would like to add is that considering all the facts, the main highlight of hydroponics farming is like with the inclination of organic products, this especially focuses on the quality quotient, which is the like new normal for urban area and even the semi-urban area and even the semi-rural areas also. So which directly correlates with the profitability quotient.
I'm just curious to understand one more aspect, and that is, what is the limitation of this system? Where do you think the system will not be able to deliver?
Sir, a very quick example, you cannot produce wheat through hydroponic farming. I mean, the produce is immense, about 300 tons per acre per year, but the economies of scale will not work in that thing. That was our very first, thinking in the area, that should we, go the cash crop way? Why is hydroponic not using? Then I read some reports, it would cost you 300 something trillion just to store these grains and make and manufacture the equipments. So the hydroponic farming is more or less pitched in a manner that if you have a farm, a small setup, just to help you make more sustainable, more profitable business. So in that manner, we are also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Right, we are done with all the presentations, and I wish you all the best. So we'll be taking a quick 5-minute break, and once we're back with the break, the jury will announce the results, and we'll take a proceed. So have your cup of coffee, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I would now request Yogesh sir to put away the results, give away the results, since we're short on time. So can we have Pallavi to present the PPT? Yogesh sir, are you there?
Yes, Tanmay, just give me 1 second, please.
Sure. Until then, if you can call Ms. Surekha to share her views.
I believe ma'am is busy.
Okay. Can we have Vikas sir in that case, if he wants to add something, or Anil sir, if you want to add something?
No, I was very struck by the sincerity and effort of every one of the students who had participated in this. I was just saying, what if they were to actually take responsibility for their ideas and actually carry out these projects? Because it would be a pity if this is done only for the sake of the case study competition. So I wish they were to actually carry this through, and that would be very nice if they were to do that. So that's what I want to say.
Amazing. Thank you so much, sir.
And I would like to add and elaborate the points Anil sir has made. The same is happening with me when I was a final year student at IIT Bombay. And I had some idea. I mean, it was not so much clear also because we were technical. I was always obsessed with the technicalities. So I was working on efficiency of the pumps and all. So this business model canvas and all, I was not knowing. And but there is a good professor, one professor, Anil sir might be knowing. His name was Dr. Satish Agnihotri. He was ex-cabinet secretary at Government of India. And he joined IIT Bombay that time only. He was the IIT Bombay luminous. So he joined IIT Bombay. And when I was talking to him, then he suddenly somehow he was additional secretary in agriculture department at Government of India. He identified that potential. Then he talked to the IIT Bombay. Then we got 7 lakh rupees as a seed support from IIT Bombay. And that 7 lakh rupees, I got it. And then we experimented with the pump. And then that was the only fund we received so far with the RUCA. And so this begins. So if these students can get some type of this support and can have this, can piloted these things, that will definitely some of them may succeed and will succeed.
Rekha ma'am, would you like to add any comments?
First of all, I would like to congratulate the soil leadership team and Shizuken University from Japan for putting together this wonderful program. I think as an initiative to mobilize the minds and to open up the creativity amongst the youngsters, this is an excellent initiative, and more such initiatives would definitely be welcome. And as correctly mentioned, we would look forward to seeing these ideas that were put forth to translate into real-time enterprises and activities. And as a representative of KIT Technology Business Incubator, I extend my support in building the business plan or refining the business plans to an extent, at least when they can move from the idea stage, at least to the MVP stage. So any support that these youngsters need in refining the business plan, we at KIT TPI would be happy to extend our support here. And we look forward to the results. I'm sure all of them are very excited. I don't think we should keep them waiting for long.
And Surekha, my Samdiji, my daughter-in-law's father is the Gajpati Maharaj of Puri. So he's a wonderful friend of Achyuta Samantaji. So,
Right.
So I'm very happy that you came today because Devji, my Samdiji, has been telling me a lot. Incidentally, has just arrived in Delhi, has been telling me a lot about KIIT and all the wonderful work that you do. So lots of blessings for you, and thank you for the encouragement to Soil's work as well.
Thank you so much, sir. Humbled by your words. We do try to endeavor and build a robust ecosystem here. And we look forward to your visits, sir. Anytime you're visiting Bhubaneswar, do visit us.
Sure.
Happy to host you on that, sir.
Thank you.
All right, rightly mentioned, ma'am. We should not keep our participants waiting anymore. So with this, Pallavi, can you share the screen? And ma'am, I would request you to announce the results.
Sure. Absolutely would be an honor.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think the runner-up for this entire competition is Team 4, which is Team Soil. Many congratulations to Team Soil. A big round of applause. So Shahana, Shantanu and Yogita, congratulations on putting together such an excellent program. We look forward to seeing that translate into real-time enterprise. All the best. And as part of the Soil leadership, you would be receiving rupees 8,000 as a cash prize, which would be given to you on a later point. But right now, many congratulations from all of us here. And please do keep doing your good work. And now to the finalists, the winners. The winner team is Team Ravens. So Nikhar, Sahil and Mohammed, many congratulations. You are awarded with rupees 20,000 from the leadership of Team Soil. Congratulations once again. And do keep up your good work. And like I said, we look forward to seeing your enterprise in the field.
Amazing.
I'm particularly happy that the proteges of Dr. Kurian's institution have got the prize, and we have a Dr. Kurian scholarship in both our campuses, where we give admission to the children of farmers, and we look forward to their taking Dr. Kurian's legacy further, and it will be very nice.
Absolutely, sir.
All right. Moving ahead, on behalf of the entire fraternity of the School of Inspired Leadership, I extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to our jury, Mr. Vikas Jha sir, Mrs. Surekha Rautre ma'am, and Mr. Yogesh Anle sir, who spent their busiest time gracing this event. It was their 360-degree view and attention to detail in judging that helped us pick the best. I would also like to congratulate the winning and all the participating teams making this event a huge success. It was their dedication and hard work that made it a close call in deciding the winner. Thank you all. It is your thoughts that have enlightened our minds and shown us a new path. I would now like to call Akash and Prateek to take this event ahead. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Yogesh ji, Surekha ji, and Vikas ji. Thank you so much for giving us your time, and congratulations to all the teams. In fact, all of them presented well. And now welcome to the panelists. I think we've made you wait for 3 or 4 minutes. Sorry about that, but most welcome.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Nitika ji.
Thank you.
Namaste, Anil ji. Namaste.
Namaste, Anil ji.
So nice to see you.
Namaste, Nitika ji.
Nice to see Aruna as well. Arun Nagpal ji and Dr. Wong. Welcome, very welcome, Dr. Wong.
Thank
Along
you.
with us was Mayank. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone, and congratulations to the winners of Inter-B-School Case Study Competition. Now is the time for the much-awaited panel discussion on disparity in society, immobilizing sustainable livelihoods. Before we get to introducing the panel, let us tell you the points of discussion on today's topic. Is uneven development of the world being a barrier to the sustainable livelihoods? A social conundrum of equal access of opportunities and resources in the workplace, and the importance of relationships between communities. Importance of individual responsibilities in shaping the nourishing environment, and quantification of rural livelihood dynamics. Now, I would request everyone to please give a huge round of applause and welcome our renowned panelist to the panel at the Inspired Leadership Conclave 2021.
First, we have Mr. Arun Nagpal, co-founder and managing director of Mrida Group, a social business venture operating in the areas of renewable energy for rural electrification. Mr. Nagpal is a graduate in mechanical engineering from College of Engineering, Pune, and has done his PGDM in marketing and finance from IIM Calcutta. He brings 34 years of cross-functional, diverse business experience covering consumer products, automotive components, FMCG, building and construction, management consulting, IT and startup sectors, including 12 years of experience at the leadership CEO board levels. As an independent consultant, he was associated with organizations such as Hindustan Unilever, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, and the Minda Group. At Mrida, Mr. Nagpal divides his time between the two businesses, leveraging on his past experience and his passion to build a self-motivated, charged, and a socially relevant business. Truly an honor to welcome you to this panel, sir.
Second on the panel.
Pleasure to be here.
Second on the panel is Mrs. Suparna Devakar. She's the director of Center for Regenerative Development at Rashram School of Public Leadership. She's a co-founder of ISDM and has held position of Dean Research and Academics. She worked extensively in the development sector for more than 30 years. Starting a career with Mirada, she led and managed multiple products at Adamya Chetna, Center for Leadership and Management in Public Services, the Karnataka Department of Public Instruction, and the Indian Institute of Science. A strong believer in the power of collaboration and co-creation, Mrs. Devakar has a postgraduate diploma in HRM from Symbiosis, an MA in Economics from Gokhale Institute, and a BSc from Bangalore University. She currently is also a member of Karnataka Task Force for Implementation of National Education Policy 2020. Welcome to the panel, ma'am. It's a great honor to have you here.
Moving on, our third panelist is Dr. Wong Lee Yong. She's the founder, principal trainer, and consultant of the First Penguin in Penang, Malaysia. She helps organizations through her speaking, consulting, and training on sustainability matters, as she believes that it is most important now, more than ever, to align personal and corporate purpose to the world at large. Focusing on purpose and people enables an organization to fully demonstrate its values and principle of doing business while doing good. Dr. Wong is a connector between Japan, Malaysia, and Asia, speaking multiple languages such as Japanese, English, Matli, Cantonese, Hokkien, and Mandarin. She sits on the board in Japan and in Malaysia of Penang Women's Development Corporation, providing expertise and experience to create more exciting opportunities for women and youth, as well as drive sustainability matters forward. Her work has been featured extensively in the Japanese and Malaysian media. She gives lecture on sustainability topics as the adjunct associate professor at Japan's Shizuoka University. She is also the deputy director at the Center for Sustainability and Innovation of the same university. The center aims to turn the world's most urgent social and environmental challenges into new and exciting opportunities. For her contribution towards Japan, she was conferred the 2016 Asia Pacific Shining Woman Award by the Japanese Cabinet Office. She is also the founding member and current president of Malaysian Rotary Union Alumni Association. Dr. Wong, it's our pleasure and honor to host you as a panelist.
Finally, introducing the moderator for the discussion, we have Mr. Mayank Solanki. He's the founder at Valid Initiatives, which designs and delivers transformational long-term curriculum-integrated value and character education programs for children, youth, parents, and teachers in schools through innovative and impactful programs. He's the co-founder of UA Ignited Minds, an NGO dedicated to raising consciousness among youth towards social responsibility. UA works in 3 agendas, namely social, education, and health. UA was recognized as a part of the top 100 social change makers in Asia. Mr. Mayank is also a soil alum, and we are glad to have you here, sir. Over to you, Mayank, sir.
Thank you so much to the student community for introducing all our esteemed panelists in such a wonderful way. Pranam again to Anil sir and all the the management team and the leadership team of SOIL, and of course my esteemed panelists today. It's an honor for me to be able to spend time with you today and also create this space. For me, one of the best moderators is the one who keeps his moderating to the minimum. So that's going to be my objective today, to keep my own talk and my opinions to the bare minimum and create a facilitating space where our panelists can share their insight, their experience in the most in the most amount of time, and of course to inspire all of our attendees to feel free to share any questions that you have, any thoughts that you have throughout this process. I hope that we have a lot of smiles. I hope that we have a lot of joy in our hearts. And most importantly, I hope you have a pen and a paper, so that by the end of this session, by the end of this 60 minutes, if everyone who's attending today has at least 3 strong takeaways, right? I think all of the panelists will feel very fulfilled, right? If all the panelists agree, just give me a thumbs up so that everyone knows that you're on board with that. Awesome, great. So let's get to it, right? As we know, today's topic is disparity in society and how it's immobilizing sustainable livelihoods. So I would like to kick off this discussion by inviting Arunji, right, Mr. Arun Akpalji, to share his views on this topic specifically. I know his organization Mrega does some amazing work. So I would like sir to share about firstly his views on disparity in the Indian society, what his organization does, what are some of the effects and the principle that he believes in. So sir, over to you, and we'll have all of our panelists speaking for 5 minutes in the first round, and then we'll get to a few more questions after that. Arunji, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayank. And I must say that it's a pleasure and a privilege indeed to be a part of this conference, to be a part of SOIL, and most importantly, to be part of such a distinguished panel. To begin, I'd just like to draw your attention to the recently, the recent World Inequality Report 2022, which pegs India as one of the most unequal countries in the world. And a key statistic there, the top 1% in India, holds 22% of the national income, with the bottom 50% holding just 13% of the total income. And that's showing a declining trend. So not only is the disparity huge, but the concern is that it is increasing, right? So in that context, I think ILC is taking up a very, very relevant topic indeed. Now, just to briefly introduce Mrida, we are a social enterprise that promotes sustainable and scalable holistic development in remote rural India, with the objective of uplifting lives of underserved individuals and communities at the bottom of the pyramid. Our aim, coming from a corporate sector ourselves, is to bring the same rigor and the financial discipline of the corporate world into the development sector and run development almost on the lines of a business. Our objective is to see how we can combine philanthropic capital with social capital. And over the last 7 years, since Mrida was conceived, we've impacted about 35,000 small and marginal farmers, women, and youth in about 70 villages across 9 different states in different parts of the country, while demonstrating sustainability of financial viability as an organization ourselves. So now, having demonstrated proof of concept and the ability to scale, what we are now seeking as an organization is social capital, so that we can scale up significantly, both in terms of business as well as in terms of impact. Now, in the context of the topic at hand, as Mayank suggested, a few key points that we firmly believe in and which I'd like to share with the participants. The first one is keep it simple. Considering the kind of people we're trying to target, considering the kind of impact that we're creating, I think it's very important to do simple interventions. Keep it simple, keep it something that people will understand and be able to execute. The next point is bias for action. I think it's very important for us to be able to roll up our sleeves, get onto the ground where the action is, and start taking concrete action individually as well as collectively. Well, while I would certainly never discount the importance of long-term visioning or scenario analysis and planning, etc., given the kind of dynamic, fast-changing and uncertain world that we're living in today, I think one of our key focus areas is to be more on what we can do right now. I think that is something that's very important. How can we be very quick? How can we be nimble-footed? How can we respond very, very quickly to fast-changing, environment that we are faced with today? right? So today we are working in a new normal, and I think the new normal calls for new paradigms. And some of these new paradigms that we've tried to, implement on the course of our social entrepreneurship journey, and which I'd like to share. The first one is think small. Think small, be a transformer. So what we say is you don't necessarily need huge budgets, you don't need to have huge programs, but small initiatives, small activities, properly executed, can actually have a transformative impact. And we'll tell you how we can get there. The next paradigm that we talk about is think holistic. Now, thinking holistic is what can actually convert a small intervention into something which is transformative. To just give you a simple example, I mean, we can talk of skilling a large number of people, but if you skill a large number of people and don't tell them what they can do with the skills, it can actually become very frustrating because you are skilled, but you're not able to execute those skills. But if we can say that, look, we want to do skill development, encourage people who've become skilled to become job creators or become entrepreneurs, help those entrepreneurs to set up small little business enterprises, help them to come up with products and services. Having helped them to come up with that, support them with market linkages. That's when you'll be able to complete the loop. That's when you'll be able to see real results and sustainable solutions that will also reduce income disparities. Right. The next paradigm that I'd like to talk about is think scale. Given the magnitude of the challenges that we're faced with, unless and until we do something to scale, we will not create real impact. Right. The next paradigm is the business approach to development, which I've already shared with you. Not just look at giving freebies to people at the bottom of the pyramid, but encourage them to become entrepreneurs and encourage them to create sustainable livelihoods. Because it's only when we were to combine, philanthropic capital with business capital or social capital, are we able to, bring in sustainable businesses. That is what will lead to sustainability as well as scalability, which according to us are the key factors that inhibit development today. The last paradigm that I'd like to talk about is collaborations and developments. Because collaborations and partnerships, a lot of people are doing excellent work on the ground today, whether it's individuals, whether it's organizations, whether it's communities. But if we reach out to each other, if we come onto a common platform, learn from each other, synergize from each other, that's when we can actually, have the power of teamwork. That's when we can really do something which, creates a real impact and scale. So that's the other paradigm. On sustainability, I think what I'd just like to highlight is that sustainability needs to become a way of life. Sustainability need not necessarily be just looked at from the point of view of environment sustainability or business sustainability, but we need to think sustainability in just about everything that we do, almost naturally and instinctively. So those are the thoughts that I'd like to share. My apologies. I think I've, overstepped my time, but, thank you for the patient hearing and happy to respond to any queries or questions that you may have. Thank you.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much for that. The three paradigms, think small. The first one took me by surprise, right? But when you explained it, kind of made so much sense. Thank you, Arunji, for your candid thoughts on that. Let's move on to our second panelist for today. So I would like to invite Dr. Wong to share her perspective on what disparity in our world today is like. And I know that you do a lot of work on the mindset of it, right? How we view disparity itself. So if you could share with us, what do you believe is the way to look at disparity? So that all of us could benefit of that. Dr. Wong, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayank, and thank you for letting me being a part of this amazing soil community and with the other two distinguished panelists. I'm joining from my home country, Malaysia today, and also please allow me to share my slide with you. I have prepared a few slides on today's to start with this 5 minutes. Echoing the statistics by Arunji on the income inequality in India, unfortunately, the world we live in, it's no better. So according to the 2020 Credit Suisse Global Wealth Data Book, we see that the richest 1% owned about half of the world's wealth, which means that the remaining about half, slightly more than half of the world's wealth is shared by the 99% of the world population. So this is, I think, nothing new for us. We have known this for long. And according to the data by World Bank, 9.7%, almost 1/3 10 of the world population live in extreme poverty. Just imagine it's like 1.9 USD per day live on that. So over the years, there has been so many people, different organizations and governments, different sectors, stakeholders working on to address these social inequality issues. I'm sure in our soil community, nothing on this slide is new to us. But why? But why during COVID-19 pandemic, we still see this alarming figure that in the year, last year, from March to the end of the year of last year, that labor income lost is about 4 trillion USD, while at about the same amount is the billionaire wealth gain. So this makes us ponder what happened. Of course, some will argue that, oh, because pandemic is something that nobody expect before. But if we really see the truth of our heart and our soul instead of our mind trying to give all the excuses, if the existing economy and the social system is sustainable and inclusive, will we see such extreme figures? They are not figures alone. There are lives, millions of lives being affected, their family, their livelihood, the education of their children are affected. And this will cause the bigger gap in our social disparity. So I see one of the underlying issues is in our human consciousness. A lot of our work today, maybe it's very much focused on the policies, on frameworks, on the if for this iceberg model, we'll see is on the top of this iceberg model. It's on the what? It's on the consciousness. But what driving these policies, these actions and frameworks are people, are individuals with our consciousness. But our consciousness, what is it about? I see it is a lot of division. If we watch world news, if we look at the newspaper, a lot of interest in, be it in nation, for national interest, or on religion, on race, on gender, on different, on individual organizations, families, all these, the underlying consciousness caused by a lot of comparison, competition, and conform. Unless and until there is a mindset paradigm shift that we are all interconnected, I think COVID-19 pandemic give us a very good lesson. It already shows us that humanity, we are all interconnected. It is not about one country is better than the other, then we are fine, or one company better than the other, then it's fine. It is about interconnected. It's about here that we have to work for the common good. Until that day, a lot of work we are doing might confine to those who are awakened, but instead those who are not awakened will be still having those 1% of people is dominating most of our world, the wealth of our world. Yes, I will leave the other part to the further discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong, for that statistical insight, right? And I think it only further amplifies what Arunji was mentioning about that. In India, if it's 22%, I mean, 43% globally that's quite a worrying number in terms of income disparity. And I have a few questions on that, but we'll get to that, right? For now, let's move on to our third panelist, Suparna ji, who has joined us. She's from my town. I'm also from Bangalore, ma'am, so I'm so happy that I have someone from Karnataka.
Yes, namaskara.
Namaskara, ma'am. And I would like to now invite you, ma'am, to share your views as well.
not able to hear. Yeah, so there is some drilling happening and I'm trying to get that stopped, but it's not, the system is not cooperating.
Well, it has paused for now, ma'am.
Yeah, so I'll just, yeah. So
Before that
it's
movement goes off,
wonderful, wonderful to be on this panel and just listening to Arunji, just emerging from his vast experience of actually doing the work on the ground, to listen to Dr. Wong's international experience, just fantastic. What I want to do, and I'm so excited about this, is to build on the ideas that Arunji and Dr. Wong have proposed and take it one step further. And so basically, I want to propose that we should explore a regenerative paradigm, and that we are in the Anthropocene now. We've moved beyond the Holocene, which means that human activities are actually changing the geophysical characteristics of the world itself, of the planet. And so perhaps if we have to think about thriving and flourishing of life in the Anthropocene, we need to think about a regenerative paradigm. And sustainability is really, when it was defined by the Brundtland Commission, it referred to development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. And however, we have reached this stage where, if you look at the science, the Rockstrom study, as well as the work that has been done by Kate Raworth at Oxford, if you look at, we've basically crossed planetary boundaries on 4 different dimensions already. And many scientists are also saying that, the planet is actually in a state of collapse. And so in this context, is it really enough for us to talk about sustainability? Because we've lost so much already. And so between climate change, the loss of biosphere integrity, land system change, and the sort of altered biogeochemical cycles, particularly with respect to phosphorus and nitrogen, we are already in a state where talking about sustainability may not be enough. We have to start thinking about economic models or economic paradigms that are talking about restoration and regeneration, which include that social foundation of making it possible to reach all basic needs to every person, to everybody on planet Earth. So regeneration is really saying, how do we create the conditions for thriving and flourishing of all life? How do you restore and regenerate systems, economic system, social system, ecological system, and political systems? And like Dr. Wong was saying, all of these are interconnected. There is no way that we can, especially after COVID, I think it's just brought to the fore the interconnections among all of these systems. And as we all know, the word economics and ecology come from the word oikos, which really means home. And so how are we really enabling everybody on Mother Earth, our home, to thrive and flourish? And so what I am trying to propose is that there is a need for us to shift our paradigm. Our current paradigm has been dominated by human beings as Homo economicus, that we are really only the economic aspect, or human beings as consumers and producers, and that there is a machine metaphor that sort of has enveloped the way we think about all systems. And somewhere over the past 250, 300 years, we have lost our connect with nature. The fact that we have not, we sort of see ourselves apart from her rather than as being part of her. And so the way that we have designed our economic system is talking about how are we exploiting, extracting from nature, because nature is now a resource to be extracted from for only human purposes. And so this has led, in many ways, the economic system has led to greater or exacerbation of exploitation, and the sense of fairness that must permeate our social interactions has continuously got eroded. So somewhere by design itself, the way we have designed our systems, these sort of incongruencies or undesirables have got embedded in it. So what is being proposed is, can we start looking at life as a more holistic thing? That it is, the economics part is important, but it's not the only part. And that if we have to look at life and what enables us to thrive and flourish, economics is important, it is necessary, but it's not sufficient. So can we stop looking at, GDP as the only driver of economic systems, and actually restore our relationship with nature, because that breaking down of that relationship has led the planet to where we are today. So if we have to start designing, right, for a regenerative paradigm in which economics is an important part, but not the only part, we have to start thinking quite differently, building from the idea of oneness, or that consciousness which is universal, right? That there is a universal consciousness. And so I just want to, and many of us are, quite familiar with this, but this is a paradigm that is very much part of our culture, Indic as well as other indigenous cultures, where really the idea of artha and kama, that is, your economic prosperity, your work, your materials, etc., and desires were to be kept within limits by the laws of nature or the laws of the universe, or rita. So there was artha, kama, but within the fold of dharma, and the purpose of life was to understand or self-realize and not amassing wealth. And so can we talk about a regenerative paradigm, a redesign of our economic systems in such a way that we are talking about prosperity of all rather than economic development of a few? So these were some ideas that I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you.
Wonderful, ma'am. So many ideas in in that short span of 5 minutes by each of you. Absolutely wonderful. In fact, the last one which you mentioned about, that's an area of my personal interest, ma'am, right? Because I spend a lot of my time, understanding Indic knowledge systems and how we can bring that to our generation, the young people, right? So like one thing is that I think minimalism is a concept which has been in our culture for years. All Asian cultures have focused upon that. We don't get freedom and happiness because of the expansion of our desires, but it's because of the extinguishing of our desires, right? When we are in gratitude and in happiness and contentment, I think the word which we use is tripti, right? Such an important thing for sustainable livelihoods, because the solution cannot be, I think one of the reports which I also read was that if we all were to consume to the level of some of the developed countries, we would require 2.5 Earth resources for us to be able to do that. So surely that's not an answer to that, right? Just before I move ahead, I would like to, probably, bring attention to all of our, attendees from whatever thoughts has been shared. If any question popped up to your mind, right? If any thought came across, please use the chat box and the Q&A aspect to please bring that out. Because I think all the panelists and even me over here, we have one single objective, that, we want your answers to be received by you. We want your questions to be answered. So please use that platform. And while you do that, I have one question for each of my panelists today. So I'm going to start in the same order. So Arunji, we'll start with you first. We've all learned in school, right through our class, that 70% of India lives in villages, right? And statistically, that's roughly about true even today. And since you work so much with the bottom of the pyramid, as you know, as so-called, as we mentioned it, right? One of the questions I had was, and I believe this is relevant because a lot of us live in our ivory towers. We're in very good, offices and everything, but we don't really have a pulse of what's happening on the ground. How has the Indian village per se, right, evolved from pre-independence to what an village is today, right? And in the context of course, disparity, because if we are seeing disparity happening even today, what are those hidden disparities that we are not aware of, which you could enlighten, which you have seen in your journey, which will help all of us understand about the same thing? So Arunji, that's my question. I hope I've been able to frame that fairly. So you're on mute, sir, if you could unmute it. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Mayank, so, to be precise, it's 65.07, if I were to be precise, is the estimated population in 2020 that lives in villages today. And this is a figure which started off with about 82% in 1960, then came down to about 74% in 1990 and 69% in 2010. So it's been showing a declining trend. Now, as per the last census, which was in 2011, there were about 660,000 villages in India, right? And of course, not all of them were inhabited, but there are a total of 664,000 villages. But the relevant point to note over here is that about 45,000 of these villages have a population of less than 100 people living in these villages. And there are about 364,000. That means more than 50% of the villages have a population of less than 1,000. So I think these are points that I think are relevant for us to note in our context. Now, within these villages, again, we've got, smaller entities. We've got multiple hamlets, or they're called dhanis in certain states, etc., where the population clusters are, of course, even smaller. Now, sadly, a lot of these clusters or dhanis or hamlets, etc., are actually on income lines or on caste lines, etc. So you could have what are known as the Harijan bastis within a village. You could have low-income clusters. You could have clusters which have thatched roofs as against, permanent roofs for others, etc. So that's the unfortunate part, and all this leads to or even enhances the income disparities, over a period of time, because by virtue of their social or their economic status, and also by virtue of their lack of influence that they have, whether it's on the political or on the administrative machinery, they tend to get isolated and they do not really have much to look forward to. So in fact, sometimes they tend to get into a vicious circle, where, they keep slipping further and further. And that's why we see these income disparities, increasing. Now, how do we address this, which would obviously be the most logical thing that we've got to look at? Now, I won't really get into too much of the caste aspect or the political aspect, because then you're treading into sensitive territory. But I think, again, I'd like to draw the first thing that I spoke about is bias for action. So what all of us need to do individually, collectively, is to see that what are the actions that we can take. How can we reach out to the poorest of the poor? How can we reach out to these people? And through whatever actions we take, whether it's individually, whether it's collectively, how can we actually help them to come up in life? And like I said, think small, be a transformer. I mean, we've had this, just to give you a very quick example, we've had this instance of, deploying, let's say, CSR capital to electrify a remote village which did not have access to electricity, where we provided just 5 watts of electric load per household. So, in an entire month, every family in this village had less than 1 kilowatt hour of energy per family per month. But by applying this whole concept of think small, be a transformer, by being able to actually, take this into other aspects like skill development, livelihoods, and entrepreneurship, this solar energy access has led to ultimately women entrepreneurs in this village who set up a small stitching center where they're earning not only for themselves, but now they're expanding their product range and looking at export markets. So, that's the kind of thing that we could, really look at. Right. So these disparities are there, but I somehow feel that I think rather than get into, why these disparities have come up, etc., let's get into action mode. Let's see how we can, what we can do individually, collectively to address these disparities.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm also happy to say that we have one of our first questions. We'll come to that. We'll touch on the other panelists first, but thank you so much, Tanmay, for your question. We'll ensure that that's get answered, inviting the rest of you to kind of share your questions as well. Let's move to Dr. Wong in that order. Dr. Wong, I have a specific question for you. In your opening remarks, you mentioned about something very interesting. The paradigm which you used was awakening to a collective consciousness of oneness, right? This sounds very interesting when we are using that approach to address disparity. Can you share any practical ways, right, that we can actually expand our consciousness towards this space?
Yes, thank you, Mayanji. So to me, consciousness is a very wide and deep topic. It is said that everything and everything is consciousness. And I just look at the website of Soy, that Soy is also talking a lot about consciousness as well. In fact, I myself is also following a spiritual guru in India. So I am aware of what Suparnaji shared just now. So maybe what I'm going to share, you will think that it's so shallow. I hope not. So I speak from my personal experience and my experience in leading youth in Malaysia and in my community, working with my community. So first thing, again, is from awareness. If we are not aware, nothing will happen. Yeah, but awareness is very much on the top layer of the so-called iceberg. Yeah. So I think the first step is aware of whatever we enjoy today, including our food, shelter, clothing, transportation, the education, our possessions, our achievements, even in this ILC itself. It's nothing take for granted. It's the result of the efforts of many people, including our seniors, our community, our past generations, our mother nature that Suparnaji mentioned as well. So the people, whether we know or we don't know. So if we can see that, aware of that, there will be naturally a lot of gratitude and compassion to everyone and everything. That is an so-called naturally will arise. So in Malaysia, we have a lot of migrant workers, including from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, from Vietnam, Myanmar. We see a lot of human rights issues in that because, and that is again a social disparity issue. We see a lot in Malaysia and also in Thailand, in different industries, especially in the fishing industry, in plantations, that a lot of migrant workers are working. If we can have gratitude to them, I'm sure this human rights issue would not happen. And also in Malaysia, we see a lot of hawkers, roadside hawkers, and we see that a lot of people who can afford, they're still trying to less a little bit, a few cents from the things they buy, but they can't do that with a big chain of supermarkets, right? So this again, it costs a lot. This is very practical thing that we face it, we do it. I mean, we see in our society daily. Yeah. And also number two is aware of our purpose. And what is our inner state? Because purpose, it cannot be only yourself. Once we are awakened to our purpose, the consciousness of purpose, it certainly includes the well-being of others as well. So, and also very much aware of what is driving force for us to achieve success and to accumulate wealth. I see a lot is because of the sense of insecurity. Because I work a lot with youth, I see a lot of parents will push their children to work in so-called high income profession instead of to do what they feel that they are suitable or they feel they like to do it. It's a lot of so-called suffering state of comparison or competition, fear of losing, fear of not having enough because of the sense of insecurity or because of the consciousness that is so much filled with greed or past hurt, anger, hate, which cause to prove to others, prove to the world that I can, and to accumulate as much wealth as we can, instead of to think of the collectiveness, the common good. So in order to reveal to the so-called unconscious, I think we need a lot of the help of the universal intelligence to reveal to the unconscious part, because we are unconscious of it. So I would suggest a lot of meditation to work on that and observe the external world changes after we work on our inner state. Because now a lot of time we see, as what Suparnaji and Arunji mentioned, a lot of time it's about external. External. So we try to fulfill the external in order to fulfill the internal. So I would suggest that we first work on the inner, and you will see the changes in the external life, and then it will give you a lot of confidence to work more on your inner state. Yeah. So aware of the inner truth instead of the positive affirmation, and we should do, should not. There is a lot of so-called impose on us. I see in our formal education, in the conformity of the social norms as well. And yeah, I hope this answer give some pointers.
Yeah,
which one you won't think that, oh, it's too shallow. Thank you.
No, I think there's so much insight in that, and I'd just like to share, in 30 seconds something which, I've seen this happen in the sense. You mentioned two very interesting things, and this is for everyone who's listening, and maybe you would have experienced this in your life as well. You mentioned about awareness. This happened with my young children, with my brother's two young children, right? So when we ask them, for example, one of these days that, where does water come from? Their answer is the tap. It isn't rivers, it isn't glaciers, it's the tap. Where does food come from? Growers. It isn't farmers, right? So when the awareness of our children, of our youth, and even we as individuals arises, I think then we really start looking very differently. They say that leher badli, this is in Hindi. They say that leher badli to kinare badle, or nazar badli to nazare badle. So when the way we are seeing changes, what we are seeing also changes. I think that's the kind of point which comes from awareness and consciousness around the whole thing aspect. So I think a very interesting points in that, and I'm so happy that we have about 3 questions which the students have asked, and they're actually very in line with my second round of questions. So just before we get to that, one last question from my side, and then we'll get only student questions. And my last question is for Suparnaji. Suparnaji, mentioned something very interesting about regeneration and restoration, right? Very powerful concept in the sense that even before we think that, how do we take care of ourselves now and keeping in mind the future, we have to fix what we have already done the damage of. That's a very powerful and very different perspective, which I saw. What I did wanted to know was, as Arunji mentioned, that it's about taking action and not just making plans. What do you believe are the steps that needs to be taken at a government level, at an organizational level, and most importantly, at an individual level? So a person, if they are listening to you, right, what can they do? What can we do through the organization that we are a part of to address all sorts of disparity? What is your view on that? Because you mentioned so much about regeneration and restoration.
Yeah, I'm going to try to say this in 5 minutes, right, Mayank? But it's actually a PhD thesis. So see, I have a lot of those questions myself, right? It's not as if all of these questions are answered, because this is an exploration, as I said. And we do have pointers on how we could do this, because in the past, we've had indigenous cultures which had design systems. We had our own Indic cultures, which have always had ways of designing for organizations, for individuals, which is restorative and regenerative within, those limits that are imposed on us. So just to sort of illustrate, from a current perspective, how would we see some of this is, for example, if you look at it from a policy perspective, right? One of the big programs that we have launched right now is the Jal Jeevan Mission, which is really to say, how can we give taps to every home, right? It's a very, very ambitious and very necessary sort of program. However, the program also relies a lot on drawing water from our aquifers. So if we had to think about redesigning the program, it would include dimensions of restoration and regeneration of our aquifers. And so how are you actually recharging groundwater even while you are drawing from it, right? And so you are able to, in a way that it will sustain for the future, right? Today, our aquifers, groundwater is in a mess across the country, right? It's fallen to such low levels, and what we are able to get is also highly polluted. So that's one example that from a design point of view itself, how do we embed the regenerative and restorative paradigm, right? And this is a conversation I've been having with the students at the School of Business Design as well at SOIL. If you look at it from an organization perspective, right? Today, 11% of world population is suffering from mental health issues. There was a recent Gallup study that was done. Large proportion of people are completely disengaged from their work, right? And so how are we actually, and we spend many hours at work, how are we enabling people to start engaging with work? It really starts saying, what is this way in which we are designing our systems, our processes, organizational culture in a way that enables this individual to thrive and flourish? And in the, in Bhagavad Gita, there is a concept of swabhava, that is the essence of an individual. How is that essence getting expressed in service to the organization and its purpose? So today, the work environment is not enabling this kind of thriving and flourishing. People don't want to work. And in the US, the trend is that people are resigning their jobs and going away, right? And we are seeing a lot of young people in India being quite frustrated with their work. So from an organization perspective, it means how do we create these spaces for thriving and flourishing, right? So it's again a design question, right? At an individual level, we make many choices. We make lots of choices. And one of the most important choices is the choice of what we are consuming. Can we ask the question about when we are consuming something, right? What is it doing to my body? But also, where is this coming from? Were there fair wages paid to the individuals who are part of this production process, right? How are we seeing the entire product after it is used? What's happening to it, right? So the whole consumption, production, waste, all of that, right? Because in nature, you don't see any waste. Nature doesn't create waste. Everything is becoming food for something else, right? So how we as individuals, what kind of choices are we making? And can we be making those choices with greater awareness, right? The point that Dr. Wong was saying, what is this awareness that can enable us to make these right choices? So at every level, it is about design, it's about choice, it's about asking very, very fundamental questions. Where is this coming from? Who were the people who were involved? Were the processes that were part of this production, were they fair? What did they do with nature? Was it exploited or was it restored, right? And so that's the power that as an individual one can exercise. So I just want to leave it there. Like I said, it's a huge conversation.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Ben. So we're going to go into the question bit now, and I'll request the panelists to probably see how much time you want to spend on the questions so that we can take more of them. One of the first questions, and I think a very interesting one by Tanmay: how can one utilize the growing digitization to shed light on rural livelihood development? Arunji, would you like to take this one up, since this is something which you've done so much about, right? Digitization is absolutely something which is there everywhere, and how can we use that to the benefit?
Sure. I think to a large extent it's already happening, because if you consider the mobile and the smartphone penetration in India, I mean, we've seen that at the absolute bottom of the pyramid, people do have their mobile phones. We've seen situations where even villages don't have electricity, but people have mobile phones which they go and charge at the nearest charging point, etc. So that is something which is a very positive development which has already happened. So that has implications for e-commerce, for instance. So I mean, people can get onto a platform and sell their products. So whether it's rural artisans or rural entrepreneurs, I mean, they have an opportunity to access markets. If you look at social media, I think social media can really be leveraged and is actually being leveraged, because social media can not only be used to reach to the bottom of the pyramid, but social media can also be used by the bottom of the pyramid to reach out to consumers and to talk about the issues that they face, to create awareness and to spur action. So I think that is something that has already been happening. Again, just to give you a very quick example. So for instance, when we had in the thick of the pandemic, we had a situation where, let's say some of these rural entrepreneurs, the women who had set up a stitching center were, suddenly left without a livelihood. But here we had this situation of a bunch of student interns from the Institute of Home Economics who got onto Zoom calls and taught these ladies how to make face masks. So, completely virtually, they had this situation where they were making, WHO standard, 3-layer face mask, which they learned how to make, and they were able to start marketing it. So these are just a few examples where I'm happy to say that to a large extent, this is already being done, and it's only a matter of how we can scale it further. I don't know if I've been able to answer the question there.
Thank you so much, sir. Here's another question, and I think this is in line with what I wanted to ask also. One of our students has also pointed out, Shikha, that gender disparity and pay disparity, we've spoken so much about the money part of it, right? The income disparity part, but gender disparity and pay disparity both have gathered so much friction in the last, recent years. But what about class disparity, that which hasn't been prioritized as much, right? What measures can be taken to bring that into forefront? Would any of the panelists would like to address this, right? Gender disparity and class disparity. What are some thoughts on that could enlighten our audience today? Yes, Dr. Wong, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I don't know whether I can directly answer to this question or not. Recently, I work on the interesting research, which I think is it's about the correlation between climate change and also gender, women who are in decision-making position in corporations, whether those corporations, public listed companies with more women on board would that company would address more on climate change issues or not. Seems that the correlation is quite positive. So I don't know whether this class disparity, if more women in decision-making position, it would be more being addressed or not. That there is just this assumption, because according to many, women tend to be more nurturing, instead of trying to, because their nature is more to motherly, nurturing, which lesser on separation and more on thinking of the sustainability of the next generations, the future generations. What would they enjoy? I don't know whether this is a good way to bring that to the forefront or not. Again, any measures, in my opinion, is again on the top, which if our consciousness on separation, on class, there must be division in class, division of men and women forever, I think the progress would be limited. Yeah. And for gender issue, I see that from my personal experience in working as a board in Penang Women Development Corporation, a state-owned agency. a lot of time it's women shouting for gender equality, but men are not included. And they are saying that men don't understand women issues. A lot of time, I was trying to always say that if we don't include men, how can men understand our women issues? And a lot of time, women are saying that, oh, we are half of the population. That's why women power is important to change the society to the better. But we are trying to push away half of the population to try to put together this gender equality. I see a lot of time is like that. So I'm pushing that in next International Women's Day, we should acknowledge, give recognition to men who push for this gender equality. And also in the company that I sit as a board, I encourage our women management team not to have any workshops just for women to discuss about women issues, but we should include men. Only in inclusion, only with no separation. If we are always talking about they are different communities, they are different people, forever, we can't solve the issue at the root cause.
Bravo.
Wonderful. Very nice.
Bravo, Dr. Wong. It has to be done by design. It has to be done by design. Oh,
Wonderful.
such joy.
Yeah, it's so nice.
Yes.
As you mentioned, and I think all the panelists are aware of this, that, we have a pre-stipulated time. We're very close to that. So we'll have to wind up in the next, 4 to 5 minutes. So what I'm going to ask of all our panelists today is that if you could share, right, in 1 minute, in 60 seconds, right, your message to the students of SOIL, or to all the attendees over here from both SOIL and other universities who are here today, what would that message be in 1 minute, right? So I'll start with Suparna ma'am first, Arunji after that, and lastly Dr. Wong, so that you get a little breather.
You didn't give me a minute.
Dr. Wong, please do share the name of your spiritual teacher in India as well, along with that.
Yeah.
Yes, Suparnaji, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the one message would be about, again, because I'm talking to, a lot of design students, I think one thing is to really look at every time that you are designing something, product, process, organization, whatever you're designing, think about, is it restorative? Is it regenerative? Which means, is it going to enable thriving and flourishing of life? Just ask yourself that question, and the answers will flow.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Arunji, what would you like to share?
Well, I think what I'd like to say is that please remember, in every challenge, there lies an opportunity. I mean, it's just a matter of how you want to look at it. Take those steps, and there is no challenge that cannot be converted into an opportunity. Think positive, make it happen. I'm absolutely sure that can happen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And finally, Dr. Wong, over to you. And along with that, of course, the question which Anil sir asked as well.
Yes, okay. I see that the world is changing very fast, and it's very easy for us in our daily life to be carried away by the speed of the external world. So I would suggest that every day we try to set aside some time to pause and meditate on our individual purpose and the company's purpose. Aware of our inner state and nurture the state of interconnectedness. Ask yourself, what really matters? Yeah. And second is to stay close touch with your SOIL community, because I know this inspired leaders community will keep you intact to change the society, to change India for the better. Yes. And my spiritual teacher in India is called Krishnaji from O&O Academy. We call Ekam. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, for all of your insight, your time, your energy, Soil for organizing this, students for being such amazing listeners and also asking your questions, and of course, Anil sir and the leadership team for thinking of me and the rest of us. And back to the student MC who's ushered us in. So hopefully you can usher us out as well. So over to
Thank
you.
you so much, Maxa. So to sum up, rightly said, Anu, sustainability need not be looked from a point of view of either environmental sustainability or business sustainability, but it needs to become a way of life. Dr. Wong, your take on income disparity and the social system being sustainable and inclusive was very insightful. Suparna ma'am, your thoughts about exploring regenerative paradigm was very provocative, and your definition of sustainability has to hold true in the near future to create the conditions for thriving and flourishing way of life. I'd like to thank you all for taking out the time out of your busy schedule and enlighten us with your knowledge about the domain. Thank you so much for being a part of the panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was
Thank
wonderful.
you. Thank you.
And Dr. Wong, Arunji, thank you so much. It was just amazing. And thank you, Nitika ji, Arunji, Anilji, for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Wonderful insights.
so
More than
much.
3
So much to
takeaways,
that.
Mayank, like you said. In the beginning, I'm sure we have more than 3 takeaways from each panelist. Thank you very much. It was certainly a lot of pleasure listening to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Energy, hope we keep in touch. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
everyone.
yes. Namaste.
Namaste.
I would now like to invite Mr. Patrick Newell from Sidinkin University to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Every time that I think about India, I think about 30 years ago when I left California and I was traveling around the world and spent 3 months in India because it just completely grabbed my heart. It was because of India that I decided to stay in Asia and move to Japan. And so it's always such an honor and pleasure to be part of the Soil community. I want to thank you all for the collaboration with Shizenkan University. And it's really an honor for us to be collaborating again with you this year. We had 2 amazing student-empowered virtual tours that shared a lot of insight about India as well as Japan with each other. And I could see the joy and curiosity of the expression and faces of all of the students. It was absolutely phenomenal. And sustainable transition in turbulent times, defying gravity. What a powerful theme for this ILC. And we talked a lot about the various challenges that we're facing, but we had so many different insights from the keynotes and panelists about how we can move forward to really solve the challenges we have related to sustainability. Some amazing insights. And the student case study face-off as well was amazing. The level and quality of the case studies was incredible. I really want to say thank you, obviously, to all the faculty, but more to the actual students and the power of the students to show us how competent they are and how bright of a future that we have in the hands of the students at Soil and Shizenkan. Really looking forward to continuing this partnership with Soil and between Japan and India. Thank you again and looking forward to next year. Congratulations, bravo to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Nitika Batra to deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you. So certainly a treat to listen to all the speakers since morning, starting with Mr. Tetsuya Sen, Anilji, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, Sumant Sinha, Mr. Mayank Joshi, and then all the panelists with the panels and the wonderful case study competition and the alumni awards that we had, which brought a lot of young energy into the event. So I think the great question that we see here is about the quality of our growth. So we feel very happy on one hand when I see the quantity of growth, and we see India as fast emerging as a nation with high GDP growth. And, we talk about the financial outcomes of the other countries. I'm not sure how much are we looking into the quality of this growth. So like some of you mentioned about the recent inequality report, which talks about the top 10% cornering 57% of our income and the bottom 50% getting only 13%. Or it is the recent hunger report, where we have gone down a few places in the standing of the world. Or we see, the female labor participation report, where the participation of female workforce has gone down. Probably COVID has gone the highest, has on the female population. They have had to opt out. And of course, the recent COVID phenomena, where probably nature was teaching us something on how to balance the life forces and respect climate, respect weather, respect our, the other forces of life. So all this, I think, are challenges for us, are issues for us to reflect, to think. And of course, there is government, there are companies, there is industry, which is working on many programs, policies. We hear of Digital India, Swachh Bharat from the government. Companies are taking initiative to go carbon free, to go, to do all that they can, going green, and their CSR initiatives. But when I think about it, I feel, the answer probably lies in two areas. So one is, of course, one is for us to remember our ancient traditional wisdom of India, where a lot of sharing and caring was talked about. And it, talked about many principles of hygiene and taking care of everybody around us and leading more positive lives. So balancing the East and the West, I think that is the whole thing. I'm not saying go extremes, but then while we learn from the West, we preserve our values of the East. And secondly, I think taking individual responsibility. So it's never about, somebody else doing it for me. It's about how I can bring the change myself. And I was very impressed when I saw, where the communities and the societies taking responsibility during the COVID times to get people, even in the lower strata, get them vaccinated and create a movement. So when it becomes a mass movement, I think that's when we win over all the challenges. And so when everybody realizes their responsibility, I think that's when we can talk of true sustainability in our societies, in our country, and the world around. So thank you, everybody. Really, really grateful to Shizencan for partnering with us, to Patrick and Naoki Sen for helping us coordinate so well, and having the patience to work with our changes, and to all the leaders who gave us their precious time, to the students. I think they did an amazing job of coordinating. Amazing event like this calls for huge logistics and huge coordination. So I think they deserve a real applause there. To all my colleagues, to Anil, board members, everybody who wholeheartedly supported in bringing this event together. Thank you so much, everyone. It was really, really something that we are taking away with a lot of learning, a lot of wisdom and action, hopefully, on our part to bring about some more change in this much needed area here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Up next is the president of Soil Student Council, Samrat Patnaik, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Akash. So a very good evening, everyone. It's been a very fascinating and a engaging day with back-to-back insights from amazing leaders, inspiring alumni stories, and whatnot. That feel-good sensation you get after having a productive day is something I'm experiencing right now. The time has come. It's just not the front faces. There is a huge team of students whom you haven't heard of that actually put this conference together. First of all, I would like to thank our founder, Mr. Anil Sachdev sir, for constantly giving us the opportunity every time to bring out the best version of ourselves. Mr. Techua Shukokawa, VP, Shizuokan University. Sir, it was really amazing partnering with you. I remember you enjoying the morning prayer and opening words by you have certainly set the stage since morning itself. Hope this relationship between soil and Shizuokan goes on this way for a longer time. I would like to thank Mr. Yogesh Andle sir for his guidance in conducting the case study competition. As a founder of Soil, we have always seen you as a strong pillar behind every activity that we have done so far. Time for all the incredible speakers of the day whose knowledge, experience in industry, and understanding of sustainability in these times have made this conference splendid and beautiful. Got rich insights on social responsibility, human activities, and sustainability. We, the student community, will be more accountable towards our planet for sure. Well, such a vast exploration and an event like this cannot happen overnight, as rightly said by Nitika ma'am. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students of Soil who know their job well. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for being with us this evening. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samrat. With this, we come to the closing of Inspired Leadership Conference 2021. Thank you everyone for being a part of it. Now I'd like to request everyone to please stand up for National Anthem. Pratik. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everybody, once again.
Thank you. Great job done, illuminators. All of you have done a super job. You deserve a very big hand for your work. Congratulations and lots of blessings to you. Thank you once again.